3 years ago, Earth changed forever. The very fabric of life began to unravel. Plants and animals, they evolved beyond recognition. A kaleidoscope of terrifying creatures emerged, a maelstrom of claws, fangs, and unimaginable power. The world teetered on the brink of annihilation. But humanity fought back. Against all odds, we found a way to survive. A way to control the very monsters that threaten to consume us. In the heart of a sprawling metropolis, under a sky ablaze with falling stars, a new era dawns. Humans awaken to power, a bond with these evolved creatures, the power to command them, to fight alongside them. They are called monster trainers. And this is the story of Morong Choyu, a teacher at Chang'an Third High, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The classroom buzzes with nervous energy. A stern teacher, chalk dust swirling around her, barks out a final warning. Security cameras blink, ever watchful, in the hallway outside. The air crackles with anticipation. Class dismissed. But the day isn't over yet. A monster taming examination awaits tomorrow. Chang'an Third High School. Home to dreams, and perhaps, nightmares. Meet Gao Peng, an 18-year-old student with aspirations to become a monster trainer. But a shadow of trouble looms. He's been seeing things. Strange, fleeting glimpses. A system message flashes, "Congratulations! You've successfully bound the monster evolution system." The system offers aid in discerning monster information. But Gao Peng dismisses the strange visions as stress. As he walks home, a sense of unease settling upon him. The shadows seem to writhe. A sudden, chilling whoosh echoes through the stairwell. He's not alone. Ha! Gao Peng's brow furrows, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. As a monstrous striped gray disc spider materializes before him, its 8 eyes gleaming menacingly. The air crackles with an unnatural energy. The monster evolution system interface appears, revealing the spider's stats: level 3, normal grade, wood attribute, irritated condition, fire weakness. Gao Peng's expression shifts from surprise to grim determination. The spider lunges. Whoosh, a blur of motion as it attacks. A sudden, brutal strike. Gao Peng barely evades the venomous fangs, his eyes widening in alarm. Gentle, my ass. He stumbles back, narrowly avoiding another attack. Granny Chen, he shouts, his voice laced with a mix of fear and anger. The spider unleashes a torrent of webbing, shwosh, a sticky, suffocating cloud engulfs the area. But Gao Peng dodges with incredible speed, his heart pounding in his chest. So close. His eyes flash with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The spider's speed is unnerving. The spider closes in again, its movements impossibly fast. It caught up to me that fast? What should I do? Panic threatens to overwhelm him. The monster's profile flashes on screen: wood attribute, normal grade, weakness, fire. A flicker of understanding in his eyes. He strikes a lighter, a tiny flame igniting in the darkness. With a swift, acrobatic move, he hurls a fiery projectile, whoosh. Direct hit. The spider is engulfed in flames. Wonderful, he exclaims, a hint of relief in his voice. But his triumph is short-lived. Wait, he shouts, his face contorted in frustration. The fire is insufficient. The spider, enraged, unleashes a furious counterattack. Swish, 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 blades of chitinous fury slice through the air. A terrifying close-up of the spider, its body ablaze but still deadly. The monster lunges, its eyes burning with incandescent rage. Looks like this guy is pissed at me, he mutters, fear creeping into his tone. He grits his teeth, determination hardening his features. Just one more floor and I'll be home, he thinks, pushing himself to his limits. He sprints, adrenaline coursing through his veins, huff. Huff, the sounds of his labored breathing fill the air. Huffing and puffing, Gao Peng bursts through the door. I've arrived, he declares, his voice echoing in the tense silence. But his triumphant arrival is immediately overshadowed by a monstrous, mutated spider, its 8 eyes glowing menacingly. A guttural screech pierces the air as the creature lunges. "Daz!" Cao Ping shouts, his eyes wide with terror. A blur of motion as he desperately tries to evade its deadly grasp. The spider's attack sends him sprawling. But even as he falls, Gao Peng's eyes blaze with defiance. The sizzling sound of burning flesh fills the air as he uses fire against the beast. A desperate gamble as the spider writhes in pain, momentarily stunned. "Ha! Ha ha ha!" he laughs, a mixture of relief and grim determination. The monstrous centipede-like creature rises behind him, its many legs a terrifying sight. "Little thing, still wanna play?" Gao Ping asks, his voice laced with chilling resolve. A blur of motion. Something zipped past, a dark shadow against the muted tones of the hallway. And the young man, startled, turns to investigate. A backpack slung over his shoulder, he's clearly on the go. A monstrous voice echoes, a chilling hunger in its tone, "I'm hungry. I'm starving." Dazed, the young man stares at the creature before him. It's small, almost cute, but the words are terrifying. A sudden revelation. Monsters have 2 forms, a combat form and a non-combat form. In their non-combat state, they shrink to conserve energy and heal from minor wounds. The young man sighs, a hint of relief in his expression. All right. I'll get to it right now." He gestures towards a shelf, a silent command. His strange companion, a small, almost comical monster, obeys instantly. The kitchen, a place of routine, now holds a strange tension. A knife gleams under the light. With a flourish, the young man prepares the ingredients, a glint of determination in his eyes. This isn't just cooking, it's a ritual. The knife dances across the meat, a blur of motion, each slice precise, each movement economical. A steaming bowl of stew, rich and savory, is presented, a feast fit for a king, or perhaps, a very hungry monster. The monster's anticipation is palpable, its tiny form practically vibrates with excitement. Can't wait. The centipede monster devours the meal with gusto, leaving not a drop behind. Its form shifts, subtly changing. A data stream appears, revealing the monster's stats. Level 2, normal grade, with shade and poison attributes. But wait, there's more. The screen updates, showing a second form, a powerful-looking centipede. Level 5, still normal grade, but with different attributes, and poison. The young man's eyes widen in surprise. Could this be? The possibility dawns on him. A revelation unfolds: normal, excellent, and perfect grades determine a monster's potential for growth. The higher the grade, the greater the potential. His monster could potentially reach perfect grade, a legendary level. The implications are staggering, a grin spreads across his face. The young man beams, cradling his monster close. "We're lucky. Really lucky this time," he exclaims, overflowing with joy. He's going to upgrade his monster to excellent grade. Daisy, the monster, looks quizzically at the young man. Its upgrade requirements are about to be revealed. The screen displays the upgrade requirements: Shade Grass, X10, Thunderstruck Wood, 6000, and a Lightning Core Crystal, X1. A daunting task lies ahead. The young man's brow furrows as he reads the costs. A common elemental core crystal would already cost 8 credits. I guess a core crystal for an element as rare as lightning would cost at least 100 credits. He runs a hand through his hair, muttering, "That's kinda pricey." His gaze falls upon his phone, displaying his current balance, 11 credits. Alliance credits, a high-class currency, are shown to be based on the Alliance dollar. A flashback reveals a painful truth: when Mom and Dad died in the accident back then, the country sent 20 credits as pension. He only has 11 credits left. A worried expression crosses his face. It's just that if I upgrade him, we won't be able to live normally anymore. Daisy, his hungry monster, whines and rubs against his hand. Hungry, still want food. The young man sighs, defeated but resolute. Fine, I got it. Here's your meal, Daisy. Eat up before you get a tummy ache. The young man watches Daisy eat with a mixture of concern and affection, a silent promise to provide for his unusual companion. His brow furrows. Money, always the problem. Daisy's upgrade requires materials, and those materials cost a fortune. A system notification flashes before his eyes: excellent grade upgrade requirements. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. Could this be the answer? A surge of determination. If the system's news is true, he might be able to become a monster breeder. The requirements for a monster's rank upgrade have always been a mystery, explored only by the most elite monster breeders, and now, he might have a chance to unlock that secret. A colossal aquatic creature swims gracefully in the deep blue, a symbol of the power he could potentially wield. He envisions himself as the strongest monster breeder, a future where he can afford anything for Daisy. A burst of maniacal laughter. The thought of limitless wealth fuels his ambition. But reality bites. A monster breeder test is happening tomorrow, and he needs to register, fast. The clock is ticking. Only 3 minutes left to register for the monster breeder exam. With a surge of adrenaline, he makes his choice. The system briefly stalls, but then. Success! He made it. The young man beams, a selfie capturing his triumphant grin. Registration complete. The sun rises over a cityscape, casting a warm glow on the apartment buildings. A young man, Gao Pang, heads out, his loyal centipede-like monster pet trailing behind. A soft tap echoes as the pet's tiny claws touch the floor. Inside a cozy apartment, a beautiful woman stretches, yawning widely. "Good morning to you, Gao Pang," she calls out. Gao Pang, slightly flustered, replies, "Gee, good morning too, Sister Tang Tang." Sister Tang Tang raises an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" "It's still early in the morning." Gao Pang explains that I'm heading to the monster breeder exam. He asks a favor: "Can I trouble you with taking care of my pet for a couple of days, please?" A relieved smile spreads across Gao Pang's face. The monster breeder exam awaits, but one less worry weighs on his mind. Thanks to Sister Tang Tang's kindness. She waves him off, a silent wish for good luck in her eyes. Sister Tang Tang's expression shifts. A flicker of concern crosses her features as she looks at Gao Pang's pet. Normal grade and not even cute. She muses, a hint of disbelief in her voice. The little centipede, seemingly sensing its owner's absence, lets out a frustrated squawk. A tiny, yet surprisingly powerful, burst of energy radiates from it. Sister Tang Tang sighs, a mixture of exasperation and worry etched on her face. The weight of responsibility settles upon her shoulders as she gently tends to the surprisingly energetic little creature. Its sharp claws are a testament to its unexpected power. A quick glance at her phone reveals a contact: old man. A call is placed, a foreboding tone in her voice. She sits on the couch, bracing herself for the news. "Old Jiang, I'm gonna tell you something, but don't get too agitated," she begins, her voice laced with apprehension. The revelation drops like a bomb: Gao Pang already has a familiar. A normal grade purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Sister Tang Tang's jaw drops in shock. Her disbelief is palpable. Are you kidding me? Normal grade familiars have limited potential, and are super hard to train. Why didn't you advise him against it? A framed family photo sits on a table, a subtle detail hinting at a complex past. As Sister Tang Tang's worry is palpable, her lips pressed together in a thin line, a silent testament to her anxieties. Her words carry a chilling undertone: I'd kill those who are disobedient, and replace them with a new batch of obedient ones. A stark reminder of the power she wields. But a softer tone follows, a sigh escaping her lips as she speaks on the phone. "Sigh, forget it, you do it your own way, I'll stop butting in." A shift in her demeanor, perhaps a sign of her care for Gao Pang? Reassurance follows, a brief but comforting message: he won't be in any danger. The call ends. A sharp contrast, a formal office, a serious conversation begins. Director, you called for me? The director's orders are swift and decisive. Notify the experimental department and tell them I'll give them 5 months. If they are still useless to me after those 5 months, then they have no reason to exist. The pressure mounts. I also get Lehigh to settle the issue on the Qinghai branch within 7 months. I don't have much time for him to be wasting. A subordinate bows deeply, accepting the weight of these commands. A reassuring message arrives, a promise whispered through the digital ether. Gao Ping, Grandpa will settle everything within a year and then go look for you. A sea of faces, a tide of hopefuls, all gathered before the imposing Chang'an City Monster Breeder branch. The crowd is thick, a testament to the popularity of the profession. Even Gao Ping feels the weight of expectation. A familiar voice cuts through the murmur. Gao Ping! Li Zigong, Zheng Hong, and Li Hongdou. Friends reunited amidst the throng, a wave of warmth washes over Gao Ping. A cheerful greeting, a moment of levity. Hello, Auntie. Zheng Hong explains their presence, a supportive gesture. We're here to accompany Mom to her exam. Li Hongdou's unwavering belief, a playful jab at Li Zigong's anxieties. Even though she failed 3 times already, I believe she'll pass this time around. A playful slap, a burst of laughter, the tension breaks. But Gao Ping surprises them all. No, I'm actually here to take the exam. Gao Ping, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at the imposing figures before him. What? A comforting hand pats Gao Ping's shoulder, a silent gesture of support. Sister Tang Tang smiles reassuringly. That's right, youngsters should have ambition. For all you know, Chang'an City might find their youngest monster breeder today. Gao Ping, a nervous smile playing on his lips, adjusts his glasses. Good as you say, Auntie, I'm here to try my luck. Suddenly, a sneering voice cuts through the air. When did the standards for monster breeders drop so low, to the point any random guy is able to participate? The speaker, a portly man with a smug expression and extravagant rings, glares at Gao Ping with undisguised contempt. His words drip with disdain. I said, a youngling that isn't even fully developed wants to be a monster breeder? What a joke! Unfazed, Gao Ping retorts with a playful smirk. If verbal insults were the criteria for becoming a breeder, I'm pretty sure you'd be a high-class breeder by now. You! The fat man sputters, just you wait and see. A bystander whispers, who's that person? What's wrong with him? A hush falls over the crowd, anticipation hangs heavy in the air as the massive doors of the examination hall creak open. The scene shifts to a bustling courtyard outside the hall. Security personnel, clad in riot gear, stand guard, their presence a stark reminder of the high stakes involved. As the official announcement rings out, the monster breeder exam is about to begin. Chang'an City Monster Trainer Branch, a towering skyscraper piercing the sky, a symbol of power and authority in the world of monster breeding. A stern-faced examiner addresses the candidates. Welcome to today's monster breeder exam. Among them, a young man with glasses sits quietly, observing, a calm before the storm. The rules are explained, a written test, followed by a practical exam, 3 short video clips will be shown, and the candidates must accurately describe the monsters within. The exam begins, the tension is palpable as the first clip plays. A flash of blue, a powerful creature emerges from the depths, splash, splash, a monstrous aquatic predator surfaces, its eyes glowing menacingly. Its massive form breaks the surface, the water erupts around it in a furious display of power, whoosh, whoosh, the creature unleashes its terrifying presence. The monster breeder exam is underway. Students fill a large examination hall, heads bowed in concentration. The examiner, a stern figure with an eye patch, addresses the candidates. That's the first clip, he states, his voice sharp and precise. A student groans, what kind of monster was that? I'm totally clueless. That's too fast. How am I supposed to observe anything in such a short amount of time? The pressure is palpable. The examiner's voice booms across the hall, silencing any further complaints. Anyone who continues chattering will be considered cheating, and will be thrown out of the exam hall. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Sweat beads on a student's brow. Meanwhile, a smug examiner chuckles, hee hee, how fortunate. I got the questions ahead of time. His words are laced with arrogance. A student, our protagonist, observes the scene with a smirk. Humph, what a poser, he thinks, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face. I can really see them, he exclaims, a newfound confidence radiating from him. He demands, give me the details I want on the monster. The system responds, displaying a detailed profile of the storm dolphin. The storm dolphin's strengths and weaknesses are laid bare, likes light, soothing music, sunbathing, eating squid and shrimp, fears dark attribute monsters' attacks, hates being disturbed by messy sound waves. The protagonist begins to write. A blur of motion. A powerful creature bursts from the jungle depths, revealing a monstrous monkey, its eyes blazing with primal fury. The mighty beast reaches for a bunch of bananas, a stark contrast to its ferocious appearance. As our protagonist meticulously documents its every detail. A keen eye for observation. A flash of iridescent wings. A mantis-like creature, its body shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Unleashes a terrifying roar, its presence shaking the very forest floor. The examiner's voice cuts through the air, crisp and clear. The written test has ended. Please put down your pens and submit your papers. The exam concludes, and the examiner hands the protagonist his results. Please wait for your exam results here, do not leave the branch office. The protagonist nods, a quiet okay escaping his lips. 1 hour later, the tension is palpable as the protagonist waits in the sterile hallway. The moment of truth arrives. The examiner's voice cuts through the silence, the results are out. The examiner begins to read the list of successful candidates, his voice firm and authoritative, Lu Xueqin, Lin Sin Lin, Zhang Hong. A young woman's triumphant ha echoes as her name is called, a clear expression of relief and joy. Another candidate, Wang Shu, leans back with a smug as expected, radiating self-confidence. The examiner concludes the announcement, a hint of weariness in their voice. The above-mentioned students have made some mistakes here and there, but they passed the written test. I hope these students will do their best in the practical test as well. The protagonist's face falls. A silent gasp escapes him. That's impossible. His mind races, a single, desperate thought forming, unless there are mistakes in the system data? The examiner's voice cuts through his internal turmoil. Oh right, which of you is Gao Pang? The young man confidently raises his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. That'll be me, he declares. The examiner, a man with a striking eye patch, raises an eyebrow. I didn't expect someone this young to score full marks on the written test, as expected of a young hero. The news spreads like wildfire. What? Full marks on the written test? This rascal. The young man, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, calmly addresses the examiner. Gao Peng, full marks. Sorry to disappoint you. A wave of disbelief washes over the examiner's face, morphing into pure fury. Damn you. A hand reaches out, a touch on a futuristic interface, the screen flickers to life. A group of students stands before a sleek, automated door, anticipation hangs heavy in the air as they prepare to enter. The door slides open, revealing a vast, technologically advanced testing facility. What a big place, one of them exclaims, awe evident in their voice. Welcome to the practical test. The instructions appear on a screen, outlining the challenge ahead. The rules are simple: defeat the monsters in the rooms, increase your grade within a week, but exceeding the allowed materials is a failure, and you'll have to pay for it. Li Jin, the examiner, addresses the students. His words carry the weight of authority, the air thick with anticipation. A nervous energy ripples through the crowd. The students know this exam is notoriously difficult, the method is random, making prediction impossible. A sinister smile plays on the examiner's lips. He knows something the students don't. A thrill of uncertainty grips one student as he approaches the selection box. His heart pounds in his chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. he hopes for a good outcome. With a nervous hand, he draws his fate from the depths of the machine. The slip of paper trembles in his grasp. The examiner's smirk widens, a silent acknowledgement of the student's fate. Another student, a young woman, reveals her assigned room number, 6. The tension is palpable. Our protagonist beams, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He got room 10. The practical test begins. The exam hall buzzes with nervous energy. Students, a sea of anxious faces, await their assignments. Then, a commanding voice cuts through the tension. The practical test will now officially begin. The air crackles with anticipation. A student approaches a sleek, futuristic door, the number 10 glowing softly above it. He's in charge of this room. A brief, polite exchange. A handshake seals the deal. The student is ready. A card swipes, the door unlocks. But something's wrong. A sudden, violent crash, the door bursts open, revealing a terrifying glimpse of crimson eyes in the darkness. A monstrous shadow looms, its presence heavy with malice. The student is trapped. A data screen reveals the threat, a red river ape, level 10, diseased and dispirited. Its weakness? Een attribute. The student is shocked. What happened to this red river ape? He asks, his voice laced with concern. The explanation is grim: over-experimentation, abandoned with conflicting energies. It was meant to be eliminated, but now it's a surprise test subject. Master Wang, on the phone, reassures a worried voice, "Don't worry, this will be handled properly." His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the tension building elsewhere. As he explains the challenges of the upcoming exam, the Red River Ape, a formidable opponent, demands incredible stubbornness and perseverance. The chances of survival? Extremely low. A student, eyes wide with apprehension, stares out from behind bars. The weight of the impending test is palpable. A chilling glimpse into the cage awaiting him. Two glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. Despite the warning, the student stands firm. "I appreciate the thought," he declares, "but I'm still going to choose it." A superior officer offers a curt farewell. "Good luck then." The heavy cage door creaks open, crunch, crunch. The sounds of the Red River apes approach echo ominously. And the student faces his terrifying opponent. The monstrous ape looms before him, a terrifying presence. The ape's anguished roar fills the air. A scientist observes, her face etched with concern, "The materials and dosage used for the culture medium are all correct, so why isn't it working?" Another scientist explains, "His body has too many conflicting energies. There's no way I'll be able to work on that, so I choose to give up." The students stare in disbelief. A monstrous Red River ape, its eyes blazing with primal fury, stands before them. Its power is palpable, a terrifying presence that fills the testing room. A low growl rumbles from deep within the ape's chest, rattle, its massive fists clench, shaking the very cage it's confined in. The ape unleashes a deafening roar. The sound is raw, untamed power, a terrifying display of untamed rage. One student's eyes reflect the horrifying scene, fear, stark and undeniable, etched into his very being. But amidst the chaos, Li Jin approaches the creature calmly, a hand outstretched, offering comfort. "Don't worry," he whispers, "I'll definitely help you evolve." He taps the screen, the upgrade requirements for his Red River ape displayed, a path to excellence is revealed. Two paths to evolution are presented, the normal route, and a distorted, pathological warping evolution, each with its own unique demands. The normal path demands an exorbitant amount of resources, far beyond his current budget. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths, the decision is clear. He selects the warped path, a risky gamble, but one he's willing to take. Beep. The screen displays the warped evolution's requirements: black candle grass, fed thrice daily for 3 days, followed by an elite ghoul-attributed core crystal, a dangerous recipe for power. The recipe is laid out before him: mix luminous powder, skull mushroom, and withering grass into sulfuric acid, then soak the Red River ape in it. Brother Joe raises an eyebrow, concern etched on his face. Black candle grass, skull mushroom, withering grass, these materials are all poisonous. Are you trying to foster the Red River ape or kill it? A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. Relax, Brother Joe, I know what I'm doing. A disease as serious as this would require equally strong medicine. Brother Joe, clearly unconvinced, leaves the room, the paper crinkling as he goes. 3 days later, the results are in, full marks on his written exam. Brother Joe shakes his head, muttering about another student who's all words but no action. The scene shifts to a lab. A young ape lies on a table, its condition worsening. Let me down, I can still continue the exam. A frantic cry rings out. Damn it! Just a little bit more and it'd be upgraded. Just what went wrong? The protagonist's face is a mask of frustration. This isn't right. He frantically checks his notes, equations swirling before his eyes. I strictly followed the material and measurement requirements for the culture medium, but why are there no results? The Red River ape, after consuming 3 days' worth of black candle grass, is at the peak of its mental and physical capabilities, a volatile cocktail of power and instability brewing within its very being. Meanwhile, the ghoul crystal core begins to take effect, a silent hum of energy resonating within the experimental medicine. Brother Joe's caution hangs heavy in the air. He warns of the risks, reminding the protagonist that this creature has endured countless experiments and might not react as expected. The protagonist, eyes blazing with a fierce determination, acknowledges the danger, but the weight of his mission pushes him forward. He's come too far to back down now. This is it. The moment of truth. With a key in hand, he approaches the cage. The Red River ape watches, its expression unreadable. Click. The lock yields, a tense silence hangs in the air as the cage door swings open. A blur of motion. The Red River ape explodes from its cage, a whirlwind of fur and fury. The protagonist is sent flying. The impact reverberates through the room, a crash of shattering glass and the thud of a body hitting the floor. But amidst the chaos, a smile plays on the protagonist's lips. Success? Or merely a temporary reprieve? A shadowy figure, cloaked in mystery, pulls back a heavy curtain, revealing a scene of otherworldly power. A dark, steaming bath, pulsating with an unnatural energy. The protagonist, ever the bold adventurer, addresses the Red River ape. Be a good boy and soak yourself in there. I guarantee you'll look at it as a new being. With a splash, the ape plunges into the mystical bath, a dark, swirling vortex erupts from the water. The transformation begins. The ape's form contorts, its features shifting in a terrifying display of power. A horrifying visage emerges from the depths, a creature of immense power and barely contained rage. The protagonist observes, a hint of concern in his eyes. Yikes, he's quite smart. But fear not. He reassures the now transformed ape with a gentle touch and a confident smile. Trust me. I can give you power, but you'll have to be brave. A gentle hand rests on the ape's head, a moment of shared understanding, a silent promise of a new beginning. Brother Joe observes from afar, his expression a mixture of apprehension and morbid fascination. It's heartbreaking to see how familiar he is with the process. The Red River ape, its form still shifting, struggles against the dark energies that swirl around it. Coughing, choking on the lingering smoke. The transformation is far from over. The alarm blares. Room 10 is ablaze. A young boy is at the heart of it all, an operational error sparking chaos. What's going on? A fire, they suspect, caused by a mishap. The team springs into action, racing towards the inferno. A wealthy man watches from afar, a smirk playing on his lips. His investment's reliability is being tested. The fire alarm's piercing shriek echoes, a sudden impact. A security guard is sent flying, a powerful force strikes. Confusion reigns. What unseen force lurks within? A fire alarm blares, echoing through the sterile corridors, but something's wrong. The air is thick with smoke, not flames. Brother Joe, a young man with glasses, appears, his expression a mixture of surprise and mild concern. He's clearly out of place amidst the confusion. A security guard bursts onto the scene, his voice sharp with alarm. The commotion is clearly significant enough to warrant his immediate attention. Brother Joe offers a sheepish apology, his focus clearly elsewhere moments before. He seems more preoccupied with his work than the unfolding chaos. The all clear is given. Room 10 has been checked, and no abnormalities were found. The security guard begins to dismiss the others. But as the guards begin to leave, a new figure arrives, his presence exuding an air of authority and suspicion. What's going on? The newcomer questions the cause of the commotion, his gaze sharp and intense. Was it truly a simple malfunction? The initial assessment is dismissed as the truth is revealed. The young man's actions were far from accidental, this was no simple mistake. A wealthy man watches from afar, a smirk playing on his lips. The experiment, it seems, has failed, but his amusement is palpable. From the depths of the room, a monstrous, clawed hand bursts forth, shattering the wall. The experiment's failure is far more dramatic than anyone anticipated. From the depths of the murky water, a horrifying silhouette emerges, its form vaguely humanoid, yet undeniably monstrous. Burning purple flames lick at its skeletal features. Brother Joe stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. A ghost, he stammers, his voice barely a whisper. The security guards beside him are equally shocked, their earlier nonchalance replaced by sheer panic. The creature rises, its movements surprisingly swift and fluid despite its imposing size. A powerful surge of water erupts as it breaks the surface. With a sudden burst of speed, Brother Joe leaps back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow from the monstrous claw. The air crackles with energy as the creature unleashes its power. The creature's attack sends a shockwave through the water. The impact is immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Brother Joe finds himself face to face with the creature's terrifying visage, its glowing blue eyes pierce through him, radiating an aura of immense power and malice. The security guards exchange worried glances. "What is that?" one of them whispers, fear evident in his voice. The wealthy man, however, remains calm, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "That is the Red River ape," he states, his tone confident in knowing. So he isn't all talk after all. This kid really did it. A holographic display appears before Brother Joe, detailing the creature's stats: Skull Ghoul Ape, Level 11, Elite Tier, Perfect Grade. Brother Joe's eyes widen in disbelief. I can't believe it worked. This system is very powerful. Brother Joe smiles confidently. As long as I have enough materials, I can easily evolve the grade of any monster. The Skull Ghoul Ape's body continues to shift and grow, its bone structure hardening and becoming almost metallic in appearance. A bystander gasps, "Whoa, the gas surrounding the bone has more mass." The bone also looks like it's made of metal. A seasoned expert leans in, his eyes gleaming with professional curiosity. Ghoul attribute monsters? Rare even within the association's ranks. But the real prize isn't the monster itself. No, the true treasure is the breeder. The one who achieved this incredible feat. A close-up on wide, shocked eyes. The sheer magnitude of the accomplishment is almost palpable. Brother Joe, brimming with pride, announces his success to his colleague. "Phone, look! I managed to successfully evolve the Red River ape." A wave of purple energy erupts. The Red River ape transforms into something far more terrifying. A Skull Ghoul ape. Boo-hoo! Brother Joe stands proudly, a dark aura emanating from the newly evolved Skull Ghoul ape at his side. He's achieved the impossible. He gestures towards the creature, a hint of playful arrogance in his tone. "Come on," he says, almost teasingly. "I've already helped you raise your grade. Is there anything else you're still not satisfied with?" A gentle touch, a final burst of energy flows into the Skull Ghoul ape, completing its transformation. The evolution is complete. The expert's expression shifts. These successfully evolved monsters are usually only achieved by those with exceptional work ethic, but this time, it's different. No matter what, he'll take it. Since that's the case, you can have it. The experts stare, mouths agape, a storm of questions brewing in their eyes. Brother Joe's smirk widens, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he surveys his creation. A clandestine exchange unfolds in a sterile, modern laboratory. The air crackles with anticipation as a mysterious purple energy pulses ominously. A bizarre, two-headed creature points a stubby finger. To me, it seems to squeak, its surprise palpable. One of the scientists explains, his tone professional yet guarded, "This is a new monster species not listed in our records." Little is known about its data. However, it appears to have successfully evolved into something truly terrifying. A spectral skull ghoul ape materializes, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The scientist gestures towards the creature, a hint of fear in his eyes. "Would you like to take it with you?" The protagonist's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning realization. Successfully evolved? It's more than that. A data screen reveals the truth: Skull Ghoul Ape, Level 11, Elite Tier, Perfect Grade. It's a Commander Tier monster waiting to be unleashed, and all he has to do is hit level 20. No. A shadowy figure looms, its power palpable. Commander Tier strength, they say. The protagonist stares, wide-eyed. This isn't the Red River Ape anymore. It's evolved. The sheer power is almost overwhelming. Doubt flickers. "I don't think this fits the compliance," he whispers, a tremor in his voice. The director explains, a smug grin spreading across his face. 6 experiments, all leading to this moment. This evolved monster is the result of their relentless pursuit. Accusations fly. "This monster should have been eliminated," one shouts, pointing a finger. "A young brat couldn't have helped it evolve." The director dismisses their concerns. "Definitely not something this inexperienced kid could achieve," he scoffs, his confidence unwavering. But the truth is revealed. He must have cheated. The director's words hang heavy in the air. The discussion continues, focusing on the difficulty of the test. It was far beyond what a beginner monster breeder could manage. A seed of doubt is planted. A theory emerges. Perhaps the protagonist accidentally learned some advanced methods, healing the monster in the process. The final accusation. "So what you're trying to imply is that he managed to evolve the monster with an incredible stroke of luck, so the test results should be invalid?" The results are in. A success, but the director isn't convinced. He raises a hand, a wave of suspicion rippling through the room. The association's reputation is at stake. The director's laughter echoes, sharp and cold. This isn't just about a certificate, it's about upholding tradition. A tradition he believes the protagonist has violated. "Spoiled idiots," he sneers, his words dripping with disdain. The challenge is issued, a show of skills. The air crackles with anticipation. And the protagonist, eyes blazing with defiance, unleashes a surge of power. A shadow monster materializes, a terrifying display of raw strength. The ground trembles beneath the monster's might. A breathtaking spectacle of power. But the protagonist's eyes, caught in the crossfire of suspicion. This was supposed to be simple. Now, he's embroiled in a mess of accusations. "I'm young? So I cheated," he retorts, his voice laced with frustration. The director's anger flares. He dismisses the protagonist's explanation, his words cutting like knives. The director's gaze is sharp, his suspicion a palpable thing in the air. Just because someone succeeded, while you thought it was impossible, doesn't mean something fishy isn't going on. How petty. A tranquil scene unfolds. Red River apes, their fur the color of sunset, bathe in a shallow pool. The text explains their name's origin, a detail seemingly insignificant, but crucial to understanding the protagonist's actions. The director scoffs, thinking it's a water attribute monster just because of the word river in its name. What a fool. A colossal, shadowy figure looms, a terrifying manifestation of power. The text reveals the ingredients used to summon it: large amounts of water, ingredients, and the protagonist's unconventional methods. The blonde woman's disbelief is clear. Nonsense. So you're saying that the Red River ape's weakness is Yin type? Shouldn't it be Wood type? Another expert weighs in, confirming the unexpected truth. Although the Red River ape fears the Wood type attribute, its weakness is indeed Yin type. This is also one of the test points. The protagonist explains his strategy. The water attribute and Yin energies had permeated the Red River ape's body, requiring an unconventional approach to remove them. 3 days of meticulous work. A careful concoction of black candle grass, undead materials, and a ghoul crystal core. The results are terrifyingly effective. The protagonist's face is serious, his warning clear. There is nothing worth hiding regarding the materials, but I advise everyone against simply experimenting with it. Because the extremely crucial part of this procedure lies in the amount and order of materials used. If you're unsure, don't blindly go about it. He turns his back, leaving the director and his associates speechless, the weight of his revelation hanging heavy in the air. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Accusations fly, the weight of suspicion pressing down on the protagonist. But his calm demeanor speaks volumes. He stands firm, a picture of controlled defiance. Director Fong, ever the pragmatist, assesses the situation. His gaze sharp, calculating. Weighing the evidence, considering the protagonist's bold claims. The blonde woman, initially skeptical, now shows a flicker of doubt. Her expression shifts from disbelief to grudging acceptance. The truth, it seems, is starting to dawn. Whispers ripple through the room. The weight of the revelation settles. A palpable shift in the atmosphere. The tide is turning. The protagonist's hand rises, a gesture of quiet confidence. He's ready to testify. And the truth, explosive and undeniable, is about to shatter the carefully constructed facade. The hammer falls. With irrefutable evidence and a witness present, the director delivers his verdict: Xu Wang, disqualified and fired for cheating on the breeder's examination for years. A collective sigh of relief sweeps through the room. Justice is served. The crowd murmurs their approval, a wave of satisfaction washing over them. The director, a picture of controlled composure, extends an invitation. A gesture of reconciliation, perhaps? But the protagonist remains wary. He senses there's more to this than meets the eye. A favor requested in return for a drink, what could it be? A triumphant grin spreads across his face. So, this is an intermediate monster breeder certification, he exclaims, eyes gleaming with excitement. He continues reading, a thoughtful expression replacing the initial elation. I heard this can add an extra 30 points to the college entrance exam. Boarding a bus, a wave of satisfaction washes over him. I've really struck gold in the exam this time. I even got a free excellent grade monster too. He taps his ID card against the reader. The efficiency of the agency is surprisingly high, a stark contrast to his past experiences. Normally, the efficiency of an agency wouldn't be this high. It's great being on good terms with the boss. A subtle shift in his demeanor. A hint of seriousness clouds his usually bright eyes. Speaking of which, inside Feng Shou's office, a formal meeting unfolds. Gao, Mr. I hope you'd be able to represent Chang'an City in the upcoming World Monster Breeder Tournament. Chang'an's track record in the World Monster Breeder Tournament? Dismal, to say the least, years of near-total failure. But that's about to change. A confident smile spreads across the face of the official. Even a teenager can compete. It's a level playing field. But his eyes gleam with a knowing look. Except for one thing, Gao's potential. He's a prodigy. The news of an international tournament spreads like wildfire. Whispers of doubt and nervous laughter fill the room. A somber reflection on past failures. The meager consolation prize barely covers expenses. Hesitation. The weight of expectation bears down on Gao. Is this too much? But then, a surge of determination. Director Feng's resolve is unshakable. This is nothing compared to the responsibility. The decision is made. The tournament awaits. But what is that? A chilling presence. A rare ghoul-type monster materializes before him. Unease fills the air. A closer look. Its skeletal frame is unmistakable. This is no ordinary creature. 10,000 credits for the top 10, a prize too tempting to ignore. A sigh escapes Gao's lips. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. But the monstrous power before him is undeniable. A chilling presence fills the air. The skeletal beast lunges, its icy grip tightening around its victim. MMPH, MMPH. The muffled cries are cut short. A father's desperate plea echoes in the silence. In order to raise you and Z, your dad has no choice but to sell his body. The monster's hunger is insatiable. Z eats a lot and I don't think your appetite is any less either, the father explains, his voice heavy with exhaustion. A wry smile spreads across Gao's face. It's really hard for your dad to raise you guys. It's my fault for being young. Not only am I very handsome for my age, but I am also insanely talented, he muses, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Whispers ripple through the crowd. I'm pretty sure this guy hasn't formed a contract with that monster yet, right? To be able to tame a fierce monster like that. When did Chang'an gain a new master? Gao approaches the beast, a calm demeanor masking his inner turmoil. Why not just look for sisters to hang out and discuss it, he suggests, his voice surprisingly gentle. A sudden gust of wind whips past, carrying with it an ominous energy. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts. The skeletal monster reels from the unexpected attack. A searing bolt of power cleaving through its form. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The monster staggers, its movements hampered, a crimson wound blossoming across its chest. Gao, winded but defiant, clutches his aching back. Ugh, dummy, why did you suddenly push me? The monster groans, its movements sluggish. Pain etched across its glowing skull. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Despite his injury, Gao's resolve remains unbroken. Relax, it's all right. We'll all be a family from now on. A bizarre, purple worm-like creature slithers into view. Dummy, apparently, has a new friend. Gao stares, utterly bewildered. A storm of question marks swirls around his head. A sleek, confident woman approaches. Gao Peng. Z and I came to fetch you. Recognition dawns in Gao's eyes. Sister Tang. Sister Tang, on the phone, inquires about Z, a curious, worm-like creature. A small, bald figure points at Z, adding to the scene's whimsical nature. Sister Tang beams, proudly stating Z's improved health and strength. She credits her own care, highlighting Z's transformation. But Gao, skeptical, counters with a clinical assessment, extreme overnutrition. The stark contrast between Sister Tang's pride and Gao's scientific observation sets the stage for a humorous clash. Sister Tang laughs, explaining that Z's plumpness is simply a matter of perspective. She playfully dismisses Gao's concerns, emphasizing Z's improved condition. Suddenly, a skeletal monster appears, its glowing blue flames flickering. A tense moment hangs in the air as the monster seems to be in pain, clutching its chest. Sister Tang, ever practical, redirects the conversation back to Gao's day, playfully slapping him on the shoulder. The shift in focus is abrupt, yet effective in diffusing the tension. Gao, nonchalantly, recounts his day, casually mentioning a run-in with a monster that failed to evolve 6 times. His calm demeanor belies the extraordinary nature of his statement. The narrative takes a sharp turn as Gao reveals the unexpected outcome: the monster evolved, and he received an intermediate monster breeder certificate. The surprise is palpable. Sister Tang's reaction is one of disbelief and astonishment. Her eyes widen, reflecting her shock at Gao's incredible achievement. Gao proudly displays his certificate, confirming the truth of his unbelievable story. The final panel leaves the reader with a sense of wonder and anticipation for what's to come. Sister Tang's eyes gleam with amusement as she addresses Gao, a hint of playful challenge in her tone. Xiaopeng, the rate you're growing is really surprising to me. Gao, caught off guard, stammers, Sister Tang? He hesitates, gathering his thoughts before revealing something important. I wanted to prepare myself a little bit before telling you this. The question hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. What could it be? Sister Tang's words cut through the silence, sharp and insightful. Do you know why monster trainers have such a high status? A chilling image flashes across the screen, a lone monster trainer, vulnerable, facing a deadly threat. A single sniper, a single bullet, enough to end a life. The narration continues, to put it simply. A monster trainer's familiar, no matter how much you've trained, is still a non-ego. A single sniper or a single bullet can easily threaten the lives of monster trainers. Gao's eyes widen in realization. Unless what you're saying is, aside from familiars, monster trainers have another form of defense? Sister Tang smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. So, do you want to learn it? A secret technique is revealed, a method to transfer damage taken to one's familiar. But there's a catch, the familiar's defense is far superior to a human's, an extra layer of protection. The bond between the boy and his familiar deepens, a connection as strong as an invisible string. The contract is formed, a new power is unlocked. Sister Tang's gift is more than it seems. His familiar has transformed, it's bigger. A playful jab, a moment of levity, but the boy's expression turns serious. A spectral figure emerges from the mirror, a chilling presence. The boy's eyes widen as a shadowy creature emerges from his phone screen, a grotesque stone beast, its form writhing with dark energy. A strange, serpentine creature, purple and yellow, writhes on the floor, its movements sluggish, almost comical. The creature takes flight, transforming into a bizarre flying carpet. The boy's face is a mixture of surprise and apprehension. I don't want to raise a flying fat centipede in the future. Day 2. Chang'an City Central. The towering skyscrapers of the city loom large, a stark contrast to the boy's previous surroundings. A young woman, Sister Tang, waves enthusiastically from across the street, a reunion long awaited. Sister Tang's words are reassuring, a breath of fresh air amidst the boy's recent chaotic experiences. It wasn't long at all, you're already an intermediate monster breeder, yet you're still willing to help me out at my shoddy company. We haven't even celebrated yet. The imposing building of the Monster Breeder Agency stands tall, a testament to the boy's ambition and a reminder of past setbacks. I'd worked with a partner to open a small monster breeder agency. I even invested quite a big sum of money into it. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy in the air, a business partner's treachery leaves a bitter taste. But he took all the money and even took all the monster breeders with him as well. Despite the setbacks, a glimmer of hope remains. Sister Tang's words offer comfort and a renewed sense of purpose. Sister Tang, the location of this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. The location of the agency is revealed, right in the city's most lavish streets, a strategic, if expensive, choice. A city street, bustling with life, but the boy's focus is elsewhere. His brow furrows, a question forming in his mind: why does Sister Tang seem so off today? Sister Tang, her usual composure slightly fractured, clears her throat. A subtle shift in her demeanor, a hint of nervousness? The elevator doors gleam, promising a journey upward, to a place of secrets and revelations. The details of the job are laid out: a lavish studio, a generous salary, and a unique opportunity, but the boy senses something is amiss. Sister Tang explains the reality of the Monster Breeder Agency's current predicament, a shortage of breeders, leading to a desperate search for new talent, and a potentially risky proposition. The boy's eyes widen, taking in the enormity of the situation. The perks are undeniable, yet the risks, they loom large. A shadow of doubt crosses his face. But Sister Tang's words strike a chord. Her past, her vulnerability, her unwavering loyalty, it's a bond forged in hardship. A decision made. The boy's resolve hardens. He'll face whatever challenges lie ahead for Sister Tang. The elevator ascends, carrying them towards an uncertain future, a future where their destinies intertwine. Sister Tang's nervous energy is palpable. A silent prayer for success, or perhaps a desperate hope for survival? The sleek, modern lobby of the Flying Rock Monster breeding studio hums with quiet efficiency. Sister Tang guides the boy through the polished hallways, her steps brisk and purposeful. A cheerful receptionist, Quan Quan, greets them with a bright smile. "Aya, Quan Quan, good timing," Sister Tang exclaims, introducing the boy to the expert he's been assigned to work with. With a wave and a final word of encouragement, Sister Tang departs, leaving the boy alone with Quan Quan, a nervous flutter in his stomach. The boy's apprehension is palpable as he enters the Flying Rock Monster breeding studio. The sign itself seems to whisper of strange possibilities. Quan Quan, ever efficient, guides him through the registration process, her words a calming balm to his anxieties. A seasoned professional, Quan Quan observes the boy with a knowing look, a subtle hint of amusement in her eyes as she processes his paperwork. How young? The certificate is issued, confirming his status as an intermediate monster breeder, a title that seems almost too easy to obtain. Alone, the boy reflects on his new position, a thoughtful expression on his face. He sips his drink, strategizing his next move. If I want to earn big bucks for Sister Tang Tang, I'll probably need to decide on a standard price. His confidence grows as he realizes his unique advantage, a near-guaranteed success rate. I'm different from other monster breeders. As long as they follow my instructions, it's practically a 100% rate of success at promotion. The boy, eyes gleaming with ambition, declares, I might not be money-oriented, but if I were to accept an offer, it'll be for the sake of knowledge. Sister Tang smiles, handing him his certificate. Gao Pang, your registration is complete. But a shadow falls over the scene as Sister Tang explains the high price for an inexperienced breeder. The boy's expression shifts. A mixture of surprise and determination hardening his gaze. So what you're trying to say is? A stern-faced man appears, looming over the boy. You'll have to prove you're worthy of it. The challenge is laid down. The man's words echo, as long as you're able to heal my familiar, don't care about it being 3 times the price. Tenfold the reward? The man's offer is outrageous, but the young expert calmly counters, you don't need to do that. He stands firm, even when pressed. 3 times the amount is sufficient. The expert's confidence is unwavering. A challenge issued, where's your familiar? I will have to take a look before giving you an answer. Trust earned, a deal sealed, a small, precious package is revealed. A gasp escapes the assistant's lips as the container opens, revealing a tiny, injured creature. The creature whimpers, a tiny, pathetic sound. Will it survive? The data is in. A purple electric rat, elite level 19, suffering from mild injury. One word, yes or no? A close-up on the young expert's eyes, his pupils blazing with an intense crimson light, a sign of focused concentration. The assistant, his face etched with worry, demands an explanation. What did you make it eat to become like this? The man explains, his voice strained, Ganoderma. I was hoping for it to evolve. Can you treat it? I'm begging you. A detailed recipe unfolds before our eyes, variation evolution. Ingredients, Shadow Fruit X5, Scarlet Maple Pit 50g, Golden Lightning Leaves 500g. Instructions, combine ingredients, boil, add Bloodbat Monster Core Crystal, Elite Rank, then. The young expert, now armed with the knowledge, instructs his assistant, 5 Shadow Fruit, 50g Scarlet Maple Pit, 500g Golden Lightning Leaves, and 1 Bloodbat Monster Core Crystal. Hurry, go. The man eagerly agrees, do you know the monster breeder's guidelines? We'll come up with the plan and we'll source the materials for you, but you'll have to pay for them. Not a problem. The young expert, a confident smile playing on his lips, reassures the worried owner, with me around, it'll be hard for you to fail your evolution. The scene shifts to a sterile, brightly lit treatment room. The air hums with anticipation. The young expert, now in his lab coat, prepares for the procedure. A faint blue aura emanates from his hands as he raises them, ready to work his magic. The young expert's brow furrows, concern etched on her face. Is this the method my purple electric rat needs to evolve? She asks, her voice laced with uncertainty. Across the kitchen, the assistant, Mr. Gao Ping, hums thoughtfully, a pot simmering on the stove. Is there a problem? He asks, his tone calm but observant. The young expert's eyes widen in alarm. What do you think? She exclaims, her voice sharp with anxiety. With a flick of his wrist, Mr. Gao Ping tosses a small, purple creature into the bubbling pot. A tiny squeak escapes its lips as it splashes into the broth. How much would we have to compensate this time? The young expert thinks, her heart sinking. The little creature bobs gently in the steaming liquid, its tiny form almost swallowed by the broth. Glug, glug, the sounds of the simmering liquid fill the air. Mr. Gao Ping smiles, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Would you like to have a taste of rat soup? It'll nourish your yin energy and replenish your yang energy. The young expert recoils, horrified. No. He chuckles, lifting the lid to reveal a steaming pot of something far different than soup. Loosen up, it was just a joke to lighten the mood. Mr. Ma, take a look. The contents of the pot are revealed, a carefully prepared medicinal bath. I'm not making soup, this is a medical bath I curated for your familiar. Heating it up helps it absorb the medication more effectively. The young expert's relief is palpable. I must stay calm, I must stay calm. Meanwhile, Mr. Gao Ping continues his explanation, his voice low and serious. The heavens are about to bestow great aid onto this rat, so it must be boiled a little more. Let it simmer for another 10 minutes, hee hee. 10 minutes have passed, the tension in the room is palpable. A worried voice breaks the silence. Is it done? Teacher Gao Ping, aren't you boiling it a little too long? The assistant, ever calm, reassures, relax, it should be done soon. Suddenly, a burst of energy. A blinding flash erupts from the pot, revealing a small, pink creature, exhausted but alive. The familiar is bathed in an ethereal glow. A beam of intense purple light shoots out, shattering the pot. The energy surging through the room with unstoppable force. The purple energy blasts through the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The young expert gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. It succeeded. My familiar really evolved. The details are revealed. Monster name, Purple Electric Blood Mouse. Monster level, 20, Elite Tier. Monster grade, Perfect. Monster attribute, Electric/Blood. The assistant beams with pride. You hit the jackpot with this one. Perfect grade and dual attribute. To do this, you only need to train it a little more, and it'll directly advance into a commander tier familiar. Don't worry, all you did was spend money on my service. Alright, listed here are the damages for my office, as well as the consultation fees. Please remember to pay for them later. No problem. Sorry to trouble you, but please send all the materials from this list to my house later. You can deduct the amount from my pay. Mr. Gao Ping, I have another familiar that I'd like you to take a look at as well. Do you think I'd be able to make an appointment for tomorrow according to your schedule? Money isn't an issue. 3 times no, I'm willing to fork. It's not about that. I have classes tomorrow, so I won't be available. Classes? Do you still have to have lessons to spike your standards? What are you saying? It's just the regular third-year senior high classes. Alright, I'm going to head home and call it a day. Are all high schoolers this scary now? A few days ago, an older sister Tang spent an exorbitant amount to buy this studio, just to lay off all the monster breeders. She even told me to keep this a secret from Gao Ping. I thought it was just a ploy thing for rich people like them, but I didn't expect this to be the real deal. A woman examines a glowing core crystal. The quality of this core crystal is not bad, she muses, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. She gestures, and a spectral dragon materializes beside her. Send this over for me. The dragon obeys, its ethereal form slithering towards the crystal. And with a soft thump, the crystal is deposited outside a window. A small, purple creature scurries to retrieve it. Its movements quick and silent as it darts across the floor. Suddenly, a skeletal figure appears, its empty sockets glowing ominously. A dark orb pulsates within its chest. The purple creature, dummy, zips across the floor, a blur of motion. The text above indicates a command, a swift obedience to its master's will. Dummy's expression shifts, a blush creeps onto its cheeks, a hint of apprehension, perhaps? Suddenly, a skeletal figure bursts forth from the shadows, a dark orb pulsating ominously within its chest. The question mark explodes from the panel, mirroring our shock. More details about Dummy's needs are revealed: 7.5 kilograms of cedar needles, a month's worth of food, and the potential for epic growth. The man, concerned about Dummy's evolution, contemplates the challenges ahead. He knows of epic-grade monsters only from books and television. A level 10 electric monster core crystal is needed for DayZ to evolve. The task seems monumental, the cost prohibitive. His worried thoughts are interrupted. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air. Crap, something happened at home. The man's face is etched with alarm, he's racing against time. He sprints, leaping over obstacles, his every movement fueled by a desperate urgency. A sense of dread hangs heavy in the air. Reaching for a door, his hand outstretched, the panel ends on a cliffhanger. Dumbfounded, the man stares as two monstrous centipedes slither into his apartment. Their segmented bodies ripple with an unnatural energy. A detailed scan reveals their identity: purple-backed yellow-clawed centipedes, level 8, currently evolving. They've consumed massive amounts of Thunder Titan crystal. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Thunder Titan core crystal? That's incredibly expensive. His thoughts race. How could his pet even get its paws on something so valuable? A small, angelic creature floats nearby, seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, a shadow darts past. Sister Tang Tang? Could she be involved? The man confronts his sister. Tang, were you the one who fed DayZ this core crystal? He gestures wildly at the giant centipedes. You should have at least given me a heads up. Sister Tang Tang chuckles nervously. You'd have definitely rejected the idea if I had informed you beforehand. She's here to give him something, but he's already furious. Look how careless you are. You just left them there and rushed home? She explains that she only earned a few days' worth of pay. How could she possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? The man, slightly annoyed but trying to be understanding, bids his sister goodnight. He's clearly exhausted from dealing with the day's events. Meanwhile, a mischievous voice narrates the absurdity of the situation, highlighting the sister's unusual gift-giving habits. The brother confronts his purple creature companion, DayZ, about its voracious appetite. You glutton! Stop eating whatever you set your eyes on. He's concerned about DayZ's evolution and seeks a way to accelerate the process. Researching frantically, he scans through notes detailing DayZ's consumption of various materials. A series of objects are tossed aside, they're not the right ingredients. The search continues. Until a glimmer of hope. A mid-ranged purple poison flower, the perfect catalyst. With focused determination, he prepares a potion. The whirring of the blender fills the kitchen. And DayZ gulps it down. A surge of energy erupts. The transformation begins. The potion takes effect. DayZ, the purple-backed thunder centipede, convulses in a maelstrom of purple energy. A shockwave shattering the nearby window. The raw power is almost overwhelming. Its form shifts, reshaping itself with terrifying speed. A new, more powerful body emerging from the chaos. The man watches with bated breath. The transformation is complete. The data streams in, confirming the results. DayZ is now a level 9, excellent grade monster. The man grins, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. It's finally done. He muses, I didn't expect DayZ to reach excellent grade so easily. Is this what it's like to ride on someone's coattails? Meanwhile, the skeletal figure observes the evolved Dizzy with a mixture of surprise and something else. Is it concern? The man approaches Dizzy, offering a bowl of what appears to be a specially prepared meal. Compared to how you looked, you're too kind. I bought this for you today, eat up. Dizzy hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty in its newly evolved eyes. Energy crackles. A surge of power courses through Dizzy's skeletal form, a vibrant red orb glows at its core. The transformation is complete. Dizzy stands, smaller but undeniably more powerful. Xiaopeng smiles, offering a small cake. Be a good boy and continue eating, he says, his voice gentle but firm. Xiaopeng's expression is one of pride and careful planning. He knows this is just the beginning. You just finished evolving, so it'd be better to stabilize you for now. Let me look for the most suitable materials for you, then evolve you again. A burst of light. Dizzy's evolution is far from over. It's already showing signs of incredible growth. A new form emerges, a powerful, insectoid creature. Its eyes gleam with newfound strength. The creature snuggles under a blanket, a surprising display of vulnerability after its dramatic transformation. A moment of peace before the next challenge. But the watchful eyes of a mysterious woman linger in the shadows. Is this the calm before the storm, she wonders, a hint of apprehension in her gaze? Xiaopeng is urged to act quickly. Xiaopeng, you've got to grow up quickly. The imposing structure of the academy looms before us, a place of learning, but also, perhaps, a battleground. An eruption of anger. How can you allow the enrollment of these monsters? The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the calm exterior of the academy. The official's face is a mask of worry. All the students are still children. They haven't had any professional training yet. His voice cracks with a mixture of frustration and fear. But if this were in ancient times, they'd already be considered grown-ups and would be wielding weapons in order to protect our country. That tense situation, now. The weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy. He sighs, a sound of defeat. We might be researching and developing new techniques now, but the speed is way too slow. A flash of light. Two beams of energy crisscross the panel, showcasing the rapid evolution of the creatures. As time passes, their forms shift and change. A monstrous feline creature, claws extended, eyes blazing, unleashes a surge of raw energy. The very air crackles with power. The scene shifts to a seemingly ordinary classroom. But the tension is palpable, you can practically feel the unease radiating from the students. Xiaopeng, the name echoes through the room, a whisper of awe and disbelief. He's become something more. His back is to us, but the subtle shift in his posture speaks volumes. A weight of newfound responsibility settles on his young shoulders. And the newspaper headline confirms it, Xiaopeng, the youngest intermediate monster breeder in the association. A celebrity is born. But amidst the excitement, a shadow of concern flickers. The weight of his fame, it's not all celebratory. A quiet approach, a serious tone. The academy official has a request, a presumptuous one, for the newly minted celebrity. A simple, defiant refusal. The young breeder's gaze is unwavering, his resolve clear. The academy official's voice is firm, but a hint of nervousness betrays her words, a risky proposition, indeed. Xiaopeng's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension clouding his features. He's caught in the spotlight, and it's not entirely comfortable. The air crackles with anticipation as the academy official's voice booms across the room, a sudden shift in atmosphere. Silence. Then, the announcement. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A wave of shock ripples through the room. World-altering reforms are on the horizon. A collaboration between the Alliance Education Department and the Armed Forces. The implications are vast. The news spreads like wildfire. Cadets with exceptional results will be fast-tracked to elite institutions. And the Armed Forces training begins immediately. The future is uncertain, but the pace is relentless. Whispers fill the classroom. A reform so sudden, so unexpected. What could have caused this seismic shift? Gao Peng's name is called. The academy official has something to say to him. The commendation arrives like a thunderclap. Gao Peng's achievements are undeniable, even the principal sings his praises. His exceptional performance in securing the intermediary monster breeder certificate is a testament to his skill. But the accolades are not enough. Gao Peng's ambition burns brighter than any award. His quiet smile hides a burning desire for something more. He reveals his true intentions. Actually, I really want to apply as a monster trainer cadet. His teacher, initially surprised, considers the implications. Becoming a monster trainer cadet is a viable path, but not necessarily the most beneficial. The path is clear, but the choice is his. A beat of silence, a thoughtful pause, the weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. The teacher's eyes narrow, a silent calculation underway. Then, a sudden shift. The scene changes, revealing military vehicles outside the window. The implications are clear: this is no ordinary school. The teacher explains the advantages of the monster trainer cadet path. With his certificate, Gao Peng would have no trouble entering top colleges, even internationally. But Gao Peng is not interested in the easy route. A majestic, glowing wolf is shown, chained and waiting. The scene shifts to a pair of soldiers preparing for something. The tension ratchets up. Gao Peng expresses his gratitude for his teacher's guidance, but his resolve is firm. He wants real-world experience, to learn from real combat, and to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. His eyes burn with determination. And his teacher, though initially hesitant, ultimately smiles, accepting his student's bold decision. "You rascal!" A final bow of respect. Gao Peng's decision is made. The weight of his choice settles on his shoulders, a mix of determination and a touch of apprehension. Afternoon. The sun shines brightly on the selection round candidates. Their confidence is palpable, a silent energy humming in the air. A wave of excitement washes over the crowd. "Amazing," someone shouts, the energy infectious. Gao Peng, caught in the current, feels a surge of anticipation. A familiar face appears, Tan Xianjin. "Peng, you're registering as a monster trainer cadet too," he exclaims, surprise evident in his voice. The group's surprise turns to curiosity. "You a monster breeder?" "Your grades are good too," one of them remarks, their tone a mix of admiration and questioning. Gao Peng's grin widens. "Sigh, I'm doing all this for my childhood dreams," he explains, his eyes sparkling with a nostalgic fervor. "My favorite cartoon back then was Godraman." His enthusiasm is infectious. "The pets in there are super cool. I intend to be the partner of the strongest monster breeder," he declares, his voice brimming with ambition. A quick clarification. "Blah blah blah. I meant that as an adjective, not a noun," he corrects himself, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. The scene shifts to the training field. "All right, I got it." "Hurry and catch up, the field is right ahead," Gao Peng says, his excitement building. A gasp escapes his lips. "Wow, it's the newest armored fighting vehicle," he marvels, his eyes wide with wonder. The sheer scale of the vehicle is awe-inspiring. A chilling close-up. The instructor's eyes blaze with an intense, crimson light. A palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from him. Even from afar, Tan Xianjin feels the pressure, his wide eyes speak volumes. The selection process begins. The instructor's words cut through the nervous energy of the cadets. "You're all very brave, but did you really think you can become monster trainers?" He presses further, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Without strong will and belief, the moment you see a real monster, you'll run away. Your legs will tremble like noodles." The cadets murmur in agreement, they've seen this man's reputation in action. But the instructor's expression shifts. A hint of a smile plays on his lips as he reveals a powerful, glowing creature. "Then, let me give you some insight." A soldier stands guard, his powerful, ice-blue wolf at his side, a formidable pair, ready for action. Orders are given, sharp and concise, the mission is clear. A thick armored plate, a testament to the mission's danger, it's all set up. The soldier and his wolf prepare to move, a sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a blur of motion, a swift, powerful strike. The armored plate shatters with a resounding crash, the impact sends a shockwave through the ground. The wolf unleashes its fury, a blinding flash of power, the enemy is caught completely off guard. The ice wolf unleashes a devastating blow. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving onlookers speechless. Jaws drop, eyes wide with disbelief. It destroyed that thick barrier in just one hit? The sheer power is undeniable. Did you see that clearly? That's the killing power of a trained familiar. A chilling realization dawns. The monsters you'll face in the future will be just as strong, or even stronger. This is your last chance to quit. So many left, so many carried away by their excitement. A wave of uncertainty washes over the remaining recruits. Why do you have your heads down? It's not like you did anything wrong. A reassuring voice cuts through the tension. But the weight of their decision remains. Study is also a good path. A glimmer of hope, but it's different for the chosen. You've chosen to stay. The instructor's words carry a hidden threat. From now on, if you give up, you'll be a real deserter, and I do not wish to see any deserters. Understood? The instructor's words echo, a challenge ringing in the air. I can't hear you. A cityscape stretches out, a silent backdrop to the brewing storm. Suddenly, a thud. He hits the couch hard, the impact jarring. His eyes widen, a wave of realization washing over him. I might have prepared myself ahead of time, but a gnawing hunger takes hold. Hungry. His stomach rumbles, a cartoonish depiction of his plight. He recalls the instructor's grim warning. Based on what Colonel Chen said, within a month, only 1,200 registered students from the city schools will be remaining. A weight of dread settles upon him. Isn't the rate of elimination way too high? He searches frantically, a desperate hope flickering in his eyes. His face crumples in despair. I stuffed it full of cedar needles, where did they go? Only one needle remains. Just one stick? Chaos erupts. A small, fiery creature vanishes in a flash, leaving behind a bewildered student, eyes wide with shock. What in the world happened? A sigh escapes his lips. The student's shoulders slump, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Next time if you want to eat more, just tell me. Okay? He pats the shadowy figure on the back, a mixture of exasperation and affection in his expression. Ugh, I gave you the right name all right, starting at the wall. Dumbly. His brow furrows in concentration, eyes glued to his phone screen. The numbers paint a clear picture. Dumbly's evolution demands 300 kilograms of cedar needles, a daunting task. Relief washes over him as he reviews his successful order, 15 kilograms of cedar needles and 5 kilograms of thunder figs. 500 g of cedar needles costs 1,000 alliance dollars. I'll still be able to afford him eating 7.5 kilograms a day since it costs only 5 credit points. He considers the implications, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's a good thing that he's able to eat. The more benefits of the ingredients he absorbs, the stronger he'll become. That also evolve again soon. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The weight of responsibility settles upon him. And then there's DZ, this rascal. He stares at his phone, calculating the costs. To promote DZ to a perfect grade, I'll have to first feed it 100 kilograms of figs. Thunder figs are slightly cheaper than cedar needles and only cost 200 alliance dollars per 500 g. His face crumples in worry. The financial burden is immense. It's Diffy Dash. The student's eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and dawning horror in their gaze. This can't be happening. Chaos erupts. Creatures of all shapes and sizes pour from some unseen source. A green lizard-like creature is pulled back by a frantic student. Another student desperately tries to coax a fluffy white beast down from a tree. The scene is pure pandemonium. Amidst the bedlam, a gigantic pig-like creature dominates the scene. It's absurd, comical even, but the sheer size of it is undeniably imposing. The student approaches cautiously, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Is this your familiar? It looks really healthy. Can you please get it to move a little? The enormous pig is blocking the main entrance. Its sheer bulk is a monumental obstacle. The student's jaw drops in disbelief. A young woman's daydream unfolds, visions of cuddling the piglet, feeding it treats. A stark contrast to the reality of the colossal creature blocking the school entrance. The dream fades, replaced by a worried expression. When I first brought it back, then it didn't look like this. A figure in a military-style cap approaches, a small, wolf-like creature at his side. What's going on? It's the instructor. The instructor explains the situation calmly, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. So a familiar is blocking the road. The instructor turns to the young woman, a knowing smile on his face. Ah-een, it's your turn now. A shadowy wolf familiar emerges, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. Its snarl echoes through the air. A ghostly canine materializes, its form flickering and unstable. The instructor watches calmly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ah-een's eyes widen in surprise as a colossal pig, adorned with a pink bow, appears beside her. She exclaims, clearly startled. The instructor's gaze sweeps across the scene, assessing the situation. Is the show over? He asks, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The instructor addresses the students, explaining the importance of familiar bonding. I know that many of you want to contract more familiars and form teams by yourselves, so today, we'll start the training with your capability to command your familiars. This is a vital and an essential part of your training. A sudden interruption. A glimpse of a fluffy white fox catches everyone's attention, a clear example of what not to do. The instructor sighs, I believe everyone has seen the wrong example in that spectacle just now. If you want to train your familiar, you must first understand its habits and what it likes. Woof. The instructor continues, illustrating his point with a personal anecdote. For example, my silver moon wolf. I bought a black armored pig specifically for it, and fed it all by myself. I spent every day playing and sleeping together with it. This is why it now relies on me much more, and is willing to follow my instructions. The students' faces show a mix of surprise and understanding. Earlier, you all saw how the instructor of familiars used the brick with its tail. However, a silver moon wolf's strength doesn't lie in its tail. However, after long arduous months of training, its tail gradually became tougher and the movements became faster and more accurate. This allowed it to have another attack method other than its teeth and claws. My training aimed to increase attack options for a more diversified offense. Other than that, it also improved the strength of the monster. The instructor approaches a student, a playful smirk on his face. Can your silver moon wolf show its expertise? The student, confident, nods. Yes. Despite being a silver moon wolf, the instructor explains, different familiars use different training methods, so their development varies widely. Watch closely, students. With a flick of the wrist, the instructor unleashes the wolf's power. A blinding flash of energy erupts. The wolf lunges forward with terrifying speed. Crash, the impact sends tremors through the air. A student gasps, what terrifying bite strength! The instructor continues the lesson, explaining the distinct functions of familiars. They can be aggressive, defensive, therapeutic, or field controlling, 5 types in total. Some even have several functions at once. The demonstrations conclude. Next, it's your turn for training. The instructor suggests starting with easier materials for training. You can start with wood blocks before slowly increasing the material's hardness. A large quantity of training materials has already been prepared. No need to worry. A weathered box sits before a hulking ape, its gaze intense. The words above hint at a creature of surprising strength. A student pores over ancient texts, his brow furrowed in concentration. The mystery of the boxing ape begins to unravel. A rare, hairless mutant, its belligerent nature is noted, but its thin hair offers little defense. A flashback reveals the brutal training regime, relentless blows against trees, then rocks, then cliffs. The impact echoes in the very air. Each strike forging an unbreakable defense. Thick muscle, scars, and hardened skin meld into an impenetrable armor. The boxing ape's resilience is legendary. The instructor, eyes gleaming with inspiration, declares a plan to enhance Disease defenses using this ancient method. Disease, a small, purple creature, rests peacefully, unaware of the trials ahead. But the instructor's words carry a warning: pain is inevitable. Sweat will flow, blood may follow, but the future will be stronger. The instructor grins, wielding a hefty hammer. Gentle, he assures, a mischievous glint in his eye. Disease bolts. A blur of purple against the vibrant background. The hammer swings. But the instructor's resolve is unwavering. This training, however harsh, is for Disease's own good. The instructor, his arm throbbing, sighs. In the end, Disease was caught. His expression is one of weary exhaustion, but a hint of mischief still flickers in his eyes. A week later. The student's alarm clock blares, 7 a.m. He groans, buried under his covers. Click. He reaches out, silencing the insistent ringing. He mumbles, "Let's sleep a little longer." But a sudden, insistent thumping jolts him awake. Bang! 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 Stop that! I'll make breakfast for you right now, he shouts, already rising from bed. Disease's hungry cries echo through the room. The student flips pancakes with surprising skill. Not only do I feel that my strength and speed increased, I've also become more skilled in flipping pancakes. Disease, now noticeably larger, waits expectantly. Luckily Disease has grown one size bigger and is now at level 10, so giving it extra meals isn't a waste after all. The student sighs, a look of exhaustion on his face. Sigh, my arm is going to break because of Disease defense training. Also my salary is going to be used up soon because of dummy. It's such a pain and expensive to feed those two heavy eaters. A chilling ring pierces the silence, a skeletal hand, pulsating with an unnatural energy, grips a smartphone. The screen blows, displaying an incoming call. Is this Mr. Gao? My name is Sim Lin and I am the general manager of Blue Shield Protection Company. The voice on the other end is formal, yet laced with an undercurrent of something else. Lu, clearly bewildered, responds, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Can I know what you are calling me for? Blue Shield Protection Company? I've never heard of them before." The sign reads, Flying Rock Monster Breeder Association. A place of power, where the extraordinary is commonplace. A young man, Mr. Gao, is summoned to the reception room. He's clearly nervous, his shoulders slightly hunched. A formal introduction. You are Mr. Gao, I presume? The air crackles with anticipation. A lucrative offer unfolds. We would like to invite you to be our company's monster breeder consultant. A life-changing proposition. Mr. Gao's eyes widen. Doubt flickers, then a surge of pride. Why me, he questions, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The explanation follows, revealing the scarcity of advanced monster breeders. A golden opportunity, indeed. But even more intriguing is the revelation of a rival company, their presence a subtle threat. The stakes are higher than they seem. The air crackles with anticipation. A shadowy figure, shrouded in mystery, is revealed. It's Mr. Gu Xianlin, Chang'an's top monster breeder, a government consultant of the highest caliber. He speaks, his words carrying the weight of authority. Compared to other monster breeders, I'd much rather believe in a young monster breeder like yourself, Mr. Gao. A proposition, a gamble, a chance for greatness. The details are laid out. A contract, a partnership, a future yet unwritten. The stakes are high, the potential rewards even higher. Mr. Gao listens intently, weighing his options. Firstly, I have to attend school from Monday to Friday, except in case of an emergency. Please do not disturb me during these times. The conditions are stated, clear and concise. And then, a crucial clause, secondly, I'm fine with being a monster breeder consultant, but not an exclusive monster breeder under your company. I can assure you that I won't help your competitors. A power play, a subtle assertion of independence. Mr. Gao scrutinizes the contract. This contract, there's something weird about it. A flicker of suspicion, a hint of unease. But the details are surprisingly straightforward. A generous salary, substantial commissions. Too good to be true? The question hangs heavy in the air. He signs, a decision made. However, it's okay to sign this kind of contract that lacks constraints. A calculated risk, a leap of faith. A swift interruption. Mr. Gao, Mr. Ma has arrived. A new player enters the game. And with the contract signed, Mr. Xianlin departs. Since the contract is signed, I'll be taking my leave now. The meeting concludes, but the story is far from over. The contract is signed. Mr. Gao, the new consultant, is officially on board, a full-time commitment to the world of monster breeding. A new arrival. This is the treatment room, and it seems our consultant is already hard at work, examining a unique specimen. A flora familiar. Its vibrant petals and serrated leaves hint at an extraordinary power, a light fragrance fills the air. Intrigued, the consultant leans closer, his eyes reflecting the plant's otherworldly glow. The Flower King Contest. In 6 months, this flora familiar will compete for the crown, a battle unlike any other. A wave of disbelief washes over the consultant's face. This isn't just a beauty contest, it's a fight for supremacy. But this is his second familiar, and he's determined to see it through to victory. The stakes are high. Master Gao's flora familiar needs an evolution to secure victory in the contest. Mr. Ma Jian's surprise is palpable, he never expected such dedication to his flora familiar. But Mr. Gao reassures him, don't worry, leave it to me. The rules are clear, triple charge. Quan, the assistant, is given a precise list of ingredients. And swiftly gathers them, these are common materials, the shop has stock. I'll get them right now. The materials arrive. Master Gao instructs Mr. Ma and Quan to wait outside while he works. A hushed urgency in his voice as he adds, don't disturb me while I work. A mischievous glint in his eyes, Mr. Gao prepares for the evolution process. He. The flora familiar trembles, a high-pitched whine echoing through the room, wee. A sudden burst of energy as the transformation begins. Mr. Ma's concern is evident, but Quan urges calm, Mr. Ma, please remain calm, this is all for the sake of your familiar. Mr. Gao gives the signal. The moment of truth has arrived. And Mr. Ma's anxiety is palpable. Will the evolution succeed? A wave of vibrant energy washes over the room. Quan gasps, eyes wide with wonder. As a breathtakingly beautiful flora familiar emerges. Level 4. It's a stunning success. Elsewhere, a different story unfolds. Failure stings. As a young woman reflects on her setbacks. The path to success is rarely easy. Her determination burns bright, however. She will not be deterred. A breathtaking vista unfolds before us, rolling green hills stretching to the horizon under a sky of brilliant blue. A small, furry creature scampers through the undergrowth, its playful energy a stark contrast to the serene landscape. Suddenly, danger lurks. A flash of movement in the bushes, the creature is trapped. A terrifying, shadowy hand emerges from the darkness, its grip tightening around the small creature. The creature struggles, its fear palpable in its wide, terrified eyes. But then, a golden gleam. A powerful energy surges forth, shattering the shadowy grip. The creature spins wildly, escaping the clutches of its attacker, a whirlwind of fur and golden light. A monstrous form, dripping from the shadowy canopy above, explodes into a flurry of eight-legged fury. A wave of chittering legs and snapping mandibles. The small creature, barely escaping the horrifying swarm, finds itself surrounded by a legion of monstrous spiders, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Later, in Chen Ji's material shop, a young man makes a purchase. "Old Chen, give me the usual 15 kilograms of cedar needles." But the shopkeeper has bad news. "We're almost out of stock on cedar needles. I only have 5 kilograms left." "Out of stock? Isn't there a privately owned ground near the outskirts of Chang'an City that provides cedar needles? How can it be out of stock?" The shopkeeper sighs, revealing a horrifying truth. About a week ago, a bunch of scoundrel spiders came out of nowhere and ate up most of the cedar plants in the whole area. Now that patch of land has been sealed off by the military. The other monsters in the surrounding forests became their food too, according to the owner. If they hadn't escaped, his whole family would have become food for the scoundrel spiders. The young man, Mr. Gao, is given a moment's respite. A shopkeeper politely excuses himself, leaving Gao to browse, his eyes widening as he takes in the strange ingredients. This, a city skyline. The text reveals a tense situation: cooperation between the academy and the military, a protection company's sudden appearance, and now, an unknown spider species. Something big is about to happen. A phone rings. The name Lu Sunlin flashes on the screen. Beep. The urgent call cuts through the silence. The call is about the newly discovered spiders, brutal gray devil spiders in the dark ember forest. The young man's expression hardens. Brutal gray devil spiders. He rushes to the Blue Shield Protection Company building number 1. "Mr. Gao. The situation is urgent." He needs to synchronize information with Mr. Gao immediately. The government has called in many protection companies and private organizations to research the spider's habits and weaknesses. The attack is widespread. A new mission briefing unfolds. The company has received urgent orders, and departure is set for 3 days. The stakes are high. They need to upgrade their devil mantises before the mission begins. More powerful creatures mean a higher chance of success. Mr. Gao is given a critical task. His success is paramount to the company's future. The recent surge in monster evolution has forced the government's hand. New policies are in place, changing the rules of engagement. And Mr. Gao is thrust into the heart of this change. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. An army of devil mantises stands ready. A chilling display of power. The young man assures Mr. Gao of support and a generous reward, contingent on results. A confident smile plays on his lips. He's ready to face whatever comes next. But as he steps out, a wave of unsettling dread washes over him. Something is wrong. A silent observer watches from afar, concern etched on their face. What will happen next? The young man examines the devil mantises, a strange apprehension in his eyes. He's clearly unsure of this task, the weight of Mr. Gao's expectations heavy on his shoulders. Mr. Gao's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and demanding. He's not leaving any room for doubt. This mission is critical. His nephew's worried expression speaks volumes. Mr. Gao's entire career rests on this young man's shoulders. The young man focuses, his mind a whirlwind of instructions. He must select precisely 10 devil mantises, each one crucial to the mission's success. With surprising speed and precision, he points out the chosen mantises. A wave of confidence washes over him as he completes the task. The urgency in Mr. Gao's voice is palpable. Every second counts as the young man's selection dictates the fate of the operation. 10 minutes. That's all it took. The young man's skill astounds Mr. Gao, exceeding even his wildest expectations. Mr. Gao's admiration is clear, tinged with disbelief. The young man's talent is undeniable, a force to be reckoned with. The boxes are moved swiftly, a blur of motion. The preparation for the mission is underway. The young man works tirelessly, a whirlwind of activity. He's meticulously preparing the necessary materials for the devil mantises. Mr. Gao, his face a mask of disbelief, stares at the glowing screen. It's working, he gasps, a mixture of awe and terror in his eyes. A figure strides purposefully through a shadowy corridor. Where is he? The man mutters, his voice low and urgent. The suspense is palpable, something big is about to happen. And suddenly, a blinding flash. A colossal creature bursts forth, its iridescent scales shimmering under the harsh light. Look! The onlookers erupt in cheers, their voices a wave of pure excitement. The young man beams, his confidence soaring. It's a Commander-tier 4-winged jade devil mantis. Not to mention it's also a perfect evolution, he exclaims, his voice brimming with pride. This Galpine really found something special. A purple energy crackles from his fingertips, a monstrous insect emerges from the rubble. 7.47 seconds? 0.4 seconds faster than last time. The numbers flash on the stopwatch, a testament to his growing power. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. Good job, he says to his mealworm companion, here's your favorite mealworm for you. He lets out a hearty laugh, but then, a shadow falls over his face. Something's not right. A casual suggestion, how about we head to that park next time? A sigh escapes his lips. The weight of responsibility settles upon him. There are students already starting to fool around during training. His instructor speaks, praising his reflexes, but the words hold a subtle warning. There's no time to waste on those who aren't serious. Cao Pang, his classmate Mu Taiying approaches, her height striking. You've trained your familiar well, she observes, a hint of admiration in her tone. A blush creeps onto Gao Peng's cheeks as he receives a compliment. He's clearly pleased, but a hint of nervousness remains. And then, straight to business. Cao Peng's proposition hangs in the air, a team-up with Mu Taiying. A bold move. Mu Taiying's expression is thoughtful, her gaze fixed on the screen displaying team evaluation data. The stakes are high, this isn't just a casual partnership. And the reason for her skepticism is revealed. She explains her reservations about the other students, setting the stage for a strategic alliance. A subtle shift in the scene. The focus moves from the team dynamics to a more personal question, where's Gao Peng's familiar? Mu Taiying's anticipation is palpable. Her fingers tap her lips, a gesture that speaks volumes about her curiosity. And then, a sudden burst of motion. The sound of something powerful shifting, a rumbling that promises something spectacular. A colossal iron rhinoceros, lotus seed, bursts forth. Its sheer size dwarfs Gao Peng, and Mu Taiying's reaction is one of pure, unadulterated awe. The introduction of lotus seed is complete. Mu Taiying's impressed whisper, "That's big," perfectly captures the moment. Mu Taiying, ever the strategist, pauses before finalizing their team-up. She has something to say. A mighty rhino, lotus seed, Gao Peng's familiar, is shown. Its power is evident, even in its timid demeanor. BAM, the impact of its strength is shown as it clears a path through lesser monsters. Despite its gentle nature, lotus seed's resilience is highlighted. Its high pain tolerance makes it a perfect tank, a bulwark against incoming attacks. Gao Peng analyzes the situation, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. He notes the rarity of powerful familiars, a stark contrast to the common monsters. The iron rhinoceros's stats flash across the screen, confirming its exceptional quality. Dazi, Gao Peng's other familiar, is a poison-type attacker. The addition of Lotus Seed, a defender, creates a perfectly balanced team, a strategic masterpiece. Gao Peng hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. But Mu Taiying's words, a subtle nudge, break through his uncertainty. Lotus Seed's gentle nature is not a weakness, it's a strength that can be trained. With a resolute nod, Gao Peng accepts Mu Taiying's invitation. Wait, Mu Taiying. I accept your invitation. The decision is made. A smile spreads across Gao Peng's face, a mix of relief and excitement. He acknowledges the benefits of teamwork, even with the occasional challenges of working with less than motivated partners. Mu Taiying's delighted reaction is undeniable. Her eyes sparkle with joy, a testament to the successful formation of their powerful team. Mu Taiying's grin is infectious. She's practically bouncing with excitement as she welcomes Gao Peng to the team. Great, Gao Peng. The scene shifts to a briefing outside the Dark Ember Forest. A large group of soldiers assembles in an open field, preparing for a mission. Captain Song and Manager Lu exchange playful banter. The tension is palpable, but a sense of camaraderie hangs in the air. Manager Lu reveals crucial intel: brutal gray devil spiders fear fire. This knowledge could be the key to victory. His words are met with serious nods from the assembled team. Captain Song's devil mantis, a fearsome predator, is showcased. Its menacing presence speaks volumes about the mission's danger. Confident, Captain Song declares that her devil mantis will conquer the mission. Her unwavering belief is infectious. A shared moment of quiet confidence between Captain Song and Manager Lu. Their eyes meet, a silent understanding passing between them. The soldiers stand at attention, awaiting orders. A sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The mission briefing concludes. And the grim reality of the mission is revealed: brutal gray devil spiders hunt in massive numbers, bringing their prey back to a central matrix to feed a monstrous spider tide. Captain Song delivers a final, rousing speech, emphasizing the mission's importance and urging full cooperation. The weight of responsibility rests on their shoulders. The mission briefing concludes. A palpable tension hangs in the air, thick with the unspoken rivalry between the different organizations. As each team knows that only the victors will claim the full rewards. I'm just afraid that we, voluntary organizations, will fight amongst each other for the mission rewards, one team member worries aloud. Captain Song barks orders: attention, 3 o'clock, fire. The command echoes across the battlefield. And artillery shells scream towards their target. A massive explosion rocks the earth. The impact creates a massive crater, the sheer force visible in the pulverized earth. More debris rains down as the aftershocks continue to ripple outwards. Manager Lu observes the scene, unimpressed. You can see that even after all the talk they still have to show off their power to scare us. You can even call this deep admiration, he scoffs. But his expression shifts, a serious tone replacing the earlier cynicism. However, the government does put a lot of importance on this mission. These fire formations aren't just here to give us a scare, he explains, his voice low and grave. But are also here to help us weaken the monsters. This mission won't be successful if we don't give it our all. The gravity of the situation hits home. Mu Taiying's eyes widen in alarm. Commander tier familiars. 8 of them. The other organizations sent only 3 to 4 each, she exclaims, her voice sharp with urgency. A tremor shakes the earth, a low, guttural growl echoes through the trees. Manager Lu's eyes widen in alarm. The devil mantis, usually aggressive, is paralyzed with fear. Something terrifying is approaching. The ground explodes. A colossal figure bursts forth, radiating raw power. Soldiers scatter like leaves in a hurricane, their terror palpable. This is no ordinary monster. Manager Lu's voice cracks with disbelief: a lord monster. Its crimson eyes burn with malevolent fury. The Lord of the Dark Ember Forest has awakened. A monstrous roar erupts from the depths of the forest. A terrifying primate, wreathed in flames, emerges from the shadows. Panic. Civilians scatter, desperate to escape the inferno, but a commanding voice cuts through the chaos: stop running. Listen to my command. A hardened soldier watches the scene unfold, his face a mask of grim determination. TCH, how useless, he scoffs, his eyes narrowed. A blinding flash of light. A celestial being descends from the heavens, wings of pure gold, a radiant aura surrounding it. The crowd gasps. It is the golden deity. the strongest protector of the Xiachanan military region. We're saved. The golden deity swoops down, talons extended, a clash of titans, fire against feathers, as the monstrous primate meets its match. A final, devastating blow, the primate is consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. The monstrous primate, defeated, retreats into the undergrowth, a final, earth-shaking thud echoing through the trees. It's over, for now. A close call, indeed. The lingering fear is palpable, one man's relief is evident in his trembling hands. The aftermath, a scene of controlled chaos. Orders are barked, a sense of urgency hangs heavy in the air, the need for swift action is clear. A seasoned commander surveys the scene, his assessment sharp and critical. A motley crew, he scoffs, but the situation demands their cooperation. A military leader steps forward, his words carrying the weight of long-prepared plans. Long ago, the world prepared for this change. But the unexpected ferocity of the world's transformation has thrown everything into disarray. The need for unconventional alliances is now paramount. A clandestine operation unfolds under the cloak of night. Flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing a team of specialists moving with precision. Their arrival heralds a fiery confrontation. A roar erupts, and the ground trembles beneath the might of summoned beasts. The battle rages, but concerns arise. Energy reserves dwindle, threatening to halt the offensive. A critical decision must be made. A tactical shift is ordered. Defense-type familiars form a protective wall, supporting the frontline assault, a desperate gamble for survival. Deep within a cavern, the battle rages. Offense-type familiars flank the enemy, closing in for close-quarters combat. The order is clear: avoid long-range attacks, maintain formation, and advance. Suddenly, thorny, spider-like creatures descend. Their sticky webs ensnare the familiars, a desperate struggle ensues. But a swift counterattack is launched. A warrior cries out, "Hurry, use the thorny armor." The thorny armor activates, deflecting the attack. Another warrior, confident and composed, watches the battle unfold. "I'll be counting on you," she says, a small familiar creature perched on her shoulder. A fiery blast erupts. The combined might of the familiars and their masters overwhelms the thorny demons. Kaboom! The spiders are incinerated. The battle's intensity subsides. There's not much energy expenditure. We defeated 3 spiders in only a short time. Our new battle technique is efficient, one warrior exclaims, a smile playing on her lips. Good job, her companion replies. But their victory is short-lived. A sudden realization dawns on them: someone else got there first. The sound of battle echoes from the distance. Sound travels far in these caves, which means that we are still a distance away from their destination. The urgency intensifies. Hurry, the command rings out. They sprint towards the source of the commotion. More enemies emerge from the shadows. A fierce clash ensues. "Keep the formation," cries the commander. "The left side's attack is too weak. Someone cover for them." The final blow. A blinding flash of light erupts as the golden deity unleashes their ultimate power, shattering the thorny spider's defenses. The monstrous creature collapses into dust. But the victory is short-lived, a chilling unease settles over the battlefield. The military commander assesses the situation, his gaze sharp and calculating. "As long as we work together," he states, "we can definitely kill the brood mother." A coordinated assault begins. Ranged fighters target the eyes, while others focus on the legs. The battle plan is precise, efficient. But the spider's defenses are formidable. A crystal film protects its eyes, deflecting the initial barrage. The battle reaches a stalemate. The clandestine team watches from a distance, concern etched on their faces. "Captain, it's a stalemate now," one of them says. "We need to hurry down to help them." The tension mounts. Inaction will bring negative consequences. But the golden deity senses something is wrong. A deep unease, a premonition of a greater threat lurking just beyond the horizon. The brood mother is acting weird, she whispers, "I have a very bad feeling about this." The assault intensifies. The coordinated attack continues, pushing the spider to its limits. And finally, the crystal film protecting its eyes shatters. "Hurry, attack," the military commander shouts. The battle is far from over. Two figures in white, their faces etched with fear, cry out in alarm. This is bad. A monstrous spider-like creature lunges, its attack a blur of motion. The sound of its assault echoes, shhshha. One of the figures clutches their ears, pain contorting their face. It hurts," they scream, the sheer force of the attack evident. A calm voice cuts through the chaos. "Who said the brood mother had little combat strength?" The speaker's confidence is unshaken, a stark contrast to the panic around him. A close-up reveals a piercing gaze, eyes widening in shock. Wait, that is. The revelation hits hard, a Lord Halo? The narration explains the horrifying truth: this monster was in the midst of evolution at the peak of the command tier. The situation is dire. We have disrupted the evolution process of this monster. Panic sets in. A desperate cry rings out, "This isn't something we can handle anymore, run." 3 hours have passed, and the team hasn't returned. The intel suggested a 5-hour mission, but something feels wrong. A flicker of suspicion crosses one officer's face. Could they have completed the mission too quickly? The officer's eyes narrow, a sudden realization dawning. He orders a change in plans. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A vehicle speeds towards the soldiers. A desperate plea cuts through the air, "Don't fire, I'm on your side." A violent impact. The force of the collision sends a shockwave through the scene, leaving the main character injured and alone. The questions begin: where are the others? What happened? A furious accusation explodes: "Did your government send us there to kill us?" The chilling aftermath of the mission unfolds. A survivor recounts the horrors they witnessed, the sheer power of the evolving Spider King overwhelming their comrades. Accusations fly, the survivor's account met with disbelief and suspicion. A female with low fighting capacity, they scoff, questioning the official report. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the trees, a lone survivor, staggering but alive. Hope flares amidst the despair. He explains his escape, the diverging paths of survival, a desperate flight from the monstrous Spider King. Reunion with his team, relief and sorrow intertwining. The weight of loss heavy on their shoulders. The officers discuss the mission's failure, the underestimated threat of the Spider King's evolution, a grave miscalculation. But a glimmer of hope remains. The Spider King's evolution is deemed a failure, a potential asset for future training. A wise officer speaks of the balance of power, a cryptic warning about the Lord of the Dark Ember. Elsewhere, a new threat emerges, a monstrous centipede attacks, chaos erupts. Crash. But a familiar bark cuts through the pandemonium. A loyal companion, ready for action. Who would have thought that just by accepting one government assignment, killing low-tier monsters and one that was almost at the Lord tier? The circle of life in the wild is getting harsher and harsher. A normal tier monster corpse is worth so little it's pitted, an elite tier monster corpse is barely enough to buy snacks for Dummy. I have to quickly evolve both Dummy and Z to the Lord tier. That way, chances of success at hunting in the wild will become higher. Moreover, once they evolve, my name in the monster breeder world will start going around. By that time, I'd be able to complete the advanced monster breeder assessment in Yinjing, as I definitely keep growing stronger. Dummy has already successfully broken through to level 14. What a shame the mission arranged by the Monster Guild failed. The cedar needles have all been eaten as well. All it can do is sit dumbly in front of the refrigerator doors, staring dazedly at them. Z, having been through training all this time, has reached level 13. Gao Pang. This is what we agreed on, and my conclusions on training experience with defense familiars. Since we've decided to form a group, we must be sufficiently prepared. With this notebook, I'll be able to come up with a strategy targeted at Mu Taiying's traits. A sudden announcement cuts through the air, the sound of a loudspeaker echoing across the training grounds. The first stage of training is over. Students gather, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A list is read, names called out, each one a blow to someone's hopes. Disqualifications. Outrage erupts among the students. What? Why am I included? This isn't fair. The instructors reveal the truth: their performance has been under scrutiny, slacking off will not be tolerated. Xia Jiangyi, caught playing on his phone during training, faces the consequences, while others are called out for their lack of effort. The training grounds are not a place for naps. The announcement drops like a bomb. The next stage of training? Real battles. Fear and uncertainty ripple through the remaining students. Real battles? One student boasts about his powerful familiar, a poodle, ready to dominate. A heated argument erupts. One student vehemently challenges another's prediction, the air crackling with tension. The disbelief palpable as accusations fly. Can this prediction truly be made? The announcement cuts through the chaos: 5 people per group, your practical training will start soon. Teams scramble to form, a flurry of activity as students rush to find their teammates. Every new group will be led by an instructor, please hurry up. Reunions and excited chatter fill the air. Friends reunite, eager to face the challenges ahead. A new instructor appears, a friendly smile on his face. Gao Pang, it's still me. But the smile quickly fades as he formally introduces himself. Formally introduce myself, I'm Zhang Runbai. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air: I'm the instructor in charge of your practical training. A chilling shadow looms behind the bars, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. So, any volunteers? The true nature of the training is revealed. A hulking steel spiny boar, level 9, stands before our hero, its monstrous form a testament to its power. Mildly injured, but still a threat. Panic grips the students. Sir, can we change monsters? They plead, their voices filled with desperation. A hairless blood hyena, level 10, eyes gleam with malevolent intent, a cage barely contains its savage energy. Moderately injured, but still alert and dangerous. The instructor sighs, it's an excellent grade, higher than the steel-bristled boar. Poison resistance, to mention it's not so injured. He explains, it's why I can't let you change monsters. It's the soft persimmons that people choose to squeeze. Our hero steps forward, a determined glint in his eyes. Since nobody stepped up, let me be the first to take up the challenge. With a confident stride, he approaches the cage. A small, purple centipede-like creature scurries at his feet. A crimson behemoth, eyes blazing with fury, its monstrous form filling the frame, the very air crackles with raw power. The protagonist stands defiant, facing the beast, a storm of motion lines radiating from the creature, hinting at the impending onslaught. Dezi, his loyal companion, waits patiently, a silent promise of support in his unwavering gaze. Go on, Dezi, the protagonist urges, his voice a low rumble. The boar-like monster lunges, a terrifying roar echoing through the battlefield, teeth bared, claws extended. It's a brutal display of savage might. A blur of motion, the beast's attack is a whirlwind of fury. Dezi springs into action, a flash of yellow and purple, a desperate attempt to counter the overwhelming force. A thunderous impact. The ground trembles. Dezi's attack is met with a devastating counterblow. The monstrous boar slams into Dezi, sending him flying, but the smaller creature's resilience is evident in its determined struggle. Dezi's jaws snap shut, teeth sinking into the beast's flank, a desperate gamble, a fierce counterattack. A spray of crimson erupts as Dezi's attack finds its mark. The monstrous boar roars in pain and fury. The steel-bristled boar bellows, a terrifying roar that shakes the very ground. Its tusks gleam menacingly. Dezi lunges, a blur of motion. A powerful strike connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact echoes with a resounding crash. A monstrous shadow looms, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. This is no ordinary beast. The onlookers watch with bated breath. One nervously tugs at another's hair, whispering, "Did it lose? Did it lose?" Despite the initial advantage, the situation is far from over. A keen observer notes, it looks as if DZ is at a disadvantage, however. The steel-bristled boar is poisoned. DZ's attack was more effective than it seemed. Light injuries for DZ, but the venom is spreading rapidly. With each frantic attack, the venom spreads faster. The boar's movements become increasingly sluggish. And finally, it collapses. Serious injuries for the boar, but DZ has won this round. The steel-bristled boar, its hide now a sickly green, collapses. Poison, it's clear DZ's venom has done its work. Congratulations, DZ. You've passed today's training. Battling such a powerful opponent is no easy feat. But remember, DZ, it's best to limit your use of venom. Overuse will weaken your combat strength. Good job. The centipede is about to be used as a dog. The steel shiny boar is still able to fight. Who wants to go next? Heh, you only have what it takes to beat up a drowning dog. That's right, I only know how to beat up your drowning poodle. Stop spewing nonsense and continue. Charge, yellow-tailed scorpion king. Take advantage of its illness. Attack with your poison stinger. The Scorpion King unleashes a flurry of attacks, its venomous stinger finding its mark. The steel-bristled boar roars in agony, its movements slowing dramatically. Ha ha ha. Leave it to my yellow-tailed Scorpion King to easily defeat the steel shiny boar. What happened? Why is my yellow-tailed Scorpion King poisoned? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling question mark over the scene unfolding before us. And a closer inspection reveals a horrifying truth. There are traces of disease and yellow-tailed scorpion venom within the creature. A spectral image flickers, showcasing the monster's arsenal of poisonous familiars, each a potential threat. But wait, a twist in the tale. Could the monster have poisoned itself? The revelation explodes into laughter, a cruel mockery of the situation. As the boy's laughter rings out, a stark contrast to the tension that still grips the scene. The man's anger is palpable. A sudden distraction. A small dog, seemingly harmless, enters the frame. But the boy's actions reveal a shocking truth. He's about to eat it. The horror is immediate. A desperate plea rings out, a desperate attempt to stop the unthinkable. As the scene shifts, leaving us with a lingering sense of unease. The weight of responsibility falls heavily on the shoulders of the man. The sun shines on a typical city block, a mundane scene, until a purple, flame-wreathed creature bursts from a refrigerator. Asterisk zap, asterisk, it screeches, causing a small explosion of blue fire. Dumbfounded, our protagonist stares at the chaos. Poor dummy, he thinks, as if by doing so, food would magically appear. His gaze drifts to his phone, a notification pings. The screen glows with an incoming call. It's the Monster Hunting Association. It must be about the cedar needles, he exclaims, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The call ends with good news, dear user, your order for the Monster Hunting Association numbered 0013487121 has been accomplished. A final instruction, please check your items at the Monster Hunting Association before acceptance. The package finally arrives. A rush of anticipation courses through him as he practically leaps for the door. And there it is. A delivery bot, efficient and precise, awaits with his order. But even as he celebrates, shadows lurk. Two figures watch from the darkness, their eyes glinting with malice. That person spent a lot of money on those cedar needles. We'll follow the truck from the Monster Hunting Association's warehouse. Tonight, he's ours. A chilling determination hardens their faces. Tonight, the hunt is on. Meanwhile, a younger man hesitates, his unease palpable. Bro. Is it really okay for us to do this? His concerns are dismissed with a cruel sneer and a dismissive wave. So useless. The older man's words are sharp, silencing any further objections. What's there to be scared of? The big fish eat the little fish. As long as we are careful enough to not leave any evidence, we will be fine. You're too timid. The plan is set. The target is marked. The hunt is a go. Night falls over the city, casting long shadows. The hunters move with a predatory grace, their eyes fixed on their prey. Hunter 1's eyes gleam with avarice. This is it, the perfect target. A nobody, ripe for the taking. We're gonna earn big with this one, he snarls, his partner muttering a reluctant agreement. The plan is set in motion. The protagonist, oblivious to the lurking danger, fumbles with his keys. A soft creak echoing in the stillness of the night. The hunters exchange a look, their moment has arrived. Inside, a young woman stirs, her sleep disturbed by the sounds outside. You guys, it's bedtime, what are you doing here? She asks, peering out into the hallway. The hunters feign innocence. A flimsy excuse, it's too dark to see the door clearly, barely masks their true intentions. As the woman, still sleepy, yawns and turns away. The hunter's eyes narrow, their patience wearing thin. A sudden movement. A hand reaches for the door handle. Little Missy, we're a bit thirsty. Would it be possible for us to get something to drink? The hunter's smiles are predatory. The young woman, a picture of casual elegance in her nightdress, smiles enigmatically. Sure, come in, she says, her eyes betraying a hint of something else entirely. Outside, the two hunters exchange a knowing glance, their grins widening. He. Their anticipation palpable as they enter, one boldly asking, aren't you guys gonna thank this little missy? The young woman guides them inside, a subtle shift in her demeanor. A quick, almost imperceptible movement. And then, a sharp metallic click as she locks the door behind them. Her eyes, now sharp and alert, fix on the hunters. Did you lock the door? One of the hunters, undeterred, smiles smoothly. It's late, we don't want to bother any other neighbors. The young woman's smile is almost too sweet. Oh, no worries. She leans in conspiratorially, a mischievous glint in her eyes. My walls are made from special soundproofing material. A sly smirk playing on her lips as she continues, neighbors wouldn't hear it even if I did disco dancing at home. The hunter's smiles falter. Wait, bro. Two thugs barge into a woman's apartment, their eyes gleaming with malice, a sinister plan unfolding before her. One lunges, knife flashing, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Don't you dare fool around with me, the blade whistles through the air. But his attack is met with a swift counter. Thud, the impact sends a shockwave. As the woman's hand glows with an eerie red light. Ah! My hand! The knife is deflected, finding its mark in the attacker's shoulder instead. A pained grunt escapes him. As his companion shouts, "Venomous porcupine, hurry and help him." With a determined nod, the woman unleashes her pet. Go! A colossal, shimmering blue creature materializes in the apartment, its presence causing a ripple of shockwaves. What? One of the onlookers exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. A woman, her expression a mixture of concern and amusement, approaches the creature. Are you eating random stuff again? She asks, her voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Suddenly, fiery projectiles erupt from the woman, a burst of raw power. The air crackles with energy as she unleashes her might. And the thugs, caught completely off guard, are sent sprawling. Good job, bullet rat, one of them groans, his voice filled with pain and disbelief. Let's see if you're still arrogant now, bitch. The face of a man contorted in shock and fear fills the panel. The impact of the woman's attack is undeniable. The woman stands, seemingly unharmed, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. How are you not injured? Someone cries out, their voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. She replies, even if I told you, you guys wouldn't understand. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes glowing menacingly. But, it's okay. I'll teach you step by step. After all, we have all the time in the world. And the thugs, defeated and terrified, are left whimpering in fear. Don't come near us. In a different location, a young man sleeps soundly, oblivious to the chaos that has unfolded. Who's making such a ruckus in the middle of the night? The woman, seemingly unfazed by the recent battle, calmly makes a phone call. Hey, Lao Chi, send someone to my place. I have 3 volunteers ready for you. Don't worry, I've already trained them. The thugs are sent flying. A shockwave erupts from the woman's incredible power, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. And her bizarre, spiky companion adds insult to injury, leaving the defeated foes dizzy and disoriented. Their attack, utterly ineffective. The thugs exchange worried glances, their bravado shattered. A detailed scan reveals the creature's stats: a mutant water bear, elite tier, with the unique ability of cryptobiosis. Its resilience is legendary, capable of surviving the harshest conditions imaginable. A perfect candidate for a new familiar? The man considers his options, weighing the pros and cons of this unusual creature. Water bears, even more resilient after the cataclysm, possess extreme resistance to various rare attributes. But there's a catch. This particular familiar has a high self-protective mechanism, making cooperation difficult. The man's size, his decision far from easy. He needs a familiar with long-range attacks and defensive capabilities. A flying type would be ideal. The search continues. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A powerful force propels something forward. The dust settles after an epic showdown. Lotus Seed stands victorious, a triumphant grin playing on her lips. Great job, Lotus Seed, a voice booms, echoing the sentiment of the onlookers. But even in victory, there's a need for caution. Mu Taiying's voice cuts through the air, a note of concern in his tone. Calm down, student Mu. It's best to stay away from the battlefield when a large familiar is fighting, in order to avoid unwanted accidents. He observes Lotus Seed's performance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Her natural timidity is clearly being overcome through rigorous training. Later, Mu Taiying is on the phone, a serious look replacing his earlier contemplation. Manager Lu? The call is a formal invitation, a business dinner with influential figures. But there's an undercurrent of tension. The company is reeling from recent losses. A skilled monster breeder is a valuable asset. The conversation concludes with a simple agreement: a meeting at the school gate after classes. And so, the day ends, bringing Mu Taiying and Manager Lu together, a chance encounter, perhaps, or something more? The car ride is filled with pleasantries, but a subtle tension remains. Manager Lu's daughter, Lu Xiaoyu, is also present. Manager Lu, ever the shrewd businessman, makes a proposition. Oh, Mr. Gao, if you have the time, do you think you could help Xiaoyu and her familiar? Xiaoyu's expression shifts subtly, a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she glances at her familiar. A closer look reveals the familiar, a min cat, a rare sight indeed. Its stats flash across the screen: monster level, 12, monster grade, normal, monster attribute, wood, monster weakness, water. Gao Pang, ever the helpful one, readily agrees to assist. I'll be in my studio this weekend, you can come and find me there. Xiaoyu's relief is palpable. Really? With the arrangement made, Xiaoyu bids farewell. Alright, Xiaoyu. You head home first. I still have some stuff to do with Uncle Gao. Okay, Dad. Their goodbyes exchanged, a final wave, and then, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Something feels off. The camera focuses on Gao Pang's thoughtful expression. If this is to meet his friends, why send his daughter home first? This is getting weirder. His suspicions grow, a question forming in his mind. Manager Lu, who are these friends of yours? Manager Lu's enigmatic smile only deepens the mystery. You will find out when you arrive, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao and a young man approach a magnificent building. The architecture is breathtaking, a blend of classical Southern and Chinese styles. They walk across a charming bridge, reflecting on the opulence of their surroundings. This isn't just a meal, it's a statement. Inside, a lavish dining hall awaits. A feast is laid out, ready for important guests. Captain Song-si of the Firefly Hunter team greets them with a warm smile. Her presence exudes confidence and authority. Captain Jiang-gu of the Heavenly Star Hunter team arrives, his gaze sharp and assessing. He notes the young man's presence, a hint of amusement in his tone as he comments on the unexpected guest. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A group of hunters, their faces grim, their eyes filled with doubt and scrutiny, appear, their presence heavy with unspoken tension. The young man feels their gaze, a palpable discomfort washing over him. Despite the tension, Mr. Liu gestures towards the table, a calm invitation to begin the meal. Wait. Mr. Gao Peng doesn't look too well. Is Mr. Gao Peng unhappy because we came too abruptly? Captain Song-si steps in, her voice a calming balm amidst the tension. I say, Captain Jiang, why are you scaring the kid? I can't afford to taint my reputation if word gets out that we're bullying a student. The atmosphere shifts. Captain Jiang-gu's amusement fades, replaced by a more conciliatory tone. Now, a misunderstanding. It's my fault for not telling Mr. Gao beforehand. Mr. Gao didn't know there would be so many friends gathering here today. I was the one who didn't think it through. I hope everyone can be forgiving. Mr. Gao Peng, his expression softening slightly, raises his glass. Is that so? We've also heard of Mr. Gao Peng's big name before and have been wanting to consult you for some time now. Mr. Gao Peng, I'm sure hard to invite. We've finally gotten the chance to meet you today. A toast is proposed. The young man observes, his discomfort palpable. Yeah. Let's drink together, Mr. Gao. There's no meaning in just drinking, we need to grasp this opportunity and learn from Mr. Gao Peng. The young man's inner thoughts are revealed. He clinks glasses with Mr. Gao Peng. I apologize for my poor arrangements, Mr. Gao. Not to mention this Liu Sinlin. More than compensation he gave me, and yet he's playing these kinds of tricks. The young man's resolve hardens. His eyes flash with determination. I'll show you how I fare in this feast at Hongmen. SFX, chop chop, the chopsticks are raised, a silent declaration of intent. Captain Jiang-gu addresses the young man directly, his words laced with a hint of challenge. Mr. Gao, I'm a straightforward person, so I'll be honest with you. I heard that you're young but possess extraordinary skills, not only do you have an evolution rate of 100%. The young man deflects praise, crediting Examiner Feng's guidance, a subtle but significant shift in power dynamics. And extends an olive branch to Captain Jiang-gu, offering his company's services. A calculated move, or genuine goodwill? But the banquet's atmosphere sours. A fellow attendee, clearly displeased by the young man's rise, voices his concerns, directly challenging the newcomer's position. Whispers of disapproval ripple through the room. The young man's rapid advancement is proving controversial. Alone, the young man grapples with the weight of expectation. Doubt gnaws at him as he contemplates the implications of his actions. Captain Song-si steps in, attempting to shield the young man from further scrutiny, a protective gesture that speaks volumes. He insists on leaving, but the young man refuses, his defiance hardening, a quiet display of resolve. The young man, self-assured, hails a cab, rejecting further assistance. He's ready to face whatever comes next. The car speeds away from the opulent restaurant, leaving the simmering tensions behind, but the journey is far from over. The lingering resentment of those left behind is palpable. The young man's actions have created ripples that will not easily fade. Manager Liu, a picture of controlled anxiety, attempts damage control. His words, a careful dance around the explosive tension simmering beneath the surface of the banquet hall. But the undercurrents of resentment remain. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a barely perceptible tightening of muscles, speaks volumes. Captain Jiang-gu, a figure of quiet intensity, makes his move. His words, a calculated repayment of a debt, carry the weight of unspoken alliances. A subtle power play unfolds, a game of favors and obligations. The air crackles with unspoken threats. But Captain Jiangu's carefully laid plans are met with defiance. The young man's retort, sharp and unapologetic, ignites a fresh spark of conflict. "You foxy old fox." Night falls over the city, a quiet, almost eerie calm before the storm. Inside, a young man searches frantically, a monstrous centipede-like creature stirs on the couch. "What?" He grabs the remote, a desperate attempt to regain control. A news report flashes on the screen. The United Dragons Group's blue magic monster familiar gene enhancement serum has devastating side effects. Images of horrific mutations. A wounded creature lies in a sterile room. Medium injured, blood deterioration, the report states. The company is recalling the product, offering full refunds. But the damage is done. Scientists worldwide declare the serum uncontrollable. A young man's face is etched with worry. A chilling sound echoes, a sense of dread fills the air. The phone rings incessantly. Annoyance flickers across the protagonist's face. Lu Sun-lin? Why is he still calling me? Manager Lu's voice is laced with apology, a weight of responsibility heavy in his tone. He explains the events of the day, the burden of his mistake clear in his words. The protagonist's response is surprisingly calm, a controlled exhale of understanding. "Don't worry. I won't get mad over something trivial like this." But there's a subtle shift in Manager Lu's demeanor. A quiet determination hardens his features. "That means they offended me, too, from now on." The call ends. A sharp click of finality. Alone, the protagonist's calm facade crumbles. A small, mutated creature peers from behind him, a silent witness to his frustration. He blames himself for his lack of strength, the weight of his failure pressing down. News flashes across the screen. The Yangcheng City Dog King competition has concluded. A young prodigy, Han Ning, has emerged victorious. Han Ning's champion monster, Starryfall Dog, is revealed a level 39 commander grade familiar. His incredible achievement is highlighted, a testament to his skill. The protagonist's gaze hardens with renewed determination. He'll catch up, he vows, the image of Han Ning fueling his ambition. It won't take long. The Fei Peng Familiar Studio. A new chapter begins. A spectral figure, a skeletal horror wreathed in purple energy, materializes before the scientist. Its glowing red heart pulses ominously. The scientist, unfazed, meticulously prepares a strange concoction. The air crackles with arcane energy. With a decisive pour, the scientist adds the final ingredient, a vibrant, otherworldly liquid. The spectral being recoils, a guttural roar echoing through the lab. "Dumb, drink your potion. You have to." 3 young women arrive at a sleek, modern building, Flying Rock Studio. The air hums with an unseen energy. One of them casually mentions Uncle Gao, prompting a surprised reaction from her friend. "That belongs to that Uncle Gao of yours?" A playful argument erupts. "You said Gao was around your age. Is it because he looks very old?" "Damn you, Xiaoyu. How dare you call me old? Take this." A flurry of playful tickling ensues. A wave of dark energy erupts, a monstrous purple surge tearing through the air. The very ground trembles. A crimson heart of pure power flares within its core, pulsating with malevolent energy. The air crackles with anticipation. Then, a skeletal figure emerges from the chaos, its eyes burning with an icy blue fire. This is no ordinary being. The data streams in, a cascade of information painting a picture of the skull ghoul ape. Level 16, epic grade, ghoul attribute, weakness to light. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. "I finally did it." But then, a flicker of surprise crosses his features. "Ha! It received a special characteristic?" The details unfold, a chilling revelation, the blood thread heart. A passive effect consuming blood to strengthen the skull ghoul ape's body, an active effect triggering heart resonance, controlling the beating of hearts. This monster's special characteristic is so powerful. A shadow of concern clouds his face. However, the blood thread heart pulses ominously, a monstrous crimson organ dominating the panel. It's far too large, too conspicuous. It's not very convenient to go out like this. A quick conversation ensues. Quan Quan is asked to find something to help cover up Dum Dum's new, rather large, addition. The urgency is palpable. Quan Quan's concern is evident as she speaks. He managed to evolve another familiar in such a short time? Gao Peng is getting better and better. Uncle Gao? The question hangs in the air, a ripple in the otherwise calm office atmosphere. Could it be because I hung up on Manager Liu that Crafty Fox isn't sure of my current standing? A bead of sweat trickles down Gao Peng's temple as he pieces together the puzzle. So he sent his daughter here to test me? The realization dawns, a cold wave washing over Gao Peng. But there's something else. Her friend's familiar is captivating. A jellyfish-like creature, pulsating with ethereal light, drifts through the air with an unnatural grace. It moves as if the air itself were water. To think that there's such a fascinating creature. Gao Peng's curiosity is piqued. He's a professional, after all. I want you to help take a look at my familiar. The girl's request is simple, her tone polite, yet there's a hidden urgency in her eyes. It's you. The recognition dawns. Don't call me Uncle Gao, we are at a similar age. I'm not used to such formality. Gao Peng's response is casual, yet firm. He's not one for unnecessary titles. Your familiar is an elite normal mint cat. According to my charging standard, it will be 60 credits. Thanks for your patronage. Gao Peng's professional demeanor is unwavering, even as he sizes up the situation. Forget it. Zhao Yu doesn't know what her crafty fox of a dad did to me anyway. There is no use in bullying a young girl. A wave of understanding washes over Gao Peng. He's not going to charge her. For the sake of your father, your mint cat's upgrading material fee is on me. Gao Peng's generosity is a subtle display of power, a silent message to the unseen father. A tiny, fluffy cat, eyes wide with fright, cries out, meow. A wave of light engulfs it. Quan Quan gently cradles the trembling creature. It's okay, she soothes, there's nothing to be scared of. Good cat. Gao Peng, observing from a distance, raises an eyebrow. Excuse me, he asks the girl, but where did you buy this jellyfish? The girl smiles, explaining, it's not really a familiar, it's just a little pet. It can be used as a portable purse. With a flash of light and a whoosh, the jellyfish shrinks, fitting neatly into a smartphone. The jellyfish is now safely tucked away inside its extra-dimensional body. See? The girl continues, explaining that these levitating jellyfish are a Pengcheng city specialty, recently imported and sold at Wutsu Square. Gao Peng's eyes gleam with determination. I finally have a lead on my third familiar. Wutsu Square bustles with activity. A vendor enthusiastically hawks his wares. Hey, come and take a look. Don't miss this. The newest fashionable unique purse, a flying purse. Several jellyfish float playfully above the crowd. Two young girls gasp in delight, wow, so cute. A mischievous grin spreads across a young man's face as he eyes a small, adorable creature. I want this little thing. May I? He asks, his eyes sparkling with playful intent. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace. A vendor displays levitating jellyfish, their translucent bodies glowing softly. Can you take a look at the levitating jellyfish? The vendor asks, and the crowd surges forward, eager to get a closer look. Gao Peng examines one of the jellyfish. A small data box appears, revealing its stats: monster level 1, monster grade, normal. No, I mean, can I see all of your levitating jellyfish? He asks, his curiosity piqued. A determined glint appears in Gao Peng's eyes. I want to pick one myself, he declares, his voice firm and resolute. Following his guide, the young man walks down a brightly lit corridor. A sudden gust of wind pushes a door open with a whoosh, revealing a room filled with glowing jellyfish. All the levitating jellyfish are here, confirms the guide. The guide explains, during the cataclysm, a group of jellyfish were infected and mutated by space power. Over the next few years, they settled and thrived in that area. But because other monsters preyed on them, they almost went extinct. The young man ponders, this species might have been the weakest space monster, although it's more than floating in the air, it's containing an extra-dimensional space inside its body. The levitating jellyfish is incapable of attacking. He concludes, so it's lucky for being distasteful, ha! A new monster appears on his screen, Level 1. Level 1 and Level 2 levitating jellyfish shimmer in their tanks, a stark difference in size and energy. The young man observes, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, this jellyfish seems different, more active than the others. He inquires about the price, a deal is struck. The vendor explains, a rare mutant, a perfect breed, a levitating jellyfish with a speed mutation. A shrewd negotiation ensues, the price drops to 50 alliance credits. The young man secures his new companion, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, but he's already thinking about the next deal. A moment of quiet reflection, a successful trip. His new Level 1 monster's stats appear, dual wind and speed attributes, excellent grade, and its weaknesses are electric and ice-type attacks. A triumphant exclamation. His familiar team is complete. The young man admires his new pet, a playful grin on his face, but his new friend seems less than thrilled. A fluffy, purple monster with golden claws sits contentedly on a cushion. Its adorable expression is almost comical. And the young man beams with pride, introducing his new companion, Daisy, this is our newest family member. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The purple monster darts away with surprising speed, leaving the young man utterly bewildered. His brow furrows in confusion, since when did it learn to be jealous? He scolds the little monster, but his tone is more playful than angry. You ungrateful monster, just watch how I'm going to take care of you. The young man lists off a lavish menu, I'll get you your favorite bread mealworm, poison arrowworm, and silver leaves. And to top it all off, a significant investment. I also posted a notice to pay a high price for an Electric Commander Monster Core Crystal to help you level up. 301 credit points. More than the average price, enough to feed a family for their entire lives. The little monster peeks from behind the door, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Yes. But the joy is short-lived. The young man is not amused by the monster's antics. Not so easy. How dare you slam the door in my face? Give me /f asterisk ck your mom. The jellyfish monster, still in its container, watches from the table, a silent observer to the escalating chaos. The young man's frustration is palpable, so you learned how to curse. Take this, you little. The young man assesses his new, mischievous monster. A tiny dragon, barely bigger than a house cat, its scales shimmer with an unnatural energy. A day without a routine, this child will scale the walls, then the tiles. He's clearly frustrated, but his concern is palpable. His brow furrows as he considers his options, a solution forming in his mind. He holds out his hand, a soft blue glow emanating from his palm. A young man, Gao Peng, gazes intently at a small, ethereal creature contained within a glowing orb. A faint hum emanates from the orb, and the creature seems to respond to his touch. A surge of blue energy envelopes his hands as he focuses his attention. The text reveals that Silly's consciousness is limited, and its emotional state is unstable. Concern etches itself onto Gao Peng's face, he worries about the creature's emotional insecurity. A decision is made. He sighs, a weight settling on his shoulders, a powerful, shadowy figure looms in the background, adding to the tension. And with a determined smile, Gao Peng resolves to spend more time with Silly, to build their bond and ease its anxieties. He'll bring Silly to school tomorrow. The next day arrives, and a surprised classmate greets him. Good morning, Gao Peng. But there's something unusual about Gao Peng's appearance. A peculiar hat sits atop his head, causing laughter and curious stares. A swirling vortex of purple energy erupts from Silly, the jellyfish familiar, as Gao Peng watches with a mix of concern and fascination. A young woman approaches, offering Gao Peng a bottle of water. Her concern is evident in her gentle demeanor. Want some mineral water? It's cold, she offers. Silly's transformation is complete. He's now sporting a vibrant, jellyfish-shaped hat. Gao Peng smiles, clearly amused by the sight. The young woman, intrigued, learns about Silly's unique abilities. This is a levitating jellyfish, a space familiar, she explains, her curiosity piqued. Oh, I have heard about it before. It has a time reversal ability, like Seed. The scene shifts to the school grounds. A formidable purple metal scorpion, the day's challenge, looms large. It looks like today's test will be a tough one. The tension is palpable as Gao Peng and his friends prepare for the battle. The young woman asks, "So? Are you going to be the first to challenge today?" Gao Peng's friends discuss strategy. What can we do? Gao Peng is strong, and he has the highest win rate among us. We can get some points by analyzing his moves. We should be grateful. But Gao Peng surprises everyone. I'll leave this opportunity to the others. I can't always be the first to challenge the monster, it would be unfair for the others. His unexpected generosity is met with shock. The reason for his decision is revealed: a giant, dragon-like chicken stands beside him. What? Since Gao Peng is giving up the chance to get the first win, Instructor Zhang. I would like to be the first challenger. The final panel shows Gao Peng's thoughtful expression. A dragon chicken. This is the only other elite tier familiar around other than DZ, and it's at level 11, but sadly its grade is only normal. However, it's enough to test the waters of the purple metal scorpion. A purple scorpion, menacing and huge, emerges from the shadows. Gao Peng, disguised as a student, points it out to his companions. Do you see that, DZ? Pay attention to that scorpion. The scorpion's movements are swift and deadly. Gao Peng's instructions are clear: you only know how to eat. Pay attention to the purple metal scorpion's metal attack patterns. Later on, I'll be sending you up to fight. The battle begins. A vibrant, rainbow-colored dragon chicken bursts into action, a blur of feathers and fury. Its power is breathtaking. The dragon chicken unleashes a fiery attack. Kaboom! The impact sends shockwaves through the air. A whirlwind of feathers and claws, a dazzling display of power. The scorpion is caught off guard. The scorpion retaliates with a vicious counterattack. A sharp barb pierces the dragon chicken's flesh, but the mighty beast endures. The young woman watches, her eyes wide with concern. Not good, she exclaims, as the battle rages on. Fortunately, the scorpion's venom is ineffective. The battle's intensity is palpable. The dragon chicken's resilience is remarkable, even against such a formidable foe. Only the sharpest barb managed to pierce its tough hide. The dragon chicken's final strike. A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar as it delivers the finishing blow. The scorpion is defeated. The dragon chicken unleashes a devastating attack. A torrent of emerald energy erupts, engulfing the purple metal scorpion. Victory is ours. Silly's triumphant cry echoes through the arena. But even in victory, a shadow of doubt crosses Silly's face. It isn't over yet, he warns, his expression serious. A blinding flash of light. The monstrous beetle crumples, its carapace cracking under the sheer force of the attack. A crimson glow emanates from the creature's core, pulsating with raw power. The air crackles with anticipation. Then, a magnificent avian monstrosity bursts forth. Feathers like a rainbow, a crown of fire upon its head, the dragon chicken has hatched. Dragon chicken. The words hang in the air, a testament to the unbelievable sight before them. The newly transformed creature lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of its surroundings. Two golden orbs shatter, releasing a wave of energy, leaving behind only a weeping, defeated husk. The transformation was complete, but at a cost. The onlookers are speechless, their faces a mixture of awe and terror. Ah, this. One of them stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. The dragon chicken, newly evolved, stretches its magnificent, rainbow-hued tail feathers, a testament to its owner's skill. Its powerful legs churn, kicking up dust as it sprints across the field, a blur of feathers and might. A challenge is issued. The protagonist, brimming with confidence, prepares to unleash his evolved pet against the formidable purple metal scorpion. Whispers of discontent ripple through the student body, anxieties about the purple metal scorpion's power are palpable. But the protagonist remains unfazed. His grin speaks volumes, he's ready for anything. He strides confidently towards the arena, his dragon chicken at his side, a symbol of his growing power. The purple metal scorpion, a creature of immense size and power, waits within its cage, its menacing gaze fixed on the approaching challenger. A clash of titans is imminent. The air crackles with anticipation, the ground trembles beneath their combined might. The battle begins. A flurry of claws and talons, a whirlwind of feathers and metallic scales. The protagonist clenches his fist, a fierce determination etched on his face. I can only put my faith in DZ. With a blur of motion, the dragon chicken unleashes a devastating blow. A shockwave erupts from the impact, sending the purple metal scorpion reeling. The scorpion stumbles, its metallic shell sparking. Another fierce strike. The dragon chicken's power is relentless. The air crackles with energy as the purple metal scorpion is thrown back, battered and bruised. A final, explosive attack. The dragon chicken's beak connects with a resounding crack. The purple metal scorpion is sent flying, its form shattered. A cloud of purple dust billows as victory is secured. Nice job, cheer the onlookers. A confident grin spreads across the protagonist's face, his eyes gleaming with determination. He's ready. We got this, he declares, a surge of energy radiating from him. As expected of Gao Pang, DZ was in a dangerous spot just now, and yet, you weren't even worried one bit. Ha, that's because everything was within my expectations. Actually, I was so nervous just now that my hands were sweating. Gao Pang, can you call your familiar back? There are not many monsters that can be used as training opponents. If we continue feeding it, we won't be able to use this monster anymore. The command is given, a tremor runs through DZ's body, then, a sudden, viscous ooze erupts. Is it possible that DZ isn't completely tamed yet? It's so ferocious. Yeah, we aren't in any danger, are we? Ugh. DZ, Gao Pang's familiar, oozes a strange, viscous substance, a clear sign of its unstable state. The other students react with a mix of disgust and fear. What if you get a stomachache? You even scared the timid ones. Gao Pang sighs, a hint of exasperation in his expression. Don't mind them, they're just a little spooked by DZ. He strokes DZ reassuringly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. So we still have the heart to sympathize with these monsters. But what will happen once we enter the wilderness? A classmate speaks up, their voice sharp and determined. We are here to fight, not to have a tea party. With this kind of half-assed learning attitude, you should just drop out since it's still early. Another student claps in agreement. Well said, Gao Pang. The scene shifts to an instructor addressing the class, a confident smile on his face. Since the atmosphere is good right now, I have important news to announce. He announces the upcoming move to the outfield training base. You're more or less done with basic training now. From tomorrow onwards, you all can apply to the outfield training base. The instructor continues, detailing the specifics of the program. The duration of the training will be 1 week. We have already arranged for your stay and will allow for your absence. He concludes, mentioning the registration fee. You all can discuss with your parents. The registration fee is 5 alliance credits. A sly smile plays on the instructor's lips, a subtle hint of something hidden behind his words. The announcement drops like a bombshell, outfield training base, but at a steep price. 20 alliance credits, a hefty sum for most students. Sighs of disappointment ripple through the classroom. But there's a glimmer of hope. A contract with the Alliance military. A chance to train for free. The catch? 8 years of service. A sea of faces reflects the weight of this decision. But the policy is presented as humane, a choice, not a forced conscription. A clever strategy, indeed. The government benefits most in the end, a shrewd maneuver masked as benevolence. One last detail: death insurance. A morbid but necessary addition to the contract. The students react with a mix of apprehension and excitement. The decision looms large. A monster trainer cadet's assessment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The air crackles with anticipation. A proposition hangs between Gao Pang and his classmate, a collaboration, perhaps? A beat, a shared glance, a silent understanding passes between them. A fist bump seals the deal. It would be my honor, beams Gao Pang, his excitement palpable. The stage is set. The bus hurtles down a mountain road, a sudden jolt. The vehicle swerves violently. And crashes. Xiao Rui's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. Wow, it's so pretty. The students chatter, oblivious to the impending danger. Xiao Rui points excitedly towards the towering peaks in the distance. Xiao Rui, look. That mountain is so high, it is. The flowers there aren't bad either. There are wild familiars there. A monstrous impact. Crash, the bus is thrown off course. Screams erupt as the bus careens out of control, panic fills the air. Ouch. Ah. What the hell? Fuck. The chaos subsides, revealing a smug figure. A gruff voice cuts through the stunned silence. TCH, that old man, pulling this kind of trick because he thinks we're noisy. Later, a worried expression clouds the protagonist's face. He sighs, his shoulders slumping. I knocked on Sister Tang Tang's door before I left this morning, but there's still no reply. She's not picking up her phone either. Sister Tang Tang isn't weak, so I'm sure nothing bad happened to her. A worried frown creases his brow. Is this connected to the secret he can't reveal? Suddenly, chaos erupts. Tang Tang is thrown from her seat on the bus, a blur of motion and panicked cries. He intervenes, his voice sharp with anger. You've gone too far. You can't bully people like this. The bullies stammer apologies, clearly intimidated. The scene shifts. A military vehicle pulls up to a desolate, rocky valley. We've arrived at your destination. The instructor explains, this valley is your training base. It's been completely cleared of monsters, except for normal and elite tier ones. No commander tier monsters here. He continues, pointing to an ID watch. Your mission is to survive for a week. This watch has a GPS and an emergency button. His eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in their depths. Any questions? He asks, his tone leaving no room for argument. A student hesitantly raises his hand. Excuse me, are there any fixed supply points inside the training base? The instructor's expression hardens slightly. There are a few safe houses made of special metal. Only commander-tier monsters could break through. He concludes, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Therefore, surviving 7 days isn't impossible. It all depends on how you choose to play it, little chickens. The aftermath of the bus attack. Tang Tang is shaken, but the protagonist, ever resolute, pushes forward. Keep up, Big Dragon, he urges, his voice firm despite the lingering tension. The need for a safe haven is paramount. Let's go and find a safe house first. A frantic scene unfolds. A man with a megaphone shouts warnings, his voice a desperate plea against the unseen threat. The urgency is palpable, every second counts. Hurry up! If you do get eaten by a monster, we will be able to find it using the GPS in the watch and avenge you. A brief respite. A moment of calm amidst the chaos. Two figures, one in a lab coat, the other more casually dressed, exchange words. Come on, let's go. Stop looking. The protagonist and a girl with fiery red hair stand on a beach, the sun glinting off the water. What are you looking at, Curve Wrecker Gao? A small sparrow, a rain sparrow, flits across the sky. Its presence, seemingly insignificant, holds a deeper meaning. A sparrow, this type of sparrow usually flocks towards wet habitats, like a nearby body of water. Its body is extremely sensitive to the presence of rain. They fly to any area that's experiencing rain, hence the name, rain sparrows. The girl nods, recalling the weather forecast towers and their predictive capabilities. Yeah, I recall the weather forecast towers mentioning this. These rain sparrows, they have very weak offensive capabilities, but they are very fast. The rain sparrow darts towards a body of water, a clear indicator of approaching rain, a crucial clue in their search for safety. The protagonist and the girl discuss the dangers ahead. You really do need to look outdoors and go straight to the valley. Compared to the city environment, the jungles are rich in monster species, and even more so, there are artroves of monsters. The girl, seemingly unfazed, responds with a calm demeanor. As expected of a curve wrecker, other people are rushing to enter the valley, but you're casting your eyes on the scenery. I guess one really does need to have a different state of mind to possess an ability like yours. A moment of quiet contemplation. The protagonist explains his reasoning. Well, not really. I just think there's a lot of people gathering there, so I'm just waiting for them to go first. The girl agrees, and they set off together. Then can we also go now, she asks. Alright, let's go, he replies, and with a shared nod, they begin their journey. A flicker of movement catches his eye. Was that something, or just the wind playing tricks? Day 1. The journey begins. Cao Pang and Mu Taiying, partners in this perilous adventure, embark on their trek towards the valley. Their steps light, their spirits high, despite the looming challenges ahead. A shared smile, a silent promise of mutual support. Mu Taiying points towards a camouflaged hut, a beacon of hope in this untamed wilderness. There's a metal hut camouflaged in green ahead. That should be a safe house. Let's go take a look. With a creak of the door, they step inside, the air heavy with anticipation. The safe house interior, Spartan, functional, and eerily quiet. The sound of their footsteps echoes in the stillness. Mu Taiying explains the rules of this training exercise. There aren't many beds, meaning the instructors don't want them to flock together in large groups. Gao Peng absorbs the information, his expression serious. The valley holds dangers, but the greatest threat might be their own numbers. There are no commander-tier monsters within the valley, only less than 5% are elite-tier monsters. If students were to flock together, that would defeat the purpose of this training. A sterile room, supplies neatly arranged, each bed prepared with enough food and water for a week. The weight of responsibility settles on Gao Peng's shoulders. The military's plan accounts for their skills, but fighting monsters and searching for food simultaneously will inevitably lead to casualties. A grim realization dawns. His comrade's words cut through the tension, a warning about poisonous mosquitoes in the jungle. Gao Peng's nonchalant response hides a calculated plan, a simple solution to a dangerous problem. He suggests a reconnaissance mission before committing to a prolonged stay, a prudent approach to survival. His plan is revealed. Using the lotus seed's ability to shrink, they can scout the area safely and retreat to the safe house if needed. A brilliant strategy unfolds. His comrade's admiration is palpable, a testament to Gao Peng's strategic thinking. The lotus seed, a powerful scouting tool, is launched with a whomp. Its trajectory is a blur of motion, cutting through the dense foliage. As Gao Peng and his comrade strategize, we'll search for a water source first, Gao Peng explains. Normally, the area around a water source acts as a natural hunting ground. His comrade nods in agreement, all right. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay. Gao Peng's comrade recoils, a wave of nausea washing over her. The fragrance of flowers and vegetation are too thick, not to mention it carries a hint of decaying leaves. It's making me dizzy. A sudden, sharp pain. She stumbles, clutching her head. A dark, purplish energy pulses around her. Gao Peng rushes to her side, his concern evident. Thank He whispers, gently silencing her. His gaze sharpens, his mind already formulating a countermeasure. Have Lotus Seed ram into that tree branch with as much power as possible. His comrade's uncertainty is palpable. I don't notice anything special about that tree. Why would Gao Peng have it do that? It seems like there's no apparent reason. But her doubt is quickly replaced by trust. But Gao Peng's judgment has always been accurate in school. Maybe he spotted some tracks? We should believe in him. The lotus seed obeys, impacting the tree branch with a resounding crash. The impact sends tremors through the forest, revealing a monstrous rhino-like creature, eyes glowing menacingly. It charges with a furious roar. A blur of motion. A monstrous strike from the shadows. Twin fangs lash out, a venomous attack. The earth trembles under the impact. But with a flash of light, the threat is neutralized. The serpent lies defeated. Thanks, I would have been in trouble if you hadn't reminded me. Gao Peng's comrade speaks, relief washing over their face. But what kind of monster is this? Its camouflage is superb. This type of green snake can turn into a branch. The flesh of this snake contains trace amounts of poison. Monsters can eat it, but humans can't. Gao Peng's eyes gleam with a calculating light. But I have established a blood contract with DayZ. Theoretically, any harm that comes to me could be transferred to DayZ, and DayZ has a resistance to poison. So does that mean I can eat it? I heard that the flesh would be more delicious if the snake was more poisonous. A glint of mischief in his eyes, Gao Peng cautiously approaches the seemingly harmless branch, only to find himself face to face with another camouflaged serpent. By a tranquil pond, a young man and his comrade pause. The air hangs heavy with an unusual scent. A subtle yet unsettling aroma that catches the young man's attention. His brow furrows in thought. He approaches the water's edge, curiosity piqued. A small, blue orb floats on the surface. With a sudden splash, the orb sinks beneath the waves. A pungent stench fills the air. What is that? The young man recoils, his eyes wide with disgust. A data panel appears, revealing the culprit, a green-skinned frog, level 2. Its peculiar habits are detailed. It enjoys spitting saliva at other animals, but absolutely hates it when the favor is returned. The young man ponders this information, a mischievous glint in his eyes. A plan begins to form. He prepares to test the frog's aversion. The scene shifts back to the pond. A ripple disturbs the surface, followed by a loud splat, as the frog retaliates with a forceful spray of saliva. A young man, glasses perched on his nose, stands by a tranquil stream. He spits into the water, a ripple spreads. And from the depths, a small, blue frog emerges. Gao Peng, he questions, a hint of surprise in his voice. Suddenly, the frog's eyes widen, and it lets out a deafening roar. Hia! Hia! The water explodes outwards. A chaotic eruption of amphibious fury. More frogs, dozens of them, burst from the water, a churning, leaping mass of green and blue. The young man's companion, a woman in futuristic armor, stares in disbelief. Had this many frogs? His expression darkens. Mu Taiying. He mutters, a grim determination settling on his face. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast army of frogs, their eyes glowing eerily in the twilight. What's wrong? She asks, concern etched on her features. A desperate grip. The young man clings to the woman in futuristic armor as a wave of energy washes over them, propelling them through the air, a blur of motion against a backdrop of vibrant green. Run, she shouts, her voice barely audible above the chaos. Giant, mechanized insects and hulking rhino-like creatures lumber into view, part of a monstrous army. The ground trembles with each heavy step. The young man is dragged along, terror etched on his face. Gasping for breath, they collapse, the woman's words barely a whisper. Huff, huff, are we safe now? Why yeah. He manages, his voice shaky, still reeling from the sheer scale of the frog army's emergence. The woman's expression hardens. Don't underestimate frogs. She explains, if there were only one or two, there's nothing to be afraid of, but there are a few thousand in that pond, and after they group together, ugh. Her voice laced with a mix of frustration and fear, she points at the young man. You were the one who caused such a terrifying thing to happen. To the west lies the valley's main gate, a path seemingly untouched by large or threatening creatures during the day. While to the south, a dense jungle teems with large carnivorous monsters. Their tracks are everywhere, making it treacherous for Lotus Seed to traverse. And to the east, a gentle slope leads to a grassland dotted with signs of grazing herbivores. That's all the information we could gather in a single day. So, what's the plan? Should we expand our search? Head back and prepare dinner. Relax, comrade, we've had enough exercise for one day. You'll tire yourself out if you're too nervous on the first day. Then let's hurry and find something to eat. No need. See this? It's the green tree snake we caught earlier. And these are the condiments. This is mint clove, this is golden stranded nutmeg, and this is blue-black grass. Just when did you gather them? I should ask where you stored them. A distress signal cuts through the sterile hum of the command center. Number 31 is in trouble, coordinates locked in. 3 teams are already en route to Slope A3. And the situation is escalating rapidly. The screen shows candidate number 17. Could this be the Zhang Bairan they've been tracking? His features match the description, but there's something else. The way he's handling this situation. Running from greenskin frogs, yet still finding time to forage for food. An incredible display of resourcefulness. From a different perspective, this is a testament to his survival skills, a remarkable feat for someone with such limited training. The young man opens a crate, a snap echoes through the forest. The woman in futuristic armor reacts with surprise. What's wrong? The woman in futuristic armor frowns, her brow furrowed in concentration. I think it's locked from the inside, she mutters, her voice tight with frustration. A rhino-like creature bellows, whoever's inside, please open up. Its massive form casts a shadow over a small, camouflaged shelter. A young man peers out cautiously. A young woman with fiery red hair stands beside him, her expression grim. Nobody's here. It's already full here. You guys should go look for other safe houses. She explains, well, it seems that no one will really care about who was the first here at the safe houses in the wilderness. Looks like we can only blame it on our bad luck for running into such people. The young man sighs, 2 of us here and it's already dark outside. We don't mind just sleeping on the floor. The woman retorts, why are you even explaining to him anymore? Just tell them to scram. The safe house is so small, who would want to squeeze them in? You guys should just find someplace else before the sun sets. Suddenly, the woman's shoulders tense. You. The young man calmly says, Mu Taiying, wait. It's not worth it to get angry at these kinds of people. Someone will teach them a lesson one day. Mu Taiying's frustration is palpable, her shoulders slump, a sigh escaping her lips. You're not wrong, she admits, her voice laced with a weary resignation. With a determined set to her jaw, she turns, her gaze settling on a large, mechanical beast. Come on, Lotus Seed. Let's go. Suddenly, a figure dashes past Gao Pang, a whirlwind of motion. Gao Pang! What are you doing? The sound of jangling metal echoes, a heavy chain is revealed, glinting ominously in the light. Mu Taiying's eyes widen in surprise. Ah, this is. The camera focuses on the heavy chain and padlock securing a door from the outside. The sheer weight of the lock is evident. Mu Taiying's confusion is mirrored by Gao Pang's playful smirk. Gao Pang, where did this lock come from? A mischievous glint in his eyes, Gao Pang casually reveals the source. I took it from the safe house. The scene shifts to the interior of the safe house, where the chain lay discarded near a door. It was intended to reinforce the door for added security, a precaution taken by their instructors. Gao Peng explains his actions, a calm demeanor belying the potential chaos he averted. So I put it in my bag before we headed out. With a shared understanding, the pair sets off, their steps light and purposeful. Let's go. Through the dense jungle, Mu Taiying and Gao Peng make their way, a giant centipede-like creature trailing behind them. The rhythmic thud of their boots against the undergrowth a counterpoint to the creature's unsettling slither. The tension is palpable. But a smirk spreads across a man's face. He's impressed. "This kid is too good," one man exclaims, his voice full of admiration. "How about it? He's quite ingenious, right?" But another's eyes narrow, a glint of something colder in their gaze. "He's stronger than the average student, but..." Next is the real show. The night falls, casting long shadows across the wilderness. Monsters lurk everywhere. Can they survive until dawn? They press on, searching for shelter. "Let's go in this direction and see if we can find a safe house." "Okay." A pair of glowing red eyes pierces the darkness. Mu Taiying, ever the pragmatist, nods thoughtfully. "That's good as well." A simple statement, yet it carries the weight of their shared survival instinct. With a powerful swing, branches fall. Gao Peng follows Taiying's instructions, his movements precise and efficient. "You can do this. Hit down some more branches." Using the fallen branches, they construct a makeshift shelter amongst the tree's sturdy boughs. A simple platform takes shape, offering a refuge from the elements. And it's finished. A sense of relief washes over them. We can finally relax now. Exhaustion claims Gao Peng first. He's out cold. Taiying smiles, a touch of amusement in her eyes. He fell asleep way too fast. Even their companions, Daisy and Lotus Seed, are fast asleep. The forest night settles around them, a blanket of stars above. Taiying, too, feels the pull of sleep. "I should also sleep early." A twig snaps. A shadow moves unseen. So careless. The darkness of the wilderness holds unseen dangers. Sleeping in the open is risky, they should have considered lighting a fire or arranging night shifts. A chilling smile spreads across Mu Taiying's face, her eyes glowing with an ominous red light. She's ready. It's time to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the air crackles with energy. Crack, two powerful blasts of dark energy erupt from her hands. And she senses it, something is approaching. Her eyes narrow, focusing on the unseen threat. Danger is near. A dark shadow streaks across the night. It's a panther, eyes glowing red with menace. A voice, calm and assessing, cuts through the darkness. "It isn't very strong. Xiao Peng would probably be fine with his skill set, right?" But the unseen threat looms, a silent predator in the shadows. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Twin slashes of dark energy rip through the air, piashing, the panther roars in pain, its body convulsing. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. The panther is flung into the distance, crashing through the trees. A small, dark object tumbles from the creature's body and lands with a soft thud. A rhino-like creature emerges from the undergrowth, enraged. Lotus Seed, nestled amongst the stars, clutches her head in distress, a worried frown etched on her face. A sudden jolt. She's falling from a great height. Thump! She lands with a jarring impact on something soft, a large, furry creature. Gao Peng's voice cuts through the night. "What's happening?" A monstrous insect scuttles away, disturbed, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. High above, a chilling presence watches, a dark shadow panther, eyes glowing menacingly. Lotus Seed's voice trembles. "This should be a dark type or shadow type monster?" Gao Peng's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. A battle of wits begins. A level 15 dark shadow panther, a formidable foe. Gao Peng's strategy is clear: avoid a direct confrontation. To run would only trigger the beast's predatory instincts. A shadow falls across the clearing, a monstrous form emerges from the darkness. Eyes of burning crimson pierce the gloom, a dark shadow panther, its power palpable. But our hero, Gao Ping, is ready, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The panther lunges. A blur of motion, claws extended. With impossible speed, Gao Ping counters, a whirlwind of motion. A burst of energy explodes from his hand, a blinding flash. The panther reels from the impact, its form convulsing with raw power. Gao Ping's strategy is clear: use electricity to paralyze the beast, slow it down, then strike. The training pays off, even against a foe of superior level, Gao Ping is in control. With a final, decisive blow, the dark shadow panther falls. The dark shadow panther, wounded but defiant, snarls, its eyes burning with a feral intensity. Its powerful muscles tense, preparing for a final, desperate lunge. The air crackles with anticipation. But even as it gathers its strength, a monstrous shadow looms, a colossal serpent rising from the depths of the forest. Its scales gleam ominously in the dim light, a chilling hiss echoes through the trees. And with a terrifying roar, the serpent unleashes its fury. Gao Ping stares, aghast. The F***ck is this? The serpent's gaze locks onto its prey, its massive jaws open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. And as the ground trembles, Gao Ping knows he must flee. Run, screams his instincts. A monstrous shadow falls across the forest floor, the ground trembles as a colossal anaconda slithers into view, its scales gleaming ominously. With a hiss that splits the air, the serpent strikes. But a figure stands defiant, their eyes burning with determination. "Looks like you have no interest in Xiao Ping," she states, her voice calm amidst the chaos. The anaconda's attack is deflected with surprising ease, a branch snaps under the immense pressure. An urgent message cuts through the tension: "Sir, an emergency situation has occurred." The question hangs heavy in the air. Should they eliminate the monstrous serpent? But a decisive order silences the room: no need. The briefing is stark: the jungle anaconda is a force of nature, its attacks relentless. Survival is far from guaranteed. Commander Tan's orders are clear: the Golden Condor team is on standby, ready to respond to any emergency. The next day dawns, a new trial begins. The mysterious woman stirs, a slight grimace on her face, the aftermath of yesterday's struggle still lingers. Xiao Ping awakens. "Depart," he asks, his voice laced with uncertainty. Her expression is serious. There's more to this than meets the eye. Xiao Ping suggests revisiting their campsite: vital supplies were left behind. But the risks are immense. The anaconda's presence, its unpredictable attacks, it's a gamble they can't afford to take lightly. He stresses the importance of understanding the anaconda's weaknesses. This knowledge could be the difference between life and death. The city skyline looms, a stark reminder of the world's fragility. The time they live in has irrevocably changed. Xiao Ping, ever cautious, suggests a retreat to the campsite for supplies, a wise decision, given their current vulnerability. The mysterious woman, however, is not one to back down from a challenge. "Wait for me," she calls out, already sprinting ahead. Her pace is relentless, a blur of motion as she navigates the dense undergrowth. But a concern crosses her face. "I can't catch up to you if you're walking so fast. When you encounter a monster, could it be that you're going to ride to Z without me?" Xiao Ping's reply is gentle, but firm. "Don't be angry, Z. It's true that you can't transport people." Their hasty retreat has unforeseen consequences. A chilling realization dawns on them as they narrowly avoid a monstrous attack. "This is horrible. If we hadn't run fast enough, we wouldn't have ended any better than these trees." A flash of light, a hidden treasure revealed. Embedded within the ancient tree, a crystalline shard glows with ethereal energy. Xiao Ping's eyes widen in astonishment. "This is," he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. He approaches cautiously, his curiosity outweighing his fear. "Gao Ping, I'll go look over there." The crystalline shard is identified, a wood space heart, a rare space attribute material of immense power. The text box confirms its properties: material name, wood space heart, space attribute material. The discovery explains the giant anaconda's unusual size. It consumed this rare ingredient to fuel its growth. Xiaopeng carefully examines the surrounding trees, noticing a pattern. So they're hidden inside these kinds of trees. They are similar to bottle trees. The pieces fall into place. The anaconda's aggressive behavior yesterday makes perfect sense now. From the looks of it, yesterday's mutant giant jungle anaconda could grow that big was because it ate this kind of rare ingredient. No wonder it didn't chase after us yesterday. It was protecting its food? Another wood space heart secured. Xiaopeng's gaze is sharp, calculating, a glint of ambition in his eyes. With a practiced flick of the wrist, he stashes the precious gem into his backpack. For now, it's safe. A sly smile spreads across his face. This field trip isn't just about passing the training, it's about opportunity. The chance to gather rare ingredients. The third day of his field training unfolds, lush greenery surrounding him. A vibrant, glowing crystal catches his eye. The fourth day brings a close encounter with a monstrous centipede. Its many legs scurry across the rocky terrain. And by the fifth day, he wields a fiery torch, illuminating a cavern filled with sparkling crystals. The sixth day passes in a blur of exploration. And on the seventh, success. The instructor's words ring out, praising the students who persevered. The training is over. A 3-day holiday is announced. Relief washes over the exhausted students. The tension breaks as joyous shouts fill the air. Plans are made, calls are placed. Xiaopeng, however, pauses, a shadow crossing his face. He's checking his phone. And a chilling image appears, a swarm of lotus insects. The carefree atmosphere vanishes, replaced by a sudden, stark dread. Chang'an City, bustling with life, the city center walking street teems with people, oblivious to the impending danger. A news report flashes across screens. A massive battle rages in the north. The anchor's voice is grim, the image is stark. The situation is dire. Chang'an's military is holding the line against a terrifying swarm of locusts, but the front line is crumbling. Director Feng's expertise shines through. A strategic solution is found. Exploiting a weakness, they've successfully held back the monstrous horde. But the sheer scale of the invasion is breathtaking. Billions of colossal dead leaf locusts, each at least 30 centimeters long, darken the sky. Back in his apartment, Xiao Gao senses something is wrong. The news doesn't feel right. A dark premonition settles upon him. His phone rings. It's Director Feng. A call for action. Director Feng's office, a picture of sterile efficiency. The air crackles with unspoken tension as he reveals a new mission. A request from the military, a shipment of voracious golden toads. Xiao Gao's brow furrows. This is unexpected. The news spreads like wildfire. What? The stunned reaction of Gao Peng's colleagues speaks volumes. Whispers of disbelief and concern fill the room. How did Xiao Gao know about the military's plans? The truth is revealed. The military's plan is to use the toads to combat the locust plague, a bold, unconventional strategy. A natural solution. Xiao Gao's eyes widen, processing the implications. It's a plausible idea. Xiao Gao accepts the mission, a quiet determination settling over his features. The call ends. Another request, this time regarding the commander's monster core crystal. Director Feng's response is measured, yet revealing. The deal is sealed. Then I'll see you tomorrow. The call ends, leaving Xiao Gao with a new challenge. Xiao Gao. The name echoes, a summons. And there he stands, Director Feng, a figure of authority, radiating power. Ha, I've been waiting for you for a while. Whispers ripple through the onlookers. Who is this young man, that even Director Feng comes down to greet him personally? Is he the son of some leader? Director Feng explains, yesterday, the military brought 2 samples of the voracious golden toads. Let's head inside. The elevator ascends. Did you stay up all night? Xiao Gao's dedication is evident. Yeah, I spent most of the night looking after them. But even his tireless efforts haven't revealed all their secrets. He still hasn't figured out their heads or tails. The doors slide open, revealing a vast chamber. What a large space. Welcome to the Monster Breeder Association Research Center. A sleek, modern facility, humming with quiet efficiency. Our workspace is right here. Xiao Gao is led into a brightly lit laboratory. A voracious golden toad sits in a cage, its bulging eyes fixed on something unseen. This is a voracious golden toad, Xiao Gao. They evolved from horned frogs and possess terrifying jump abilities and an earth attribute. Xiao Gao's eyes widen. He's clearly surprised by the creature's description. Ha! This is, he mutters, his curiosity piqued. The next moment, a tray of grilled locust skewers is presented. These are fennel-scented grilled locust skewers. They're the voracious golden toad's favorite food. You can try to feed it from the exterior. Xiao Gao examines a skewer with a critical eye, then takes a bite. His face lights up. I give this roasted locust a 10 out of 10. Oi! Oi! The frantic croaks of a caged toad fill the air, a desperate plea for freedom, perhaps? A young man, lab coat askew, offers the amphibian a juicy worm on a stick. Here, for you. The toad's tongue shoots out with surprising speed, snap, a blur of motion, and the worm is gone. To be able to eat that, even for a creature as voracious as the golden toad, it must have an incredibly powerful stomach. The scientist muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. So, which aspect of the voracious golden toad does the military wish for us to improve? Its defense and its ability to digest things, of course. Improving its offensive capabilities will be good as well. A stern-faced military official explains. Come, look over here, these are the results of my research. The scientist explains his process, his voice calm and measured. The main ingredient is the golden toad, but the fire orchid vines are just a seasoning. The flavor isn't strong enough to fully permeate the toad. Suddenly, a chef appears, wielding a wok with furious intensity. Whoosh! Flames erupt as he stirs the contents with a frantic energy. The military official, eyes wide, asks, a stronger ingredient? More heat? The scientist nods, a glint of excitement in his eyes, yes. Red-faced demon chile. The scientist sighs, a hint of weariness in his expression. Comparing evolution to cooking is too much. The military official speaks, his tone serious. Xiao Zhang has potential, but we need more talented individuals to broaden our monster breeders. An aide rushes in, announcing, Director, the ingredients are here. The chili is revealed, glowing ominously with an almost malevolent aura. It's a sight to behold. The scientist smiles, a smug look on his face. Of course I chose the best one. The military official adds, a note of caution in his voice, we don't want Mr. Gao to blame the ingredient's quality if he fails, do we? The lab is a hive of activity. Xiao Zhang, a sharp-eyed assistant, examines a vial of crimson liquid. Judging from its color, its properties seem a bit too strong, he observes, his brow furrowed in concentration. His superior, the director, nods thoughtfully. We still need a few more ingredients, he muses, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. The pressure is on, this experiment is crucial. But the scientist's face is alight with triumph. The evolution solution is completed, he declares, holding up the vial with a confident grin. The culmination of their efforts is at hand. With practiced precision, a syringe plunges into the toad's back. Swish, the solution is injected. The moment of truth is here. A blinding flash of crimson light erupts. Boom, the lab is rocked by a violent explosion. The power unleashed is terrifying. Debris flies, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burnt flesh. The experiment has gone horribly wrong. The director's face is grim. It's a failure, he states, his voice heavy with disappointment. Xiao Zhang, come test the blood and the flesh to find out the reason for the failure. Xiao Zhang nods grimly, already beginning his analysis. The cause of the catastrophic failure must be found. The scientist, his face etched with concern, explains, "Teacher, the reason for the toad exploding should be because it absorbed too much of the fire element. The explosion was a result of conflicting energies." The answer is clear, but the implications are devastating. Conflicting energies, a volatile mix threatening to tear the experiment apart. The scientist meticulously explains the failure, pointing out the lack of energy merging. A total failure, he concludes. Doubt clouds the room. Is it too early to judge? More data is needed, the teacher insists. The order is given, bring another set of ingredients. The scientist's face is grim, determined. The second experiment begins, boom, another explosion rocks the lab. The force is immense. And the third experiment ends in a similar fiery catastrophe. Xiao Zhang and the others watch in stunned silence. 3 failures. The pressure mounts. Is it the formula? Or was Xiao Zhang's assessment wrong? Xiao Gao's youthful enthusiasm is questioned. Perhaps the main ingredient is insufficient. A bold idea is proposed, 2 main ingredients. The scientist considers this radical suggestion. A plea for trust. One more chance. Will they believe in him? The question hangs heavy in the air. What will be used for the next ingredient? A deep voice cuts through the tension, black soft soil, an earth attribute soil material that has the properties of dampness and is of in nature. The plan is laid out, precise and chilling. A grim determination etched on the scientist's face. We can have the voracious golden toad consume his heart, lead to profits, internal organs. After that, we can add in some sparrow saliva wood to the list of supporting ingredients. Chili wood feeds fire, and fire creates earth. A complex recipe for evolution. A scientist's gaze sharp and calculating. Mutually reinforcing and neutralizing each other, huh? The decision is made. We might as well give it a shot. A close-up on a focused face, a scalpel gleaming under the light, the intensity is palpable. Success! Teacher, the fire element has successfully assimilated into the flesh this time and the amount is substantial. The air crackles with residual energy, a fiery aftermath hangs heavy in the lab. So much smoke. The scientists cough, their faces strained, a chaotic scene unfolds. One scientist, eyes narrowed, remains calm amidst the chaos. Cough, cough, no need, he mutters, a determined glint in his eye. He'll observe the results. His colleague, clearly distressed, announces, then, I'll go get some air. Stepping out into the hallway, the scientist notes the pungent smell. These demon chilies sure have a pungent smell, he remarks, a hint of concern in his tone. He walks down the corridor, the lingering scent of smoke and spice filling the air. A slight frown etching itself onto his brow. Something isn't quite right. His thoughts drift back to the experiment. I was acting naturally enough, right? They wouldn't know that I already knew the formula based on the suggestions I gave them. The formula was actually experimented by director phone. Still, I need to be careful. There's a main issue with the first intentions finds out. This is the first time the golden toad is used on the voracious golden toad, so there's no explanation as to why a talent like me knew the formula before we even started. A sudden cough interrupts his thoughts, a new, alarming development. A grotesque, fiery toad, pulsating with raw power, glares with malevolent intensity. The scientists erupt in triumphant cheers. A fire attribute. Dual attributes of fire and earth, teacher, we've succeeded. The data reveals the details of their creation, magma fire toad, monster level 19, excellent grade. A water-type golden toad, its evolutionary path altered to become a fire attribute monster. In the process, its earth attribute was discarded, causing muscle corrosion and reduced strength and jumping ability. At the front lines, north of Chang'an City, the troops are assembled. Ammunition inspection complete. Replace the parts. Hurry and replace the parts. A soldier scans the horizon, his voice tight with urgency, they're coming. A swarm of monstrous insects descends upon the unsuspecting army, a terrifying wave of chitinous legs and razor-sharp mandibles. White phosphorus bombs. Use the white phosphorus incendiary bombs. The tanks unleash a fiery barrage. Whoosh boom, the explosions rock the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. And the white phosphorus proves effective against the insect horde. Sir, the white phosphorus bombs are effective. Great. Follow this rhythm and press on. Wait, a sandstorm? This is bad. The insects unleash their devastating sandstorm attack, a swirling vortex of grit and fury. The incendiary bombs, our last hope, are blown back by the sheer force of the storm. A desperate situation unfolds. Panic grips the soldiers. If we can't use the incendiary bombs, what else can we do? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty. But there's no time for despair. Countless civilians are behind them, and the commander's resolve hardens. These disgusting bugs. Shoot them. Kill them all. From the dust and chaos, a crimson form emerges. The magma fire toads arrive. With a thunderous roar, the toads charge into the fray, a fiery tide against the insect horde. A giant toad lies on the scorched earth, its massive body shuddering. OF, it croaks, clearly in distress. A monstrous insect, wings a blur, descends from the sky. The air crackles with anticipation. Soldiers stare in disbelief as the sandstorm abruptly ceases. Platoon leader, where did these giant toads come from? One soldier shouts, his voice laced with confusion and alarm. Another soldier explains, they're designed specifically to fight off those locusts, don't go around calling them giant toads. A swarm of smaller toads leaps into action. Their tiny bodies are a blur as they charge towards the enemy. A toad opens its mouth, unleashing a fiery blast. The intense heat incinerates the locusts in a flash of searing light. The final locust explodes in a fiery burst, leaving behind only ash and smoke. From the sky, they plummet, a terrifying swarm of giant locusts descends. The ground trembles as they burrow into the earth, leaving behind only empty holes. A soldier's jaw drops in disbelief. They took down over 100 giant locusts in just one shot? His comrade grins, relief washing over his face. With these magma fire toads, our comrades won't have to risk their lives fighting those monsters anymore. A small, fiery toad sits calmly, its expression one of quiet power. The person who created them sure is good. A hushed conversation unfolds in a quiet residential area, anxieties and secrets simmer beneath the surface. A jeep screeches to a halt, its occupants, stern-faced officers, emerge. The old couple watches, concern etched on their faces. Who are the people from the jeep looking for? The old man explains, his voice low and thoughtful. It seems like they're looking for Gao Peng from the 6th floor. Wasn't there a similar incident last time someone came here to fetch him? Dismissing the tale of a spectral sighting as mere misapprehension, the neighbors recount a chilling detail, a skull ablaze with an unnatural blue fire. A familiar skeleton, they claim, though slightly different. It's near Gao Peng's residence, they add, watching over them. The scene shifts, a mundane request for help threading a needle, a moment of quiet amidst the unsettling rumors. A curious detail emerges, the small creature accompanying the woman lacks a name. Gao Peng stands before a group of soldiers, his posture sharp and formal. The air crackles with anticipation. A commander-tier electric-type monster core crystal, the reward for a task completed. A transaction concluded. His reason for accepting the mission? To meet the mastermind behind a mysterious experiment. A weathered soldier salutes, his eyes filled with a profound sorrow. The weight of loss heavy on his shoulders, a silent tribute to fallen comrades. His words echo the unwavering resolve of those who serve. Protecting the country is every soldier's duty. We aren't afraid of death, we're only worried about whether we die a worthy death. Gao Peng gazes out the window, a pensive sigh escaping his lips. The scene outside is mundane, but his thoughts are far from it. He resolves to find ways to participate more in these experiments, a quiet determination hardening his gaze. It's a dangerous path, but one he feels compelled to walk. A surge of resolve empowers him, he clenches his fist, a silent vow echoing in the room. He will protect himself, and contribute to the greater good. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Something unexpected has caught his attention. A small, strange creature appears, its presence both intriguing and slightly unnerving. "Dazi," he exclaims, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. The creature nuzzles against him, a comforting gesture that softens Gao Peng's expression. "Comforting me? You're so nice, Dazi," he murmurs, a smile playing on his lips. The main ingredient has arrived. A mischievous grin spreads across Gao Peng's face. Evolution is on the menu. In his humble kitchen, a bubbling cauldron sits atop the stove, the air thick with anticipation. And with a flourish, he presents a steaming bowl to Dazi. "Here, eat up." A young man, glasses perched on his nose, holds a bowl of glowing purple substance. He calls out to his pet, a strange, segmented creature with golden spikes. But the creature reacts with surprising ferocity. It lunges forward, a blur of motion, smashing the bowl to pieces. The purple energy explodes outward. A blinding flash of light. The creature is engulfed in an electrifying aura, its form shifting, growing, evolving. The young man stumbles back, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The transformation is complete. The creature now stands before him, larger, more menacing, and radiating an ominous power. A chilling silence hangs in the air. And then, a terrifying shriek pierces the quiet. The newly evolved creature unleashes a bone-chilling roar. Dazi, the young man's pet, lies weakened, its form flickering. A spectral hand gently cradles it, a glowing red heart pulsating faintly within the skeletal figure. The skeletal figure, now glowing with an ethereal blue flame, ponders. A light bulb appears above its head, illuminating a sudden solution. With a swift movement, the skeletal figure retrieves a strange, glowing green herb from a refrigerator, a potent elixir, perhaps? The herb is offered to Dazi, a soft whoosh as the essence is absorbed. Transformation complete. The young man, watching with a mix of apprehension and wonder, speaks, "Come on, stop fooling around. Let Dazi rest by himself for a while." The skeletal figure, now with a slightly melancholic expression, seems to sigh, a heavy weight on its spectral shoulders. But the young man's concern is short-lived. "Sigh, these two clowns. But this is the right time for me to resolve the issue with Silly's contract." He calls out to Silly, his other pet, a jellyfish-like creature, a playful gesture. Silly, with surprising speed, zips towards the young man, a blur of iridescent colors. The young man smiles, offering Silly a bottle of fruit juice. "Come here, Silly. I have some delicious fruit juice for you." The young man smiles, holding Silly. These two, both of them are foodies. A needle pricks Silly. A tiny drop of essence emerges. And Silly reacts with a surprised "Ouf?" The young man's eyes widen. Silly's consciousness is weak, but it's coming towards him. No longer timid. A triumphant grin spreads across the young man's face. Looks like all those meals didn't go to waste. He extends a finger, offering a partnership. "Become my partner." Silly hesitates, a swirling vortex of energy forming. "No. No." But the young man persists, offering a compromise. "All right, I'll give you lots and lots of fruit juice." Silly's response? A resounding yup. The next morning dawns, a soft light illuminating the bedroom. A young woman sleeps soundly, unaware of the day's events to come. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet. "Shouying. Shouying, it's time to get up for breakfast." Her eyes snap open, a look of confusion quickly replaced by dawning recognition. It's Silly, her pet parrot, perched on his stand. A wave of bittersweet memories washes over her. "Good child, it's you." Silly's words trigger a flood of emotions. The pain of loss, the weight of grief. "Sigh, after losing my daughter, I've become a lot less alert." The memories of her father's unwavering care, his dedication to her even in his own sorrow. It was tough for the old man. It was also hard on him back then, but he still needed to tend to me, and prepare my meals. Especially breakfast. He'd wake me up every day and make me breakfast. A poignant photo of her father brings a fresh wave of grief. Unfortunately, just when my mental state started to recover slightly, the old man was already gone before I could do the same for him. Overcome with despair, she confesses, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to live anymore. A promise whispered, a bond renewed, two hands clasped together, glowing with ethereal light. A gentle touch, a moment of quiet peace. Restful sleep, a vibrant bird rests beside her, a silent guardian in the dim light. A young man sleeps soundly, his breathing even and deep. Until a sudden jolt awakens him. Does he? What's wrong? He groans, his voice thick with sleep. Pain racks his body, two small, monstrous figures writhe on his bed, their movements causing him intense discomfort. Pain! Pain! Pain, he cries out. His brow furrows in concern. Did something go wrong with the evolution, he wonders, fear creeping into his voice? His eyes snap open, pupils dilated, reflecting a crimson glow, a stark change from his previous drowsy state. And then, a horrifying realization dawns. You grew a new set of teeth? Can centipedes grow new teeth? He stammers, his voice laced with disbelief. A close-up on one of the creatures reveals the shocking truth, rows of razor-sharp teeth line its mouth. Could it be that centipede's DNA has changed after the evolution? He muses, his mind racing. Don't be afraid, this is a trial, you must experience it well. Silly, come here, a strange, glowing jellyfish-like creature appears, hovering over the protagonist's head. Which evolutionary path should I choose for Silly? Support or lethality? The protagonist looks thoughtful, considering the options for his pet's evolution. If we use wood space hearts as the main ingredient, it would evolve Silly into a wood spirit jellyfish, a dual-attributed jellyfish with healing and spatial abilities. A vision shows a mystical landscape, hinting at the potential powers. But if a space-type monster grew and matured, it would be able to develop terrifying lethal abilities. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts, showcasing the potential for a more dangerous evolution. Giving up on an offensive path for a support path is a bit displeasing. The protagonist looks distressed, overwhelmed by the cost of the support path. It would be quicker if I choose the support path. A mountain of gold coins appears, symbolizing the massive resources needed for the other path. Alright, let's go with the support path and evolve Silly into a wood spirit jellyfish. The protagonist makes his decision, a determined expression on his face. After I become stronger, I will be able to raise any type of familiar. Raising one to suit my current needs will be the best choice. The protagonist walks away, lost in thought. What's with all the commotion today? The protagonist observes a commotion in the distance, his curiosity piqued. A celestial being, a radiant phoenix of pure energy, materializes before him. Its ethereal form shimmers, a breathtaking spectacle. The very air crackles with power. A digital readout appears, identifying this magnificent creature as the guardian of the soul, a level 25 perfect monster with a profound connection to the soul realm. The scene shifts. Two witnesses discuss the recent events, their voices filled with a mixture of shock and disbelief. One man recounts seeing two bodies vanish into thin air, leaving only lingering questions. While the other, clearly shaken, whispers a name, Granny Chen. The protagonist's eyes widen, a surge of dread washing over him. Ah! Memories flood back. He recalls Granny Chen's pet, a striped gray plate spider. The text reveals a chilling truth: without their masters, such creatures become aggressive and dangerous, returning to the wild. A terrifying prospect that sends him sprinting into action. He must find the spider before it attacks innocent people. He bursts through the door, breathless and determined. The sound of his heavy breathing fills the air. Only to find the door locked. His eyes narrow, suspicion growing. Where could it be hiding? He recalls the spider's nature, its cunning and stealth. A sudden movement in the shadows confirms his suspicions. And with a swift, decisive action, he finds it. A desperate plea echoes through the air. Daji, they cry out, Daji, I need you. The ground trembles, a monstrous shadow looms. A colossal spider-like creature descends, its many eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The air crackles with dark energy. Why did it fall right after being scared by you? The question hangs heavy in the air, a mystery yet to be solved. The spider, seemingly docile now, lies in wait, a moment of uneasy calm before the storm. A chilling darkness spreads, the red eyes of the spider pulse ominously. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, cold and devoid of emotion, so I won't be forming a contract with you. I'm going to die soon. Her words carry a weight of finality, a sense of impending doom settles over the scene. But a glimmer of hope remains. A gentle hand reaches out, a comforting offer amidst the chaos. If you wish, you can come with me. A kind smile offers solace, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. A bustling cityscape unfolds, skyscrapers piercing the bright blue sky. As a young man's voice cuts through the urban hum, what's this situation? A grin spreads across his face, a mischievous glint in his eyes, two monstrous pets at his heels. Meanwhile, a tense conversation unfolds nearby. Whispers of "it's the head of the Five Poisons sect" fill the air. The young man's smirk widens. Lucky me. A tank is exactly what I'm lacking right now. He muses, a glint of cunning in his eyes. A detailed evolutionary pathway appears before him, outlining the potential of a striped gray plate spider to become a formidable tank. The ingredients, he notes, are easily obtainable. A plan forms in his mind. After I establish a blood contract and quickly strengthen it, I'll soon receive plenty of soul power. With the soul power provided by Dazi and Silly, a surge of energy crackles around the protagonist. His eyes gleam with ambition as he plots his next move. A wave of regret washes over him. The consequences of his impulsive actions begin to weigh heavily on his mind. He sighs, the weight of his decision evident in his slumped posture. A bright, modern laboratory. The sterile environment contrasts sharply with the protagonist's internal turmoil. He greets Quan Quan, a young woman with vibrant purple hair, her cheerful greeting a stark contrast to his own mood. Xuan's bright smile and enthusiastic greeting hint at a deeper concern, something is clearly amiss. Her words, "something is wrong," underscore the tension. Xuan's concern deepens as she reveals the extent of the protagonist's absence and the mounting pressure from clients desperate for his services. Her worry is palpable. Despite the pressure, the protagonist remains outwardly calm, deflecting Xuan's worries with a casual suggestion to talk later. His nonchalance is a thin veil over his true anxieties. He delegates a task to Quan Quan, a subtle attempt to regain control and distract himself from his inner turmoil. The casual request for ingredients masks his growing unease. Xuan's frustrated huff and swift exit highlight the growing tension between them. The protagonist's attempt at casualness fails, leaving him alone with his worries. Alone, the protagonist's facade crumbles. His forced smile disappears, replaced by a look of genuine stress and anxiety. The weight of his responsibilities and his own self-doubt become overwhelming. A simple laboratory door, a symbol of the challenges and secrets that lie ahead. The scene ends with a sense of foreboding. A surge of energy erupts from the protagonist's hands. A shadowy creature, almost insect-like, rides before him. Partner. I'll give you a loving home, he declares, his voice firm despite the strain. The creature, surprisingly, responds with a simple yes. A digital clock displays midnight. The silence is heavy, thick with anticipation. A hand reaches out, the clock's face shattering with a sharp crack. Quan Quan, masked and focused, works diligently in his lab. The sounds of bubbling liquids fill the air. A careful drop of vibrant blue liquid is added to a vial. The mixture shimmers with an otherworldly glow. And then, a triumphant exclamation, "It's a success!" Quan Quan presents his creation. Your body color is gray and you're a striped gray plate spider. After evolving, you will become a gray armored spider, and since silly and dumb both end with a Y, he explains, a hint of amusement in his voice. I shall call you Stripey, then. The newly evolved creature, Stripey, is revealed in its armored glory. A small glass vial, filled with an iridescent blue liquid, is carefully prepared. The contents are poured, cascading into a larger container. A transformation begins. Stripey's evolution is underway. The process is intense, a maelstrom of energy and raw power. Soul transfer, the pain is immense, but necessary. This is only a fraction of what Stripey endures. A brief moment of respite. Xuan's relief is palpable as she calls out to her boss. A new customer? And a wealthy one at that. The doctor's eyes light up at the prospect of more income. But a sudden interruption. A familiar face appears, causing him to pause. A commander-tier familiar? Intriguing. Quan, I will attend to the customers. You stay here and pay attention to the little spider's evolutionary process. The instructions are given, sharp and clear. And immediately followed. Okay. Hello, sir. Politeness, a thin veil over the anticipation. A handshake seals the deal. I have long heard of your good name, Mr. Gao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Xie. Lu Xie's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. City East Herb Garden? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A nervous sweat drop betrays his composure. That's right. I didn't think that Mr. Gao would know of my little garden as well. I am honored. The weight of the situation presses down. This is really too zealous. I don't think I'm that well known. But the truth is revealed. Mr. Gao, it seems that you are unaware. I was invited to the military's celebration banquet just a while back. A snarling beast, caged and shadowed, its eyes burning with primal fury. Quan's eyes widen, recognizing the creature instantly, Ebony Nighthound. A detailed description unfolds, revealing the Ebony Nighthound's unique abilities, jet black fur blending seamlessly with the night, capable of absorbing most light wavelengths, making it the perfect assassin under the cover of darkness, an ideal watchdog. Two of these creatures, sleek and powerful, rest in a manners garden, a testament to their popularity as familiars among the wealthy. Mr. Liu, ever the shrewd negotiator, calmly discusses the price with the scientist. I am aware of the way you charge your fees for commander-tier familiars, the price is determined by you. Please feel free to state your price. The scientist explains the process of refining the Ebony Nighthound's evolutionary paths, eliminating the less efficient ones. Eliminating the two rarest and strongest paths for its evolution, and eliminating 5 more paths that require materials that are too rare or procedures that are too complex, we're now left with 13 paths. He continues, outlining the options for Lu Xie. Promoting the grade should be no problem at all. We have quite a few evolutionary paths for you to choose from. Of course, the strength of the familiar after evolution will differ accordingly as well. Lu Xie makes his decision, opting for the most expensive option. I understand. I'll have the most expensive one. The price is revealed, 5,000 alliance credits. Then it's 5,000 alliance credits. Mr. Gao's surprise is palpable, 5 to 5,000, but Mr. Liu's confidence remains unshaken. Quan's eyes widen in alarm. What happened? She cries out, her voice laced with fear. The scene is a chaotic blur of motion. And suddenly, a monstrous shadow looms large. Quan points a trembling finger, barely able to gasp, "B-boss, look. The results are in. Wild evolution, success, a gray armored spider. But, there's a catch. It's a success, but..." Lu Xie's face is a mask of concern. Quan, he says sternly, you broke the lab's equipment. You could have been seriously hurt. The gray armored spider scuttles nervously, its many eyes reflecting the tension in the room. Lu Xie's voice softens slightly as he continues his lecture. No matter how strong you become, remember how to control your strength. Understand? The spider shrinks, seemingly understanding. A sigh of relief escapes Lu Xie's lips. But then, a sudden, sharp crack, the floor trembles. The familiar, a monstrous spider, crashes through the ceiling. Dust and debris rain down. Lu Xie stares, aghast, at the scene of destruction. His expression is a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Why do all the familiars under me seem to be evolving into this? Quan, eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder, whispers, "No, no. That can't be it." Lu Xie, regaining his composure, barks orders. "All right, Stripey, go to my office first. Stay quiet and don't touch anything." The spider, dubbed Stripey, scuttles sideways, its multiple eyes gleaming ominously. Why, is it crawling sideways? The aftermath of Stripey's chaotic arrival is clear. Shattered glass and debris litter the floor. Quan sits amidst the wreckage, looking defeated, while Lu Xie calmly assesses the damage. "Sorry, can you order a new container for me? One larger than the previous one. Place the fees for it on my tab." Quan, ever the responsible assistant, adds to the list of expenses. "And prepare the materials needed for the Ebony Knight's evolution. I've already made an appointment with the customer to start the experiment next week. The cleanup begins. Call someone to clean the laboratory and put it on my tab too. Since the apparatuses are broken, I can't continue my work anymore, so I'm going to head back now." Lu Xie sighs, resigned. "All right. We need to spend money again." Lu Xie's voice cuts through the air, sharp and precise. "You're a spider, not a crab." The gray armored spider, seemingly unfazed by the correction, continues its clumsy movements. A sigh escapes Lu Xie's lips. The weight of dealing with a perpetually disruptive, learning disabled arachnid companion is clearly taking its toll. He surveys the scene, two of his arachnid assistants sprawled on the floor, the aftermath of another minor incident. A sleek, modern building stands before us, its sign proclaiming "I love houses" in bold letters. Inside, a friendly salesperson greets Mr. Gao. "Right? I'm the salesperson who talked to you on the phone earlier. You can just call me Xiao Lu. You said we can go take a look at the house now, right?" "Yes, that's right. We also provide transportation. So this way, please." The salesperson details the villa's features: a large villa in the outskirts of the city, with a garden, basement, and clean surroundings. "There is a villa that fits your requirements. Mr. Gao, please take a look." A sprawling villa, bathed in sunlight, nestled amidst lush greenery, the very picture of luxury. Its grand entrance, a testament to refined taste, hints at the opulence within. This villa has no basement, but the surrounding area belongs to the same property. A detail that sparks a glint of intrigue in Mr. Gao's eyes. "So it's still possible to build your own basement," the agent explains, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Mr. Gao's brow furrows slightly, a question forming on his lips. "Where is this located?" he asks, his tone laced with suspicion. A subtle shift in the agent's demeanor, a fleeting moment of hesitation before she answers. "Near the prosperous Dragon Landmark, a surprisingly cheap price of only 2,000 alliance credits, because it's in an area with very little supervision. A large portion of surrounding land is also included, perfect for his needs." Mr. Gao's eyes narrow. "Wait, I have some questions. Are these pictures up to date?" he presses, a hint of urgency in his voice. The agent's smile falters slightly. "This picture was taken before the cataclysm. The plants in the background aren't mutated," she explains, her voice carefully measured. A pointed question hangs in the air. "You're not withholding important information from me, are you? Only 2,000 alliance credits?" Mr. Gao's eyebrows shoot up. It's a steal. But a nagging doubt worms its way into his mind. Something about this deal feels too good to be true. The agent's description of the location, a secluded villa on the edge of the hill, only fuels his suspicion. The pictures, they look too pristine for a post-cataclysm world. Mr. Gao's gaze sharpens. He's not easily fooled. Safety is paramount. And suddenly, a chilling realization dawns. The shadows lurking behind the agent's words, they are far more sinister than they appear. A sinister grin spreads across Mr. Gao's face. He's not worried about the dangers, he's prepared for them. With my familiars, this place will be a home away from home. The agent, oblivious to the truth, continues to push the sale. This property is a steal. The seller is taking a huge loss. Mr. Gao agrees, a glint in his eye. All right, let's go take a look. As they leave, a small, unexpected detail catches the agent's eye. A strange, cute crab scuttles past. Is that your familiar? A shiver runs down Mr. Gao's spine. It's just a spider, he tells himself, but the unsettling feeling lingers. His eyes, however, betray a different story. A flicker of suspicion, sharp and intense, crosses his gaze. The agent's repeated calls only amplify his unease. Is someone watching him? He brushes it off, a practiced facade of nonchalance. It's nothing, he mutters, his voice betraying a hint of forced calm. But unseen, a sinister grin watches their departure from a shadowed alleyway. The hunter is closing in. The voice cuts through the air, sharp and clear. I finally found you, the famous young Master Gao. The bus speeds down the road, a blur of motion. Their destination is near. The agent gestures towards a grand villa, its imposing facade hinting at secrets within. Here we are, she says, oblivious to the lurking danger. Mr. Gao's eyes scan the property, comparing it to the pictures. It matches, but a knot of unease tightens in his stomach. A clean, modern kitchen. The surfaces gleam, almost unnervingly so. But the furniture is old, the floorboards worn. A jarring contrast, hinting at something off. Mr. Gao's suspicion deepens. The price is too low for this location, even with the outdated furnishings. Isn't this too weird, he thinks, a knot tightening in his gut. A sudden shadow falls across the doorway. Who is it? The agent asks, her voice laced with alarm. The tension explodes. Mr. Gao, a rising star in the industry, stands before Boss Lu, the villa's seller. A business meeting, or something more? Boss Lu chuckles. I hurried over when I heard Mr. Gao wanted to take a look at the house. His words are laced with a subtle hint of flattery. And a question hangs in the air, you hurried over especially for me? The air crackles with unspoken understanding. Boss Lu knows exactly who Mr. Gao is. Come on, Mr. Gao, in this industry who hasn't heard of your name? He reveals Mr. Gao's true identity, the ace-up director Feng Sleeves, the hero behind last time's military action. The weight of that reputation is palpable. Boss Lu hands over his business card, adding, I'm also selling familiars. A lucrative side hustle, it seems. A 20% discount is offered for collaboration. Mr. Gao's internal monologue, this Boss Lu really knows how to do business. A hand rests on a polished wooden surface, the air thick with unspoken tension. Mr. Gao's voice, a calm counterpoint to the scene's underlying unease. Actually, this villa was bought for my parents. He explains, a hint of weariness in his tone. My parents were villagers who weren't used to city life, so I bought a villa on the outskirts for them. They worked themselves to the bone their entire lives for my success. After achieving some success in life, I naturally wanted them to enjoy the rest of their lives. But the idyllic image shatters. A flashback, a city consumed by fire, monstrous figures silhouetted against the flames, a stark reminder of a brutal past. His voice cracks with barely suppressed rage. They didn't make it in time to enjoy anything, not even for a day. They slaved away their entire lives. A fist slams onto the table, the impact echoing the fury in his heart. Crash. Boss Lu's voice cuts through the silence, a calculated offer. I originally wanted to keep this villa as a memory, but I heard Mr. Gao is looking for a house with similar requirements, so I asked the agency to recommend it to you at 2,000 alliance credits. You can see this as my investment in the future. Mr. Gao's face is etched with sorrow, but a flicker of resolve shines in his eyes. I'm not young anymore, and my ability is limited. I don't have the chance to do everything I want to do anymore. Young people like you are changing a city's future. I hope that what happened won't happen again in the future. A final, poignant scene. Mr. Gao's son and daughter-in-law, their faces illuminated by a soft, hopeful light, whisper, "Dad, Mom." A subtle smile plays on Mr. Gao's lips, a quiet confidence in his eyes. He's made his decision. "I'll buy this villa." The words ring out, firm and decisive. A new chapter begins. Home sweet home, or rather, new home, sweet home. Mr. Gao beams, a cardboard box in hand. He's ready for this. A shiver runs down the spine, a spectral chill permeates the air. Even the little jelly-like creature seems to shrink back. "Come over here, you two. This is nourishment I bought especially for you. It tastes much better than ordinary juice, be it cedar needles or whatnot." Mr. Gao offers a comforting presence amidst the supernatural. A tiny sip, a look of pure bliss. The little ghost seems to melt into pure contentment. A feast for the otherworldly. Bowls and platters overflow with strange, yet delicious-looking treats. Even the skeletal creature seems intrigued. "Dig in," Mr. Gao gestures warmly. A scene of unlikely camaraderie unfolds. "Your house sure is lively," a voice observes. The scene shifts, anticipation building. "Long time no see, Xiaopeng." The reunion begins with a warm greeting, a familiar face appearing after a long absence. Wow, Z has leveled up. Xiaopeng's supernatural companion has undergone a remarkable transformation, its appearance now more striking than ever before. Oh, Z even grew teeth. The once cute creature now sports a set of surprisingly sharp teeth, adding a touch of unexpected menace to its new look. "Help!" A sudden change in Z's demeanor causes alarm, its new teeth seemingly posing a threat. Xiaopeng rushes to assist, concern etched on his face. "Just bear with it for a while." Xiaopeng's calm reassurance suggests a solution is at hand, a testament to his understanding of his unique companion. "All right, Xiaopeng." Sister Tang Tang's voice cuts through the tension, her arrival marking a shift in the narrative's focus. "I heard you bought a villa." The conversation turns to Xiaopeng's recent acquisition, hinting at a significant life change. Sister Tang Tang, news spreads fast. A brief aside reveals the efficiency of the local gossip network, foreshadowing potential complications. "But the villa still needs some renovating, so I won't be moving in immediately." Xiaopeng explains the delay in his move, setting the stage for future developments. "Make sure to invite this sister over. There are lots of knacks to renovations, you don't have enough experience, so be sure not to get fooled." Sister Tang Tang offers a word of caution, highlighting the potential pitfalls of home renovation. The forest breathes, a symphony of rustling leaves and whispering winds. A young man, his steps light, pushes aside a branch. The snap echoes through the trees. He's accompanied by an eerie spectral figure and a small, mischievous-looking creature. A palpable tension hangs in the air. As they reach a desolate border, patrolled by military vehicles, the weight of their mission settles upon them. His gaze is fixed on a distant point, a determined glint in his eyes. "Those bottle trees shouldn't be too far away," he mutters. The crunch of leaves underfoot, a quiet urgency in his steps. Time is of the essence. A silent plea escapes his lips. "It'd be best if I can gather all the materials today. I only have 3 days of vacation and today's the last day." The forest's edge, a place of serene beauty, now tainted by a chilling discovery. A gray sand bobcat, level 13, a normal grade monster, but its presence here speaks volumes. The text confirms it, elite tier monsters lurk just beyond the forest's edge. Danger is closer than it seems. SFX, roar, the beast leaps. Its claws extended, ready to strike. A blur of motion, the bobcat's attack is swift and brutal. A skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its warning echoing through the trees, "This is bad. Everyone, be careful." Panic grips the protagonist. His eyes widen, reflecting the terror of the situation. SFX, crack, wham, the bobcat's attack connects, sending the protagonist reeling. The impact is devastating. A close-up on the protagonist's eye, a glimpse of the bobcat's claw, inches from his face. The threat is immediate, visceral. A desperate struggle, a dark, shadowy figure lunges, its attack aimed at a small, yellow creature. The protagonist is thrown back, engulfed by a wave of dark energy. The scene ends on a note of uncertainty and peril. A blur of motion. The protagonist unleashes a furious counterattack, a wave of violet energy erupting from their body. But the gray sand bobcat is faster, quicker than lightning. Its claws lash out. A shadowy figure emerges from the depths, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light. "I'll be your opponent," it declares, its voice echoing with power. The impact. The protagonist is sent flying, a crimson spray marking their fall. A desperate struggle for survival. Each movement is a testament to their unwavering will. But the bobcat's relentless assault continues, its emerald eyes gleaming with predatory intent. A desperate kick connects. A brief moment of respite. But the bobcat's claws tear through the air, a deadly dance of predator and prey. The shadowy figure intervenes. A blast of purple energy strikes the gray sand bobcat. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts. The gray sand bobcat is thrown back, its body slamming into the earth with a sickening crunch, leaving behind only a trail of blood and shattered rock. The air crackles with residual power. The protagonist, still reeling from the attack, watches in awe as a colossal, shadowy figure looms over him. The air itself seems to tremble before its might. The strength dummy now possesses has increased by more than tenfold since its school ape days, a voice observes, calm yet filled with wonder. The protagonist looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I always knew dummy would be strong, but I never imagined it'd be this strong," he adds, a hint of amazement in his tone. The protagonist can only nod, still processing the sheer power he just witnessed. "And it's still not used to its strength. Well, I haven't let it fight ever since it evolved. Looks like I need to train dummy more." A determined glint appears in his eyes. He turns to the protagonist. "Let's go," he declares, a confident smile on his face. The protagonist, despite his injuries, feels a surge of renewed hope. He nods, ready to follow. A close-up on Dummy's face. Its glowing blue eyes seem to hold a newfound understanding, a silent promise of loyalty. Is everything to it? The question hangs heavy in the air, a mystery woven into the very fabric of this shadowed world. After hours of searching, through various terrains, the team finally arrives at a clearing, where peculiar bottle trees grow. A flashback reveals a previous encounter with green tree snakes, a clue to finding the bottle trees. A sudden movement. *BAM*** a green tree snake strikes. The snake's attack is swift, a blur of green, it wraps around the creature's arm, its fangs sinking in. With surprising speed, the creature effortlessly throws off the snake, thwack, and crushes it in its hand. The creature examines the remains, a glint of interest in its eyes. "These are green tree snake core crystals? Seriously?" The main objective is revealed, to find enough with space hearts. The crystals are a bonus, a token of appreciation from Dummy. A smile spreads across the creature's face, he can't refuse such a gift. "Dumbass, break these bottle trees in the middle." The command rings out, crisp and clear, echoing through the tranquil forest. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, clenches a fist, crackling with purple energy. The air crackles with anticipation, releasing a devastating blast. The force of the blow is immense, a purple shockwave tearing through the forest. Trees explode in splinters, the creature leaps through the air, a blur of motion. The impact shakes the very ground. Success! A wide grin spreads across the young man's face. He's pleased with the results. The small creature beside him seems equally delighted. "Keep it up, dumbass. Break more trees." More trees fall, the forest groans under the assault. The crystals are plentiful. On the other side of the forest, a group of cloaked figures moves cautiously. The air is thick with suspicion. "Captain, is that kid really around here?" one of them asks, concern etched on his face. The captain nods slowly. "The information those people gave won't be wrong. Let's search for a bit more." A small mouse perches on the captain's shoulder, its ears twitching. The mouse's ears twitch again, this time more urgently. It seems to have sensed something. Tutu, the captain's familiar, senses a disturbance. A powerful energy, emanating from the depths of the jungle. The captain and his men, alerted by Tutu's warning, move swiftly through the undergrowth, their senses heightened, searching for the source. Yao Huan, the young man, pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The sounds of the jungle, they echo strangely familiar. His companions question his strange familiarity with the sounds, noting the resemblance to his past boxing training. An odd detail, in the heart of the jungle. The captain's team presses onward, their mission paramount. They cannot afford to ignore any possible clues, especially with the young man's sister's tuition fees still outstanding. The captain's face is grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The weight of responsibility, heavy on his shoulders. Crash! Yao Huan unleashes a devastating blow, shattering a thick tree trunk with a single strike. The force of the impact sends tremors through the forest. The captain's men watch in stunned silence, marveling at the young man's raw power. Such strength, unbelievable. The captain recognizes their target from a photograph. But why is he here? What secrets lie hidden within these ancient trees? Caution is advised. Getting any closer risks exposure, and failure is not an option. A monstrous centipede, far from ordinary, stirs in the forest undergrowth, its presence, a clear warning to those who dare approach. The captain's finger presses to his lips, a silent command for secrecy. A hushed discussion unfolds. The dark ember forest, a place of immense danger, yet an opportunity too tempting to ignore. The young man's eyes gleam with avarice. Valuables hidden within the ancient trees, the potential for untold riches. A plan is hatched. Deng Xin will use his shadows to control the smaller familiars, while the captain takes on the larger threat. A gamble for untold wealth, a risk they're willing to take. A sudden rustling in the leaves, the sound of approaching footsteps. The young man is caught off guard. Two monstrous creatures emerge from the shadows. And he's surrounded. Panic sets in. Who's there? Show yourself. The captain and his team are discovered. Shit, we've been found out. A friendly face appears in a sun-dappled forest clearing. Two figures stand beside him, their expressions guarded. "Ah, hey there, pal." The older man greets them, a hint of something unsaid in his tone. But the tension is palpable. Good thing the captain's quick-witted. The older man observes, his gaze sharp. A young man with dark hair scowls. "Humph, help." The forest floor is deceptively calm. The armor-piercing cone bee and the skull butterfly are familiars that are good at ambushing an enemy in the forest. A chilling warning. And those words paint a vivid picture in his mind. His eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into certainty. These two definitely don't have good intentions. A blur of motion, a sudden attack. Bam! A powerful blow connects, sending the attacker reeling. There's no time for mercy. A tense standoff unfolds in a sun-dappled forest clearing. "Ha, that's just my brother. Relax, we have no ill intentions." The older man's words are laced with a nervous chuckle, a stark contrast to the suspicion etched on the faces of those around him. Meanwhile, a young man casually explains his sudden departure. "Yeah, I had to use the bathroom, so I just came." A detailed scan appears, revealing the creature's stats: mithril cockroach, level 18, elite, excellent grade, gold attribute, weakness, electric. A young woman's eyes widen, a flicker of professional interest crossing her face. A rare variant? The young man, however, remains unfazed. "I don't think I need help." His tone is firm, almost defiant. But his confidence is shattered as a terrifying shadow looms, accompanied by two powerful familiars. Especially if it's this kind of help. The words hang heavy in the air, a palpable sense of dread washing over the scene. Crackle! The older man sighs, dismissing the situation with a wave of his hand. Since this little brother here doesn't like us impeding, let's forget about it. His words are dismissive, but a hint of concern flickers in his eyes. His young companion, however, is far from reassured. Captain, are we really leaving? Panic rises in his voice, a clear sign of his unease. The captain's response is grave. With our exposure, one after another, we've already lost the element of surprise. If we fail, we just make a new enemy for nothing. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts back to the young man, his three familiars now clearly visible. The narration continues. To be able to raise three familiars at the same time at such a young age means that he either has the money or the skills to do so. Either way, it means we shouldn't mess with him. And to make matters worse, one of the familiars is radiating an aura of unease. To make things worse, the black-robed familiar is giving off an aura that makes Tutu rather uncomfortable. The older man's expression darkens, his concern now palpable. The young man strokes his familiar, a tiny mouse-like creature. My intuition has saved me many times, he murmurs, a hint of unease in his voice. A wise decision, as he explains to the captain. Let's go. In this dog-eat-dog world, who knows what kind of familiars we'd meet that could easily take our lives. The captain nods in agreement. We'll go back once he leaves to see if we can find anything there later. There are so many trees in this jungle anyway. So why fight him over just a few trees? The young man's eyes narrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. If Dumley hadn't spotted the person hiding in the dark, would they have attacked us head-on? 2 hours later, a different scene unfolds. The young man, now alone, surveys a small clearing. He carefully weighs a bag of what appears to be some sort of magical substance. 0.95 kilograms, this should be enough, he says with a confident smile. He calls out to one of his familiars, a small, insectoid creature. Come here, Dizzy. The young man's familiars gather around him, a ghostly figure, the insectoid, and a larger, more menacing beast. Yup, it's working, he exclaims, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. A close-up on a small, glowing object, crackling with energy. Crackle! The young man raises his hand, a determined look in his eyes. He's ready. A burst of flame erupts from the young man's feet, consuming a small pile of leaves, a controlled burn, precise and efficient. Before the cataclysm, fire in a forest was a chargeable offense, but the laws moved this way after the cataclysm occurred. The life force and resistance assessed by humans have become more resilient than initially imagined. For a simple flame to create a huge forest fire is practically impossible. The young man smirks, a glint of mischief in his eyes. This is convenient for me to get rid of the evidence. On a distant hilltop, the captain and his men pause their retreat. Captain, look. The captain's gaze follows his subordinate's pointed finger, a plume of smoke rises from the forest below. That kid sure is cunning. He's scared that we'd find something when we double back. This kid is too vigilant. An older man, his face etched with worry, muses, perhaps he might have not realized this decisive ruthlessness that's embedded in his nature. One of the captain's men speaks up, his voice laced with doubt. Captain, are we just going to leave this matter alone? The captain sighs, his expression grim. There is no conflict between that kid and us. If he was holding on to some obvious treasure, then things might have been different. I would have chosen to take the risk and eliminate all the traces. To say it simply, the possible benefits aren't big enough. We can't afford it. We can forget about this, but someone else sure won't. The captain dials a number on his phone. Hello. Please relay to Dr. John that the mission has been completed. A different scene unfolds. The young man, on his phone, speaks calmly. I've already sent you pictures of the target's familiars. Thanks for your hard work, your remuneration has been sent. Thank you for your cooperation. Dr. Zhang's face is grim, his words sharp as a knife. The scouting mission, a complete failure. But his superior remains calm, almost unnervingly so. A chilling smile plays on his lips, the next phase of their plan is already in motion. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. Ji Hanwoo. A name whispered with chilling precision. Found. Stripey's growth spurt is astonishing. Not only has it leveled up, but its body size has also increased dramatically since we left the house. It devoured that entire mountain of food in one sitting. The sheer amount consumed is unbelievable. The shed skins, they broke so easily. Could familiar shed skins have magical properties, like in those novels? Keep eating, Stripey. It's best if you can eat up and get nice and chubby. Yes. Yes. Just wait until you get fat, then we'll feast on delicious fried spider meat. A sigh escapes his lips. Too much of this canned food in one sitting will cause a buildup of toxins in your system. With the wood space hearts finally collected, all the necessary ingredients for the potion are finally gathered. But there's a problem. The Fei Pun Familiar Studio. A place of secrets, hidden behind an unassuming facade. A high-tech access panel awaits. A single touch. And the door hisses open, revealing the inner sanctum. Inside, a lone figure works diligently. Quan went back so early today, he mutters, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Well, that means no one will disturb me. The air crackles with anticipation. A burst of flame. The intense heat of the process is undeniable. High temperature burning, high pressure precision, this is no ordinary concoction. Success! It's finally done, he exclaims, a grin spreading across his face. Judging by its sweet fragrance, Silly will definitely like it. The anticipation is palpable. A vibrant green liquid, the culmination of his efforts. A potent elixir, ready to be unleashed. And the transformation begins. Silly's delighted reaction speaks volumes. Juice, juice. The scientist gestures towards a large container, a bubbling cauldron of emerald green. Come, get in. A familiar projectile hurtles towards the container. A satisfying whoosh as Silly plunges into the rejuvenating liquid. The transformation is complete. A tiny, pulsating jellyfish floats in a shimmering, turquoise liquid, its multiple tentacles waving gently, a soft glug-glug sound accompanying its movements. Suddenly, a crimson eye opens, wide and intense, reflecting the inner turmoil of its owner. The jellyfish's color shifts, a sickly green replacing its previous vibrant hues. There's something wrong with this color. A voice whispers, filled with concern. Panic sets in. Help! I don't like fluorescent green. The scientist's face is a mask of distress. He made a mistake, a terrible one. The evolution path he chose was wrong. A data screen appears, detailing the wood spirit jellyfish's stats. Epic grade is within reach, but the requirements are steep. Magical space sand is needed, a rare material. Despite the setbacks, a surge of power courses through the scientist. With Silly's evolution, my soul strength has increased considerably, he exclaims, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. A sudden, unexpected image flashes across his mind, two glowing green eyes, mischievous and playful. And the transformed jellyfish, now a vibrant, glowing green, playfully leaps towards him. Don't come near me, he shouts, a mix of fear and exasperation in his voice. The jellyfish settles on his head like a bizarre, glowing hat. A sigh escapes his lips. The transformation is complete, but the consequences are yet to be fully understood. A phone notification appears. This is the construction company Sister Tang introduced to me a few days ago, he wonders, a hint of intrigue in his tone. A late-night call. The details of the workflow have already been finalized, but Manager Lee sounds frantic. The problem? Variant plants are impeding the development work at a villa, and their removal requires a delicate touch. A simple all right hangs in the air, the weight of responsibility settling on Mr. Gao's shoulders. The urgency intensifies. All the workers are waiting on site. Overtime? Mr. Gao's brow furrows. Manager Lee's desperation is palpable. This isn't just a job, it's an internal matter, and Mr. Gao is the only one who can fix it. A simple agreement. Mr. Gao will be there shortly. The call ends. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sense of foreboding. A chilling smile. Manager Lee's true intentions are revealed, a sinister plan unfolds. A threat, veiled in casual cruelty. Tonight, someone's son will have roast chicken, but not in the way you'd expect. Suspicion clouds Mr. Gao's mind. Manager Lee's words ring hollow, but there's something else, something he can't quite grasp. A glint of determination in his eyes, Mr. Gao makes a decision. He'll bring Dummy and Dazi along for backup, a wise precaution, given the circumstances. Half an hour later, a man kneels, bound and defeated, while his captor stands tall and imposing. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, two figures discuss their next move. Be patient, it's fine if he comes a bit late. We still need to meet Ji Hanwoo's people. A sinister smile plays on the lips of one. To tell you the truth, I really didn't want to use such violent methods. After all, we are civilized people. But the glint in his eye tells a different story. No one suspected Ji Hanwoo still had a living grandson, a secret carefully guarded until now. If news about Ji Hanwoo's grandson being alive spreads, it's a given that a lot of people will move back into the dark to try and get rid of this threat. A calculated risk, indeed. Wealth moveth the heart of man. A vast organization, teeming with conflicting agendas and hidden motives. Ji Hanwoo invested heavily in protecting his grandson, but there are surely people moving in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. A hushed debate unfolds, the weight of consequence heavy in the air. The risk is clear, eliminating Ji Hanwoo's grandson would unleash the fury of a legend. The camera pans to a calculating figure, a man whose ambition burns brighter than any fear. He assesses his position within the Southern Sky Group, a cold calculation in his eyes. Shadows gather, a trio of figures cloaked in darkness. Their silhouettes speak volumes, hinting at a power far beyond the reach of ordinary men. A cunning strategist lays out his plan, a web of deceit spun with chilling precision. He sees an opportunity to use Gao Peng as a pawn, a stepping stone to greater power. The scene shifts, a tense confrontation brewing. A man is cornered, his fear palpable as he begs for mercy. A flash of iridescent wings, a butterfly descends, its beauty a deceptive mask. Don't be fooled by its grace, this is no ordinary insect. Eyes blaze with malevolent intent, a sinister smile playing on the lips. The butterfly, a symbol of his power, takes flight. The butterfly's wings shimmer, a silent promise of swift, decisive action. The scene is set for a brutal display of power. A swift, silent strike. The man crumples to the ground, his pleas for mercy unanswered. A chilling calm settles over the scene. The mastermind watches, his satisfaction evident as he leaves his victim to his fate. A sneering villain, bathed in the cold light of impending victory, declares, "It's a pity there'll be one less person to witness my success tonight." A flash of light. A devastating blow cuts through the air. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving onlookers speechless. "Doctor, look," one cries out in alarm. He came in person. The scene shifts to Chang'an's military region. A tall, imposing tower stands silhouetted against the night sky. Atop the tower, a massive, golden bird stirs within its nest, a creature of immense power, barely contained. With a mighty roar, the golden god bursts forth. The earth trembles beneath its might. Panic erupts. What's happening? Is the ape from the dark ember forest out? One soldier shouts, fear etched on his face. But another, more seasoned soldier, cuts him off. No, it looks like Golden God discovered something. Hurry up and investigate. There's no need to investigate. That person from the Southern Sky Group is here in Chang'an. The commanding officer, a figure of authority and calm amidst the chaos, issues his orders. There's no worry. Just sound the alert as usual. A monstrous shadow looms, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent power. A figure of authority stands defiant, yet a tremor of fear runs through him. Master Chairman! Wait! I have Gao Peng's child. The weight of his words crashes down. His earlier outburst, a desperate plea born of panic. Now, a chilling game of cat and mouse begins. Who told you this information? A digital profile flashes Gao Peng's location, a ticking clock. As long as I don't decode the program on time, the program will send news about Gao Peng to the mobile devices of every employee in the Southern Sky Group. The chairman's eyes blaze with cold fury. Forget it. Everyone has their own will, so I won't force you to tell. A desperate plea rings out. Don't go. I'll tell you. It's Secretary Liu. The truth spills out, a desperate gambit for survival. Master Chairman, I only wanted more funds. I've never thought about hurting Gao Peng. A chilling calculation. As long as there are enough funds, I will certainly bring immense benefits to the Southern Sky Group. A cold dismissal. Alright, seeing that you actually worked hard, I'll let you have a good time. Ji Hanwoo, wounded but defiant, scoffs. Humph. Fool. I, Ji Hanwoo, would never be threatened in any way whatsoever. A stern-faced elder examines a glowing red device on his wrist, a subtle pulse of energy emanates from it. His orders are clear: investigate Jiang Yilong and his program. Destroy it if possible. Let the chairman know. The scene shifts to a desolate, urban wasteland. Cries for help echo, but the elder remains impassive. He coldly states, I like simple worlds like this. A dark figure kneels before him, whispering, Teacher. The elder's gaze softens slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Tang Tang. Tang Tang smiles, her red eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. The elder, a figure of imposing authority, recounts his recent return from overseas. His words paint a picture of turmoil. When I had just returned from overseas, I couldn't fully control the group. The group was in a state of chaos. The weight of his responsibility is palpable. And the news of his parents' death only deepens the shadows. His voice carries a hint of sorrow as he explains his decision to send his people to find somewhere peaceful to grow up. The scene shifts to a desolate, rocky landscape. A vast, powerful-looking dragon-like creature is visible in the background. The elder continues, his tone shifting to one of quiet satisfaction. Although the forces within the group have gradually stabilized, there's no need to rush bringing Xiaopeng over. This free-roaming grooming method can better train a person's willpower, and Xiaopeng's talent has far exceeded my expectations. Tang Tang, ever efficient, politely announces her departure. I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave the clean-up to you. Thanks. Her eyes, however, betray a hint of something more. The elder's gaze follows her, a subtle frown etching itself onto his face. You're going to visit Xiaopeng tonight, he murmurs, a hint of concern in his voice. He pauses, then adds with a thoughtful expression, there's a more suitable opportunity. His words hint at a deeper, more strategic plan. The scene shifts to a dark, mysterious location. The elder's voice echoes with gravitas, for Xiaopeng, a rock-solid heart and soul are so much more precious than any obtainable object. Child, show me just how much you can grow. A young man, seemingly Jiang Yilong, finds himself in a desolate area, surrounded by strange creatures. His voice is filled with alarm. Where are Manager Li and the workers? I couldn't get in touch with them since just now. Has something happened? A sigh escapes Ji Hanwoo's lips, his expression, a mixture of annoyance and understanding. Sister Tang Tang's casual approach, clearly, something is amiss. Tang Tang's sharp gaze pierces through him. Her words are a warning, don't let your guard down so easily. Hanwoo's smile is a plea for trust, a desperate hope in a world where he's known only loss, ever since he became an orphan. But Tang Tang's revelation shatters his reality. A bombshell, your grandfather is still alive. The cataclysm, a foreign island, a desperate struggle for survival. The weight of this news settles heavily on Hanwoo. A tropical island paradise, seemingly idyllic, but the text reveals a brutal truth: this is no vacation. This is a hellish battleground. The island's harsh reality is laid bare. A monstrous beast looms, a testament to the dangers that lurk, and the sheer scale of the challenge. Against all odds, Hanwoo's grandfather survived. His resilience, his strength, forged in the crucible of unimaginable hardship. Hanwoo's eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of awe and disbelief. The sheer scale of his grandfather's survival, it's almost unbelievable. Tang Tang explains the immense responsibility placed upon Hanwoo. His grandfather's trust, a heavy burden to bear. Ji Hanwoo's eyes, blazing with a newfound intensity, reflect the shocking truth: that's my grandfather. I know his personality. He pieces together the puzzle, a chilling realization dawning on him. His grandfather's actions, shrouded in secrecy, were a calculated gamble. A desperate attempt to protect him, to shield him from unseen dangers. He must have felt it wasn't safe, and thought that it would be easier to protect me by keeping me hidden. Hanwoo's voice is firm, his resolve hardening. He wants to test me, hoping that I would grow on my own as quickly as possible. A quiet understanding passes between him and Tang Tang. A silent promise exchanged between them. Sister Tang, you don't have to worry that I'll misunderstand him or complain about why he hasn't come to meet me sooner. A moment of shared trust, a bond forged in the face of uncertainty. The scene shifts. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in mystery. Xiao Peng's question hangs heavy in the air: so, what is grandfather's familiar? A gasp escapes Hanwoo's lips as the truth is revealed. The sheer power is almost overwhelming. What grade is it? It is incredibly powerful. Tang Tang smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. You'll know the answer in the future. A majestic figure descends, a powerful aura surrounding him. He stands tall and proud, a commanding presence that demands attention. The wind whispers around him, as the ground trembles beneath his might. A colossal dragon's head emerges from the clouds, its eyes burning with an ancient power. This is no ordinary being, but a force of nature itself. The elder's gaze is sharp, his expression unreadable. A subtle smile plays on his lips. Chaos erupts. What happened? The morning started with a shocking incident. Two students clashed, their familiars unleashing a furious battle. One was left critically injured. Witnesses gasp, fear etched on their faces. The tension is palpable. Revealing a dark truth: the attacker was a victim of bullying, using his familiar in a desperate act of revenge. The bullied student is now in the hospital. A heated debate ignites. You can't say it like that, no matter the reason, using violence is wrong, cries one student. But another counters, do you know what world we live in? Using violence is wrong, my ass. Why don't you go reason with the monsters outside the city? The fallout is immediate. Three familiars stand menacingly, a chilling display of power. The principal intervenes, his voice laced with concern. These familiars are way more dangerous than knives. Continuing training inside the school is unreasonable in terms of safety. A plea for calm, a promise to consider the situation. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. A somber reflection. The principal's worry is palpable, the future uncertain. A man in a cap and gloves, his face partially obscured, speaks with grim determination. Because right now, nowhere is really safe anymore. What we can do is try to stop things like this from happening with the power of the law. The elder's face is etched with worry, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air. The Chang'an military region. A colossal tower, home to a family of powerful birds, stands tall against the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, two figures discuss the recent surge in familiar-related incidents. That's the situation, Chief Instructor, one reports, concern etched on his face. Indeed, school should be a place for studying, the Chief Instructor replies, but his tone suggests a deeper unease. The gravity of the situation is undeniable. Over 300 cases of familiars injuring humans in the last month alone. These weren't simple accidents, they were malicious attacks. The chief instructor's grim expression speaks volumes. This isn't just a crime wave, it's a crisis of unprecedented scale, overwhelming even the usually efficient Huaxia police force. A heavy sigh escapes the instructor's lips. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. But there's no time for despair. The World Allied government won't stand idly by. Action is imminent. Special times call for special measures. Our task is still very heavy, the chief instructor declares, his voice firm despite the daunting challenge. The chief instructor's voice booms across the classroom. Starting tomorrow, all familiars are banned from school. We're building a training facility just for them. A student's familiar, a mischievous green blob, protests with a playful no-go, warm. A student's quiet contemplation, I heard that jellyfish wolfberry soup tastes good. Suddenly, the familiar unleashes a vortex of swirling purple energy. The student, now panicked, offers the familiar juice and soup. Drink, fruit juice, jellyfish soup. The chief instructor clears his throat. Ahem, attention please. He announces the upcoming college entrance exams, emphasizing, the results of your training will significantly affect your final score. The image shows documents detailing the rigorous selection process for monster trainer cadets, highlighting the competitive nature of the upcoming exams. The details of the first round of the exam are revealed, a unified examination across the country, challenging students to face monsters. The rules of the upcoming college entrance exam are laid out. Choose your monsters, but tier and type are randomized. Each monster has an advantageous attribute. And if your familiar's attribute matches, you gain a bonus. Normal monsters give 10 points, elite 50, and commander monsters a whopping 500. Excellent grade monsters offer a 50% bonus, while perfect grade monsters double your points. The first round is a brutal filter. Only a few will make it to the second round. But passing the second round guarantees admission to a prestigious university. The chief instructor addresses the students, emphasizing the difficulty of the exam and the importance of the upcoming extra training sessions. One student, brimming with confidence, declares his intent to achieve a perfect grade. He's ready to show what he's got. A caged deadleaf locust, a level 10 excellent grade monster, awaits its challenger. It's the perfect training opponent. But why does Stripey seem so hesitant? His spider familiar is usually fearless, but now, a tremor of fear runs through him. Stripey's brow furrows in thought, a flashback of a past encounter flashing before his eyes. The memory of a ruthless attack lingers, a chilling question forming in his mind. Was it a panicked response, or something more sinister? The training grounds. Gao Ping, brimming with confidence, volunteers to go first. He's ready to show what he's learned. A curious detail emerges. Why is there another familiar? The instructor explains the rules of monster training, revealing the significance of commander tier familiars. Instructor Zhang addresses Gao Ping directly, emphasizing the importance of focusing on one familiar before the entrance exam. The pressure is on. Gao Ping, ever the pragmatist, accepts the advice, his expression showing a blend of determination and calculated strategy. He's already planned his training. A confident smirk plays on Gao Ping's lips. He's ready. His familiar, Stripey, looks less than thrilled. Come to think of it, Stripey has indeed grown fatter, Gao Ping observes, a hint of amusement in his tone. The training exercise begins. Stripey faces a dead leaf locust. The scene is tense. Don't hit me. Stripey pleads, his fear palpable. The onlookers watch, a question hanging in the air, will the battle even start? The instructor suggests letting Teddy go first instead. A perceptive observation, one familiar is cautious, the other cowardly. A perfect match, ironically. The instructor's words click into place. The contrasting personalities of the familiars become clear. A stark contrast is revealed. The chief instructor's words hang in the air, a mix of encouragement and grim realism. Stripey's apprehension is palpable, this training exercise is no mere game. Suddenly, motion blurs. The dead leaf locust attacks with terrifying speed. And Stripey is caught completely off guard. The creature's massive claws descend. The ground trembles under the impact. A cloud of dust erupts as the locust slams down. But Stripey reacts. A burst of speed, a desperate counterattack. The chief instructor's eyes widen. This is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Stripey is in a dire situation. The dead leaf locust has the upper hand, its aerial advantage proving decisive. A sudden spray of silk. Stripey uses a surprising tactic, ensnaring the locust in a sticky web. A brilliant move that halts the locust's deadly assault. The chief instructor beams, this was unexpected. The dead leaf locust struggles, trapped and helpless. Victory is within Stripey's grasp. The dead leaf locust lunges. Its massive mandibles snap shut, a blur of motion. But Stripey is ready. A silken net explodes outward, ensnaring the monstrous insect in a sticky trap. The locust thrashes wildly, its powerful legs kicking against the restraints, a desperate struggle against the spider's cunning. Scholar Gao observes, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "This little spider of yours is pretty strong," she comments, "it defused the attack of a special mutant." Gao Peng explains, "No, that was the best it could do to attack, but since it was busy defending after the initial attack around, it missed the chance." He continues, "Although the dead leaf locust is a mutant, its attacks didn't harm Stripey, that means your spider is far stronger than it." Stripey, however, is hesitant. No, scared. Gao Peng urges, "Stripey, don't be afraid. You're stronger than it. Climb up the cage and attack it." Stripey protests, No, climbing cage is too hard." The chief instructor's voice rings out, sharp and impatient. "You're a spider, a spider. You have the gall to actually tell me that crawling up an iron cage is too difficult? You are undoubtedly the lamest familiar that I've trained." A frustrated sigh escapes Gao Peng's lips. He gestures impatiently, his words sharp, "Sigh, come back here." He stands resolute, a determined glint in his eyes. "You don't want to attack, right? Then just come back." The words hang in the air, a challenge. A defeated foe lies before him, its red eyes wide with fear. The battle is over, but the tension remains palpable. A coffin, adorned with white roses, holds a peaceful figure. But the young man beside it is consumed by a dark, brooding rage. New master. Not happy. Stripey will be left behind again. His voice cracks with barely suppressed grief. Stripey doesn't want to be thrown away, scared. A monstrous shadow descends from above, a terrifying presence. Thwack, a resounding impact echoes as Stripey retaliates. The battle resumes. Stripey's crimson eyes burn with defiance. Stripey doesn't want to be thrown away. The battle rages. A blur of motion, a clash of steel against monstrous carapace. Stripey, eyes blazing with primal fury, unleashes a devastating counterattack. A torrent of emerald energy erupts, a wave of pure, untamed power. The impact. It severely injured the mutant. It severely injured one mutant with just one counterattack. I didn't expect Scholar Gao's familiar's attacks to be so clever. Whoa, so you've had an ace up your sleeve all this time. But the celebration is short-lived. Warning! 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 Stripey's status, aggressive. Out of control. The warning escalates, the desire to fight has increased drastically. Staying in this state for a long time will cause irreversible damage to the familiar. Irreversible damage? Stripey unleashes another devastating attack. A furious roar echoes as the creature unleashes its raw power. Stripey unleashes a furious barrage. Raw power explodes in a crimson tempest. A blinding flash of motion as the protagonist reacts. That's enough, Stripey. The protagonist's voice cuts through the chaos. But even as he intervenes, a look of deep concern clouds his features. You did great. I apologize for what I said just now. You were amazing. Words of comfort, but the tension remains palpable. Stripey, still aggressive and out of control, snarls, angry, fight. Despite the danger, unwavering resolve shines in the protagonist's eyes. I will never leave you behind. You are my familiar and I'm your trainer. We are partners, so why in the world would a person leave his partner behind? A glimmer of hope. Come back, it's enough this time. Really? Stripey's doubt is palpable, but a shift is occurring. A return to normalcy. Really? Believe me. I won't ever throw you away. The protagonist's plea echoes in a sterile, official-looking room. He demands access to Stripey, his voice laced with urgency. Open the cage and let me in. My familiar's condition isn't right, I need to go save it. Stripey, the eight-legged marvel, has shed some serious pounds. After a week of intense training, he's looking leaner and meaner than ever. And the protagonist's strategic mind is already at work, devising a new fighting style. The focus? Draining enemy stamina before a direct confrontation. A brilliant plan in the making. The protagonist reflects on Stripey's previous rage, a worried frown etching itself onto his face. Over-reliance on the system could be a fatal flaw. He carries a container, his expression thoughtful. The weight of responsibility rests heavily on his shoulders. And a notification flashes. Level 13 achieved. But even with increased power, the protagonist knows that experience and caution are paramount. Victory isn't guaranteed. He ponders the potential of his exoskeletons, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Throwing them away seems wasteful. But then, a culinary idea strikes. Fried exoskeletons? Why not? The protagonist, a master of the unexpected, is ready to experiment. He's confident in his culinary skills, even boasting about his ability to cook anything. A true gourmand. The sizzle of the pan fills the air, cumin powder, the final touch to perfection. Dazi, the master chef of the supernatural world, presents his latest culinary creation. A steaming bowl of something unusual. Even Stripey, known for his discerning palate, finds the aroma strangely familiar. Could this dish hold a secret? With Stripey's level up, the protagonist's soul strength has also increased. Time to test the limits of their bond once more. A daring proposition. The protagonist extends a hand, offering dumbly a chance at a powerful partnership. Will the skeletal familiar accept? Dumbly's answer? A resounding yes. A surge of fiery energy erupts from his core, transforming into a symbol of their newly forged connection. A bond of power, forged in the flames of acceptance. Success. The protagonist's soul strength has skyrocketed. The power of friendship and a well-timed contract have paid off. A satisfied smile spreads across the protagonist's face. The future is bright and filled with the promise of adventure. As Dumbly, now a fully fledged familiar, beams with newfound power. Their journey continues. The protagonist recounts their previous harrowing encounter with a giant anaconda, a chilling memory etched into his mind. But this time, things are different. He's brought Dumbly and Dazi, ensuring a safer expedition. Their determination is palpable, this wilderness will be explored properly. Dazi's words crackle with barely contained rage. The memory of their previous ordeal, trapped in that house, fuels his fury. That bastard. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization. A wave of recognition washes over him as he connects the dots. Those familiar faces, it was fate, a cruel twist of irony. A military transport rumbles into view, a behemoth of steel and power against the lush backdrop of the jungle. The expedition is about to begin. A cacophony of sounds erupts. A chorus of growls and screeches fills the air as Dumbly's power is unleashed. The other familiars are cowering in fear. Dumbly, a formidable presence, stands before them. His aura, though not of the highest level, is enough to subdue the other familiars. The protagonist's power is amplified. Dunley's imposing shadow stretches across the ground as he surveys his surroundings. The other students watch in awe and apprehension. The power is undeniable. A bystander's incredulous question hangs in the air, "It's just a familiar? What's she being so cocky about?" Deep within a tranquil valley, a young man rides atop a skeletal beast. He speaks, his voice laced with a hint of weariness. "I didn't team up with Mu Taiying this time, but it's easier to get things done if I'm alone. The more people, the harder things will become." His mount, a towering figure of bone and shadow, rumbles in agreement. A sudden burst of loyalty erupts from the beast. "Master, I protect you." A curious expression crosses the young man's face. Where did you learn those words?" His eyes gleam with a mixture of surprise and amusement. The answer comes as a surprising revelation. Back home, the skeletal beast is seen napping in front of a television, a children's cartoon playing. Armor Baby. It learned it from a children's show. The young man sighs, a smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A powerful strike cuts through the air, leaving only a trail of dust and the faint scent of ozone. The direction the creature vanished is noted, the pond where they encountered the greenskin frogs last time? A young man sits atop his skeletal steed, a curious smile playing on his lips. The skeletal beast, with its glowing blue eyes, looks almost sad. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A colossal serpent, scales shimmering like emeralds, attacks. Crash! The skeletal beast reacts instantly, shielding its rider with its bony frame. The impact of the attack sends tremors through the forest. As the young man clings on for dear life, finding himself in the heart of the giant anaconda's territory. "It's the giant jungle monster," he exclaims. He notes this is the second time he's encountered this beast. The danger is palpable, this is anaconda territory. The ground trembles. Branches snap. The anaconda's colossal form is revealed, a terrifying sight. Its massive head emerging from the dense foliage, eyes burning like hellfire. The air crackles with anticipation. Suddenly, a chorus of blap sounds erupts from a nearby pond. Small, blue frogs leap from the water. Their frantic escape creating a ripple effect across the still surface. The tension is almost unbearable. As one particularly large frog launches a powerful jet of water, striking the anaconda with surprising force. The anaconda strikes. Water explodes as its colossal body whips through the pond, sending shockwaves that toss aside even the largest frogs. Panic reigns. The young man observes, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. This anaconda's power is far beyond anything he's encountered before. It's a commander-tier monster, strength level 20. He spots a tadpole, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. What is that, he wonders. The fleeing frogs paint a picture of utter devastation. A spectacular, terrifying sight. The ecosystem is shattered, but these greenskin frogs somehow survived previous attacks. The reason? The periodic visits of this monstrous anaconda. Its presence a force of nature, reshaping the pond with each visit. The young man watches, a grim understanding dawning on his face. The anaconda's power is overwhelming, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in this world. Is it full? Life is not easy for everyone, he sighs. There's only a slight difference between the anaconda and other high-grade monsters. Avoiding direct conflict is best. Dummy, later he mutters to his skeletal mount. As leaves rustle, a silent promise of the challenges to come. A tranquil forest scene unfolds, a serene pond reflecting the sunlight. Frogs leap playfully near the water's edge, their cheerful croaks filling the air. Suddenly, a shadow streaks across the idyllic scene. A blur of motion, a dark presence cuts through the tranquility. The young man savors a delicious meal, his eyes sparkling with delight. Ah! This elastic muscle. This sweet gravy. as well as this lemongrass aroma. He reflects on the scene, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. No wonder the giant jungle anaconda made periodical visits. These green-skinned frogs really tempted it with their delicious meat. Dazee, his companion, lets out a startled yelp. What's wrong, Dazee? A sudden jolt. Dazee is thrown back, revealing a powerful, shadowy figure emerging from the forest steps. A black light horse, a creature of immense power, stands revealed. Its ethereal form shimmers with an otherworldly glow. Monster name, Black Light Horse, monster level, level 14, monster grade, excellent, monster attribute, dark, monster weakness, ice. A young man, eyes wide with wonder, gazes upon his new mount, a sleek, black horse wreathed in ethereal, glowing energy. And this type of mountable familiar is way too cool, he exclaims, his thoughts bubbling with excitement. The scene shifts. He's now beside a crackling campfire, a frown etching itself onto his face. A sudden question hangs in the air: which bastard stole my greenskin frog leg? A skeletal creature, small but menacing, clutches a glistening, red heart. A low growl rumbles from its throat. The young man's eyes narrow as he confronts the thief. Dumbly, why did you steal my greenskin frog leg? He demands. The skeletal creature, caught red-handed, is speechless for a moment, then, with a sudden burst of energy, it launches a desperate counterattack. Whoosh! The frog leg flies through the air, a projectile of stolen culinary delight. The young man smirks, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The skeletal creature's eye glows with an eerie blue light, a silent scream of frustration. A dark shadow engulfs the young man, a sudden, unexpected attack. He's thrown back, disoriented. Dumbly, what's wrong? A monstrous serpent, eyes blazing with malevolent intent, lunges from the shadows. Its massive jaws snap shut, missing the young man by a hair's breadth. A monstrous shadow looms over the forest, its skeletal form radiating an unnatural chill. A young man in a lab coat, eyes narrowed in concentration, faces the beast, a tiny, scorpion-like creature clinging to its back. His expression hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. This is the second time you visited me, even though I haven't looked for any trouble with you. A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable: can this creature be defeated? The command is sharp, decisive. Kill! A blinding flash of energy erupts, the forest floor trembles under the force of the attack. The monster roars in agony, its massive form slams against the trees, splintering wood and earth. The impact sends shockwaves through the forest. And with a final, earth-shattering crack, it falls. The monstrous serpent, scales shimmering, plummets from the sky. A blur of motion. A purple energy lances through the air, a deadly arrow aimed true. Thwack, the impact reverberates through the forest. And the serpent hisses, its golden eyes narrowed in pain and surprise. What was that? The arrow's power explodes within its massive form. A crimson wave erupts. A devastating blow. The creature reels, its colossal body shuddering under the assault. With a roar that shakes the very earth, the serpent lashes out. Claws extended. But it's too late. The hero counters with brutal efficiency. Slash, blood sprays. A torrent of crimson staining the forest floor. The beast is wounded, but far from defeated. Another strike. Crash, the serpent slams into the ground, its scales cracking under the relentless onslaught. Lightly injured. The battle rages on. The hero presses their advantage, weaving through the serpent's desperate attacks. Wham, 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 moderately injured. A thoughtful observer watches from the sidelines, impressed by the unfolding spectacle. Dumbly's combat ability has once again amazed me, he muses. A blur of motion. A bone-shattering impact. The serpent recoils, its scales pierced and bleeding, a swift counterattack follows. The serpent's head hangs low, wounded and defeated. The monstrous form begins to crumble, a final, desperate struggle. A fiery eruption signals the end, the beast's power extinguished. Eyes blazing with alarm, dumbly scans the battlefield. Berserk! This is bad. A warning rings out. Dumbly! Be careful, it's its trump card. The ground trembles as a colossal shadow looms, a terrifying presence descends. The final blow connects, sending debris flying, the monster is vanquished. The ground trembles. A monstrous impact shatters the forest floor. As the giant anaconda slams into the earth, its scales shimmering with an unnatural energy. A guttural roar echoes through the trees, the beast is far from defeated. Dumbfounded, the protagonist stares at the anaconda's massive form. Can he even stand? A chilling question hangs in the air as the creature rises again, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. With a terrifying swipe, the anaconda attacks. The protagonist barely dodges. The sheer power of the blow sending shockwaves through the forest. The anaconda unleashes another devastating attack, a crimson energy pulsing from its heart. But the protagonist's resolve remains unshaken. He will not yield. A final, desperate strike. The air crackles with energy. Oh, no! The text screams it, a giant jungle anaconda, enraged and ready to strike. Its jaws open, a terrifying maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, a horrifying display of primal power. The attack is swift, brutal. A blur of motion, a maelstrom of scales and fangs. But the protagonist isn't going down without a fight. A surge of energy, a blinding flash. The anaconda recoils, a hiss of pain and disbelief escaping its gaping maw. Something unexpected has happened. A powerful shockwave erupts from the protagonist, sending the monstrous serpent reeling. He stands, battered but defiant, a newfound power coursing through his veins. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he unleashes a devastating blow. The aftermath, a crater marks the spot where the giant anaconda once stood, and the protagonist, exhausted but triumphant. A young man's file is displayed, his name, Gao Peng, age 18. The accompanying text reveals a high security clearance level, far exceeding the norm. Prompting a superior officer to remark, "Chief, this youngster's information is a bit special." The gravity of the situation is palpable. A thumbs up, a confident grin, he's ready. The command echoes, IT open. A dark, mysterious figure emerges from the shadows. A strange, unsettling sound fills the air. What's with this sound? It doesn't sound like we're cutting through thick skin, rather, it sounds like paper tearing. A shiver runs down his spine. The pieces fall into place. Well, this explains why such a fat anaconda was capable of moving on top of trees as if it was floating and why it didn't create giant holes even when it fell from higher ground. The mystery is solved. A gentle smile spreads across his face. For you. For you. He offers a gift, a gesture of care. A moment of explanation. Earlier, Dummy's incredible strength was due to the activation of the blood thread heart. Even though the heart's destroyed, it will certainly regenerate. With the passive effect gone, Dummy looks much weaker now. A subtle shift in power. But there's more to this than meets the eye. The blood thread heart not only increases the host's strength, but it also has a lot of benefits. As to what extent this talent can be utilized, that depends on how Dummy trains itself after the heart regenerates. A seed of potential is planted. And suddenly, chaos erupts. Bam, a powerful impact rocks the scene. A bizarre, insectoid creature scuttles into view, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with malice. And Wen-wei, recognizing the threat, instantly springs into action. It's Mu-Taiying and Lotus Seed. Let's go! They flee across a rugged landscape, the ground trembling beneath their feet. A colossal rhino-like beast emerges from a chasm on the other side. Wen, ever vigilant, shouts a warning to her companions. Wei, be careful of your surroundings. One of the girls cries out in pain, clutching her injured ankle. The ground shakes violently as the monstrous creature charges. The earth cracks and heaves under the beast's colossal foot. This is bad. A desperate scramble for survival as the girls are thrown into chaos by the sudden attack. Look out! Wen-wei, eyes blazing with determination, calls upon the power of the lotus seed, block it. A blinding flash of light erupts as the lotus seed intercepts the monstrous blow, a desperate escape ensues. Wei, let's go, she urges, hoisting her friend to safety. Terror claws at Wei as a monstrous form lunges from the shadows, its gaping maw inches from her face. Wei cries out, "There's another one!" But Wei's focus is unwavering. The lotus seed, already engaged in a desperate struggle, is stretched thin, a grim realization dawns on their faces. A bone-chilling despair washes over them. We're doomed. Wei unleashes a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of motion, a desperate bid for survival. The creature recoils, momentarily stunned, a sliver of hope flickers in the chaos. With a mighty roar, the creature retaliates, a brutal, earth-shattering impact. But when Wei is ready, she anticipates the blow and uses it to her advantage, sending the creature sprawling. A desperate plea, "Dumbly, Dazi, help Lotus Seed get rid of the other one." Dumbly obeys, launching a blinding attack, a wave of pure energy obliterates the remaining threat. Scholar Mu, ever the reassuring presence, offers a comforting smile and words of camaraderie. "There's no need to thank me. We're friends, we should help each other." The Wild Valley simulation training is officially over, but the echoes of battle still linger. Wei's worried question hangs in the air, did something happen? A collective sigh of relief washes over the group as they regroup. The ordeal is over, for now, at least, that's what they think. "Let's go, we should go back and group up." The unspoken tension remains. A chilling revelation unfolds. According to the instructor, a new, powerful monster has appeared in the Dali Desert, forcing the man-eating earthworms into their territory, but the government has a solution already in place. Someone else is carrying the weight of this crisis. Gao Pang, a name whispered with urgency, is called out. The weight of responsibility falls heavily on his shoulders. Cornered in a safe house, Gao Pang faces a confrontation. The words sting. "You're already 18 years old, you don't get angry so easily. Going around and looking for fights is bad." The confrontation escalates. The opponent's strength is revealed, level 6, level 4, and level 9 creatures, a formidable force. "You guys brought 4 monsters, which haven't even reached the elite tier, to block my path." A moment of doubt crosses Gao Pang's face. Can Dazi handle this alone? The question hangs heavy in the air. Gao Pang, ever the strategist, attempts to defuse the situation with a light-hearted touch. Don't be angry. I'm not looking down on you at all." The battle is joined. A powerful creature, Black Raging Kong, is unleashed. "Relax, we know how to control ourselves. We'll only break a few bones. Go, Black Raging Kong." The monstrous silhouette looms, a hulking brute wielding a massive club. Gao Pang, however, stands firm, his expression a mask of controlled apprehension. He's clearly worried. The words bubble up, a silent scream of anxiety. He actually bought equipment for his familiars. Their bodies are already weapons, as lethal as steel. "I'm worried about his IQ." A roar erupts, a furious, primal scream. The beast lunges, muscles bulging with raw power, crash. Dumbly, his face grim, issues a command, "Dumbly, teach this little monkey a lesson." The air crackles with energy as a shadowy figure lunges, a blur of motion, too fast to track. A bone-chilling impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow. And the young man, eyes wide with shock, stumbles back, his breath catching in his throat. The skeletal beast unleashes another attack, a furious swipe aimed at the terrified creature, wham! This is unbelievable. The onlookers' jaws drop, their faces a mixture of disbelief and horror. Why does it feel like it's bullying a little kid? The skeletal beast's actions seem disproportionate to the threat. "A 7-foot gorilla like you is hiding behind me like a bullied daughter-in-law? Aren't you embarrassed?" The man's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory. The man in the suit, his face a mask of barely concealed frustration, mutters to himself. "Damn it, I didn't expect Gao Pang's familiar to be this strong." I thought the instructor's favor was because he knew how to flatter people. He clenches his jaw, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Let's just back off for now. I'll find another chance to get back at him. The defeated opponent approaches Gao Pang, his voice laced with forced politeness. Sorry, Scholar Gao, this is all just a misunderstanding. Gao Pang is already gone. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Ha! He laughed. A smirk plays on the defeated man's lips. Ha, he didn't even take me seriously. The man in the suit turns to his associate, attempting to lighten the mood. Boss, just forget about it. Let's have fun at the bar tonight and relax. He pauses, a serious expression replacing the previous levity. You guys go ahead, I have something important to attend to tonight. The associate nods, a hint of concern in his eyes. Then we'll be leaving first. The man in the suit walks away, a determined glint in his eyes. A sharp gong echoes as he slams a folder shut. Alone, Gao Peng's face is grim. Jealousy and wrath are useless. These emotions will only waste my time and widen the gap between me and my enemy. Let's go home and start training tonight. Stripey, the skeletal beast pet, sleeps soundly, a gentle snore echoing in the quiet room. But the peace is shattered. A firm voice cuts through the silence. Stripey, wake up. The protagonist approaches, his touch gentle yet insistent, a wave of warmth washing over the slumbering beast. He gestures towards a large, dark container. Jump in. A mysterious process is about to begin. Stripey hesitates, then leaps into the container, a strange energy crackles around him. The container glows, swirling with power, a transformation is underway. Whir. The protagonist observes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. It's done, now I just need to collect the materials and perform the operation myself. He explains the next steps, his voice laced with a hint of concern. Luckily, I just need to boil it all in a big pot this time. The familiars need to help in the refining process of the materials. A new location, a shadowy studio. A tense question hangs in the air. Are you sure that this studio is empty? A confident reply cuts through the doubt. Relax. I've been observing this place for a few days now. By this time, everyone would have gone home. Military-grade bulletproof glass, the perfect vault for something incredibly valuable. A strange blue substance oozes from a container, a process begins. With gloved hands, they carefully work to open the container, no fingerprints left behind. One of the figures boasts about their regenerative abilities, a clear advantage in this risky operation. Inside, a creature of immense power rests within a crystal prison, a prize worth millions. The final preparations are made, the moment of truth is near. A red button, the trigger for an incredible transformation. Bang, the button is pressed, unleashing raw power. The crystal shatters, the creature emerges, reborn and empowered. A wave of energy explodes outwards, the transformation is complete. Crash. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the night. A sudden, violent disruption that catches the attention of a nearby medical professional. He checks the security footage, his brow furrowing with concern. The staircase camera is obstructed, something is blocking the lens. His gaze shifts to the door, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. He senses something is wrong, something sinister. Hello, police? I want to make a report. Someone wants to do something evil to me. Time is of the essence. There's no time for hesitation, a swift investigation is crucial. Two figures, cloaked in shadows and masks, prowl the facility. Their movements are stealthy, their intentions far from innocent. Their flashlights illuminate a partially obscured door, a laboratory. It's a laboratory. There should be valuable materials inside. Let's go in and check. A quiet, almost imperceptible sound, a door creaking open. The beam of a flashlight cuts through the darkness, revealing a pulsating blue form, a strange, otherworldly energy hums in the air. One of the intruders, eyes wide with avarice, declares, "Whatever it is, it's definitely very valuable. Let's just smash it first." Ignoring the potential danger, they reach out to destroy the mysterious object. Suddenly, the creature lashes out. A blur of motion, a screech of pain. The intruder recoils, a searing pain shooting through their hand. As another intruder swings a heavy hammer, aiming to finish the job. But the medical professional watches in horror, whispering, "This is bad. If they destroy the experimental cylinders now, the Stripey's evolution will most likely fail. I need to stall them." A desperate plan forms in their mind. As they step into the shadows, a calm facade masking their urgency. "Hey!" The intruder turns, startled. "Who's that?" Two figures, cloaked in shadows and menace, stand watch, their eyes glinting with anticipation. One of them cracks a sinister smile. "Drink tea? I'll treat you to the taste of my hammer." Crash, the hammer falls with brutal force. A blur of motion, a crimson streak across the scene. "Is he dead?" One thug asks, his partner grimly replies, "If he's not, he will be soon." A chilling darkness spreads, a monstrous presence looms. "Mess with me, and this is the consequence." The words "Dark Evolution Success Shield Demon Armored Spider" flash across the screen as a dark, armored spider bursts forth, its power overwhelming. Shatter. A shadowy figure rummages through a cluttered room, their gloved hands searching amongst vials and strange artifacts. A nervous companion watches, their words barely a whisper against the growing unease. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek pierces the silence. What is that? From the darkness, a monstrous, armored spider bursts forth, its multiple eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, a terrifying display of power unlike anything seen before. Sirens wail in the distance, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. But the arrival of the police is met with a scene of utter devastation. The main door lies in ruins. A wave of horror washes over the officers' faces as they take in the gruesome sight. A trail of blood leads into the heart of the chaos. The urgency in their movements speaks volumes. They know someone is in grave danger. They push forward, their hearts pounding in their chests. The chilling truth awaits them within. A gruesome scene unfolds, the crimson stain spreading across the cold, hard floor. Limbs scattered like broken toys amidst the carnage. The police arrive, their faces etched with horror. "Hurry and report this to the chief. Call forensics. This is a homicide." "Are you the police? Put your hands in the air. Don't move. Put your hands over your head and get down." Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, a strange creature at his side. "Wait, I'm the one who called. I'm Gao Peng, the victim. You can check my information." The interrogation room. The air crackles with tension. "Why did you kill them?" "It was self-defense." The officer explodes. "Self-defense? Is continuing to attack them after they've died considered self-defense?" Cao Peng's voice is calm, yet defiant. "They were the ones who attacked me first. Haven't you guys seen the wound on my head?" The officer's anger intensifies. "Don't change the topic and answer my questions honestly." The investigation concludes. Cao Peng walks free, his actions deemed self-defense. But the relief is short-lived. Concern washes over Sister Tang's face as she tends to his injuries. Gao Peng's injuries are extensive, but he insists they are minor, a testament to his resilience. He explains the situation, his voice laced with grim determination. Sister Tang offers comfort and support, her words a balm to his wounds. He's told to rest, she'll handle the aftermath. Home at last, or so it seems. A chilling presence invades his peaceful slumber. A sudden movement. An intruder's shadow looms, knife glinting menacingly in the dim light. Gao Peng springs into action, adrenaline surging. Who dares disturb his rest? The masked figure reveals himself, a chilling declaration on his lips, "I thought you were dead." The attacker's rage is palpable, he's crawled back from hell for revenge. The fight is on. A flurry of blows, a desperate struggle for survival. Gao Peng fights back with everything he has. A searing pain explodes across Gao Peng's back. The attacker's blow sends him sprawling. He crashes to the floor, the world tilting violently. Explain it to the king of hell, his attacker snarls, raising a wicked blade. The blade whistles through the air, a deadly arc of steel. Crash! Darkness closes in. Gasping for breath, Gao Peng's vision blurs. The throbbing in his head is deafening. He wakes to a throbbing pain, a bandage covering his head. Ha! I didn't think I would have a dream like this, he mutters, his voice raspy. Fear? Or guilt? The line blurs. His bonds, once unshakable, now feel fragile. Life springs from sorrow and calamity. Death comes from ease and pleasure. For their sake, I must conquer myself. A spectral figure emerges from the shadows, a chilling presence in the room. A small, sleeping creature rests on its shoulder, a stark contrast to the skull-like face and burning heart it holds. News spreads like wildfire. The World Allied Government unites with monster trainer organizations. A new classification system is announced, dividing monster trainers into 4 tiers: Ordinary, Elite, Commander, and Supreme Commander. The upcoming Monster Trainer College entrance exam will be more challenging than ever. A stern-faced instructor addresses a group of trainees. Today's monster is an elite-tier skull-winged blue bat. As encouragement, if you beat the skull-winged blue bat, he pauses, a glint in his eye. A colossal, bat-like shadow looms overhead, its wings, vast and menacing, eclipsing the sky. A student eagerly volunteers, "Instructor, let me go first." His confident smile is mirrored by the imposing figure of his familiar, a majestic polar bear. The onlookers whisper, "That guy successfully evolved his familiar into an electric luster bear during the training. He's strong." The tension crackles in the air. As the instructor assesses the bear, excellent grade. Level 18. Compared to the other familiars, this electric luster bear's not bad. Suddenly, a dark energy erupts. The bear roars in agony as it's struck by an unseen force. Crash! A shadowy bat creature hangs upside down, seemingly responsible for the attack. Silence hangs heavy in the air. The polar bear, now enraged, unleashes a furious counterattack. Swipe, boom, the sheer force of its blows shakes the very foundations of the arena. A ferocious clash. Chen Hangqiu's evolved familiar, the electric luster bear, faces a brutal supersonic assault. The impact sends a shockwave, a blinding flash of light and energy as the bear is struck. No! A cry of alarm pierces the air as the bear collapses, its form flickering and fading. A medic team rushes to the scene. The supersonic attack of the skull-winged blue bat is devastatingly effective. The 2-level difference between them is stark. The electric luster bear was defeated with 1 blow. A young man sobs, "Electric luster bear. Alright, does anyone else want to try?" A challenge rings out, a test of courage and skill. The weather is good today. A nervous laugh, a forced attempt at levity in the face of danger. The tension is palpable. A moment of hesitation, a flicker of doubt in the eyes of a young man. Ugh, my stomach hurts. A young man clutches his stomach, overcome by a sudden wave of nausea. Forget it. I can see that you guys graduated from the drama academy. You're always lively during normal training, so why are you chickening out now? A gruff voice cuts through the tension, a seasoned warrior's assessment. I'll go next. A determined voice declares, a new challenger steps forward. The crowd murmurs, a wave of anticipation washing over them. It's Gao Peng, a name whispered with respect. A chilling presence descends, a skeletal figure wreathed in icy blue flames. The air crackles with dark energy. The creature unleashes a furious blast of power, a purple tempest erupting from its very being. The arena trembles. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. The skeletal beast is relentless. With a bone-jarring impact, the beast is sent hurtling through the air. A deafening crash echoes through the arena. Blood splatters across the creature's face, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. Its form begins to crumble. Relief washes over the onlookers, the battle is far from over, but hope flickers. It's so cool. Boss, I'm grateful he didn't take us seriously that day. Kong, ever the optimist, beams with determination. Kong, we should work hard too. Chen Hangkyo watches, his heart heavy with concern. The battle's outcome hangs precariously in the balance. A voice cuts through the tension, a chilling assessment. It's a pity. If Scholar Gao's familiar could fly, the situation wouldn't be this tense anymore. The skull-winged blue bat's attack falters, its frequency is dropping. Gao Peng waits patiently, an opportunity is all he needs. With a sudden burst of power, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave, ripping through the bat's defenses. The creature is overwhelmed. A swift, decisive end. Oh, what a pity. It got beaten up so badly that it got a nosebleed. The onlookers comment on the battle's outcome. Chen Hangkyo's admiration is clear, Gao Peng is so awesome. Gao Peng approaches his instructor, a deal is struck. Instructor, will you keep your word? I can do as I please with the skull-winged blue bat, right? You can do whatever you want with it. A shrewd businesswoman appears, seizing the opportunity. If you miss out on this deal today, who knows when you'll get another chance to get a top-tier familiar. Don't miss out. Buy it. Sell it to me. The student hesitates, considering the offer, weighing the implications. While the instructor explains the bat's unique weaknesses. Among the flying type monsters, the skull-winged blue bats aren't able to fly high or fast. They can only build nests by habitually living this sort of lifestyle. This guarantees their destruction when they meet larger monsters. You need to think carefully, even though it's fully capable, its advantage is limited. It's embarrassing. Scholar Mu, ever the pragmatist, officially handles the aftermath of Gao Peng's victory. The alliance credits, reflecting the skull-winged blue bat's true value, are swiftly transferred. Evening descends upon the city, casting long shadows across the apartment buildings. As a young man scrolls through a smartphone, his eyes fixated on an image of a sleek, black vehicle. The words "Confirm Order" glow on the screen. Dumbly, let's buy this one. The Steel Black Dragon Series 3, my dream car, he exclaims, a grin spreading across his face. The vehicle is described as larger than a typical off-road vehicle, with a luxurious interior. He declares, this style suits me well. The qualities of a real man. His self-satisfaction is palpable. A sudden, delicate cough echoes nearby, causing him to jump, startled. Ha! A woman approaches, carrying a small, gray cat. Ah, hey, Sister Tang Tang, taking the cat for a walk? It looks very nice, he says, attempting to lighten the mood. Behold! A creature of immense power, the Night Shadow Cat, level 36 commander, perfect grade. Its shadow magic is formidable, but beware, a single white leaf will unravel its might. Sister Tang Tang, ever the pragmatist, introduces her familiar with a simple, it's long. It's long. Your fur was already long when I first found you. The Night Shadow Cat, unimpressed, unleashes a furious humph, a flurry of motion, a blur of dark fur. And the cat dashes off, leaving the protagonist to observe, huh? Sister Tang Tang, this cat has quite the attitude. A casual conversation unfolds. Ha! Softy has a bit of a temper, but don't mind that. Why haven't you moved to the villa you bought in the suburbs? Ah! A lot of things have been going on lately, so I didn't have time to pack my things. The number of familiars is increasing, and it's inconvenient here with the lack of space. I know you don't actually want to leave, but this place is your home. You can come back anytime. A quiet, almost hesitant, yeah. The protagonist enters his new home, a sense of finality hanging in the air. A quiet moment of reflection. Mom and Dad, I'm about to move out. Did you guys always say that when a child grows up, he will leave? I think I've grown up now. A bold declaration. I'm moving to a big villa. I bought it myself. I can live alone in this world, so you don't need to worry about me. The unnamed male protagonist sits, a thoughtful expression on his face, holding a framed photo. He's making plans, his future stretching before him. Arriving at the monster trainer's examination venue. A large crowd gathers, anticipation thick in the air. A colossal truck dwarfs the surrounding vehicles. Its sheer size is almost unbelievable. The truck's doors hiss open, revealing a dark, mysterious interior. Something is about to emerge. The Monster Trainer College entrance examination, it's finally here. The protagonist beams, his excitement palpable. He clutches his two familiars close, a green blob and a menacing spider, their presence a silent testament to his readiness. The line forms, candidates preparing to enter. A sense of order prevails amidst the excitement. Presenting his admission ticket, the protagonist engages with the security personnel. A simple exchange, yet crucial for entry. A sharp beep sounds. The machine whirs to life, its red light flashing. And then, a moment of uncertainty. A large, red creature appears, causing a stir. What will happen next? Roar! A crimson beast, claws extended, unleashes a furious attack. The air crackles with raw power. A blur of motion as the monstrous creature slams into something unseen. The impact sends a shockwave. And a desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. There's a situation at Passage 08. Please send the Silver Moon Wolves as reinforcement. A pack of ethereal, ice blue wolves materializes, their eyes glowing with predatory intensity. They're here to quell the chaos. But the focus shifts. A young man, his face etched with fear and desperation, is surrounded by examiners. Please explain. Why did your familiar suddenly go berserk? Tears welling in his eyes, he confesses, No, I was wrong. This is my father's familiar. I brought it from home secretly while my father was at work. I just want to pass the examination. A tense moment hangs in the air, a hand reaches out, offering a lifeline. A glimmer of hope. Thank you, examiner. But the reprieve is short-lived. As rules are laid bare, don't thank me too early. Rules are rules. You were already informed beforehand that the exam doesn't allow familiars that are not your own. Offenders are disqualified from the test. The young man's face crumples. No, I don't want to go. I want to take the exam. A metallic plate is presented, a symbol of entry into the unknown, the weight of expectation heavy in the air. The entrance to the examination grounds looms before him, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead, a test of strength, not of familiars. Doubt gnaws at him. The whispers of others echo in his mind. What if his father's familiar is not enough? He analyzes the ranking system, a cold sweat forming on his brow. The realization of his disadvantage hits him like a ton of bricks. A black anaconda, level 25, a formidable beast, a stark contrast to his own familiar. A rare tiger-type familiar, a sight to behold, but a symbol of the competition's overwhelming power. His resolve hardens. He understands the odds, yet, a spark of defiance ignites within him. He stands at the entrance to Area A, the arena of the elite, ready to face the storm. The screen displays a stark statistic: only 8 young monster trainers in Chang'an City possess commander-tier familiars, a testament to their exceptional power. But even among these elites, a seasoned officer casts a discerning eye. Their familiars, he notes, are relatively new to the commander tier. Compared to true prodigies, they still have a long way to go. Another voice cuts in, a hint of weariness in its tone. These 8 are the only ones who've reached this level, out of 30,000 applicants. A grim flashback unfolds, a world grappling with the sudden emergence of monsters a decade ago, an event that shook nations to their core. A desperate attempt to control the situation failed, leading to the implementation of rigorous exams 3 years later, a last-ditch effort to safeguard the future. The weight of this responsibility bears down on the examiners. These candidates, they know, are the future. The general assures everyone that the selection process was rigorous, with constant camera monitoring. No one will escape accountability. A monstrous shadow stirs. The lakeside giant scorpion, level 22 commander, materializes before us. Its chitinous carapace gleams, a terrifying blue under the dim light, but the data reveals its weakness, its sides, vulnerable and exposed. Candidate number 5, eyes narrowed in focus, shouts his strategy: attack its sides. Those are its weaknesses. With a burst of energy, he transforms. A skeletal form, imbued with electric power, emerges. The battle begins. A flurry of blows, the scorpion's pincers clash against the electric energy, sparks flying. A searing strike connects. Crimson energy erupts from the scorpion's side. But the beast's reflexes are lightning fast. It retaliates with surprising speed. Another clash. A wave of blue energy washes over the battlefield. The scorpion's counterattack is fierce. Despite his best efforts, candidate number 5 struggles. The level difference is significant. His brow furrows in concentration as he realizes the challenge ahead. The lakeside giant scorpion unleashes a torrent of water, a swirling vortex of blue energy aimed at candidate number 5. But candidate number 5's familiar, Dummy, meets the attack head-on. A clash of power, a blinding flash of blue and red energy. The battle rages. Dummy absorbs the blow, its form shifting, growing stronger with each passing moment. Monster level increased, flashes across the screen. Familiar has reached level 21. Promoted to commander tier. Candidate number 5 watches, a grin spreading across his face. He leveled up, he exclaims, his eyes shining with excitement. Despite the victory, the battle is far from over. But now they're at a standstill. The lakeside giant scorpion still has the upper hand if you compare their grades. The text explains the challenge ahead. The scorpion's power is terrifying. This lakeside giant scorpion's able to control water within a close range after its awakening, and it's using it continuously to erode Dummy. The text highlights the threat. Candidate number 5's brow furrows in concentration. What should I do now, he wonders, his eyes narrowed in thought. A sudden realization dawns on him. Ha, he gasps, his eyes widening as a solution presents itself. Obtained, flashes across the screen. Dummy, besides strengthening some important joints, use the remaining blood threads to strengthen your legs. Candidate number 5 instructs his familiar. Dummy nods, a silent affirmation. Okay, a thought bubble above it reads. The lakeside giant scorpion, a level 1 monster, unleashes its bone-hardened skill. Its exoskeleton glows with an eerie blue light. But candidate number 5, ever the strategist, analyzes the situation. A smirk plays on his lips as he assesses Dummy's new capabilities. Bone-hardened, while effective, is a close-range defense. Not as versatile as fire or thunder, but perfect for Dummy's brutal, up-close fighting style. The impact. Dummy's enhanced strength connects, sending the scorpion reeling. Even after taking heavy blows, it keeps fighting. But Dummy's condition is far better than expected. The enhanced power is clearly making a difference. A final, desperate lunge from the scorpion, a flurry of blows, a bone-jarring crack. Dummy's attack lands squarely on a vital point. The scorpion's exoskeleton shatters, and it collapses. Checkmate. Victory is ours. Candidate number 5 offers a word of praise. Good job, Dummy. Dummy, the bone-hardened beast, stands victorious. His master, candidate number 5, looks on, a mixture of pride and disbelief etched on his face. Ha! Dummy, he exclaims, still processing the incredible feat. The text reveals a truth. Without his master's guidance, Dummy would remain a caged ape. But this victory is Dummy's own. The scene shifts. Small, jealous familiars squabble. Dazie's getting jealous because we've been hugging for so long, one of them complains, a flurry of motion and sound effects accompanying their words. Another familiar chimes in, you said hug for a second, it's 5 seconds now. The playful bickering underscores the light-hearted atmosphere following the intense battle. A defiant NO erupts from a third familiar. The action explodes. A furious, spiny centipede-like creature lashes out. "I want hugs too," it screeches, its attack a blur of motion and sharp, menacing spikes. Candidate number 5's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He observes the scene with a keen eye, his mind already assessing the situation. The text reveals his thoughts: "They're faster than I am, and there's no visible injury on their familiar's body," a subtle hint of concern creeping into his usually confident demeanor. And her familiar sure or something. Candidate number 5's gaze shifts to a new character, a woman in athletic gear, standing confidently nearby. The scene ends with a sense of anticipation. A meeting unfolds, the air thick with hushed whispers. A screen displays a young woman, her image radiating power. "That's the girl from Jun Heng's family, right?" one voice asks, curiosity lacing the tone. The discussion continues, names exchanged, details clarified. Jun Moi, a name that carries weight, a name whispered with respect and a hint of awe. But there's more to this young woman than meets the eye. A surprising revelation: Jun Moi, a trainee of the New World Allied Government's Black Flag, a testament to her exceptional talent. The conversation shifts, focusing on another figure, a monster trainer, his ghoul-type familiar a rare sight. "He's one of my students," a proud voice declares. The young trainer's accomplishments are recounted, his bravery during the Dead Leaf Locusts incident highlighted, a testament to his skill and courage. The scene shifts, revealing a proud grandfather observing his grandson's achievements, a quiet moment of pride and satisfaction. "Candidate 3, you've passed the exam. You can leave first." Nice one, DZ. The young trainer's familiar, Stripe, shows off its skills. He defeated a commander-tier monster with an elite-tier familiar. This Candidate A5 is quite something. Candidate A5, prepare yourself. The battle arena is set, the tension is palpable. Dead Leaf Mantis, level 16, normal grade, wood attribute, weakness, fire. Stripe's earth attribute gives it an advantage. It imitates human behavior? It has pretty good intelligence, similar to an 8-year-old human child. Stripe's spirituality isn't low either, it's 2 grades higher than the Mantis. This match will finally let Stripe gain some confidence. Start. The battle begins, a clash of wills and power. The Mantis attacks with surprising speed and ferocity. Stripe's reflexes are put to the test. A desperate struggle for survival. The clash of mantis and insect is brutal and swift. The Dead Leaf Mantis lunges, its razor-sharp forelegs a blur. A whirlwind of motion. But Stripe, the young monster trainer's spider-like companion, is ready. Wait, is that a mischievous glint in Stripe's eyes? The trainer's jaw drops. "Master, look. It also knows how to square dance." Stripe's playful dance is over. With a sudden burst of speed, it unleashes a devastating attack. A mosquito? What was that? The Mantis retaliates, its powerful limbs striking with surprising force. But Stripe dodges with ease, its movements fluid and precise. The battle intensifies. A final, powerful strike. The Mantis is defeated. Stripe's victory is swift and decisive. "Master, why is this Mantis so weak?" The Dead Leaf Mantis lunges, its attack a blur of motion, a flurry of strikes aimed at Stripe. But Stripe is ready. With a roar, it counters with a devastating blow. A crimson slash tears through the air, the Mantis's defenses shatter. The impact sends a shockwave through the arena, dust and debris fly everywhere. The Mantis cries out in pain, "It hurts! It hurts!" Its body racked with agony. With a final, desperate lunge, the Mantis collapses, defeated. The young monster trainer shouts, "Stripey, you hit it!" His face a mask of joyous surprise. In the exam waiting area, the tension is palpable, students anxiously await their turn. One student remarks, "It's been an hour, but the first batch hasn't come out yet." Another sighs, ugh, I'm still stuck in the first queue. Scholar Gao, a familiar face from Area A, surveys the scene with a smug grin. His monsters stand proudly beside him, a stark contrast to the chaos he's clearly escaped. A look of mild annoyance crosses his face as he takes in the state of his new villa. Ah, this. The once grand mansion is now a ruin, windows shattered, walls crumbling. Is this the new villa I bought? Gao stares at the devastation, his expression shifting from annoyance to disbelief. Did it get run over by 100 huskies? A young man stands in the ruins of his home, the remnants of a devastating attack are everywhere. His face is etched with despair as he takes in the damage. A painful reminder of his dwindling resources. His hand clutches at his chest, a symbol of his dwindling alliance credits. Suddenly, a muffled thud, then another. Something is moving within the walls. His eyes widen in alarm. And from the wreckage, his loyal monster pets emerge. A wave of relief washes over him as he sees his companions, ready for anything. One of them, DLMBY, acts without being told, shielding the young man from further danger. DLMBY is so considerate, he knows to protect me even without my command, he thinks, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Another of his pets, a strange, colorful blob, bounces towards him. How many times do I have to say this? Doing this won't make me stronger, he sighs, exasperated. But the creature persists, its large eyes pleading. Master, can I eat it? It seems to ask, its gaze fixed on the colorful blob. The aftermath of the battle is a chaotic scene. Strange creatures stir, their forms half hidden in the gloom. A small, injured bird lies amidst the debris. What monster is that? A bird, someone exclaims, the shock evident in their voice. Through a shattered window, a familiar face appears. Ah, Xiao Pang. Oh, so it's you, Sister Tang Tang. This little pet is a housewarming gift from your grandfather. Keep it like you would your grandfather, but it took a lot of effort to get this little creature. The protagonist stares at his damaged home, a stark contrast to the pristine mansion shown in the background. And housewarming? More like house wrecking. A spectral figure, Dummy, emerges, its blue flames flickering. Dummy, lift the bird up. A closer look reveals the bird's injuries, a red-crowned crane with only one leg. A red-crowned crane with only one leg? It's quite uncommon. Dummy, loosen up a bit, don't strangle it to death. BAM, a sudden burst of energy. The bird's eyes glow menacingly red. Holy shit, it's a good actor. I need to intimidate it for it to learn its place. The protagonist considers his options, his pet monster looking on expectantly. Have a roast crane for dinner. Flamey, the flaming red crane, unleashes a flurry of panicked squawks. Feathers fly as he thrashes about, tears streaming down his adorable face. Quack, quack. The protagonist, a smirk playing on his lips, watches the spectacle. Ha, are you still going to act tough, you little bugger? Let's see what you exactly are, shall we? A detailed scan reveals Flamey's stats, level 6, epic grade, present grade. When promoted to commander tier, its grade would become perfect. When promoted to Lord tier, its grade would change to excellent. Fire attribute. Unawakened. The protagonist's eyes widen. Epic grade? Grandfather's so generous. Although this flaming red crane has the same grade as Dummy, it will automatically reach Lord tier when it grows up. Dummy's promotion to commander tier was only after it received enlightenment after fighting in numerous battles. This Lord tier familiar will surely be a very powerful monster in the future. Back at home, Flamey and the other familiars are causing a ruckus. A delicious roasted chicken leg sits temptingly in the protagonist's mind, cluck, cluck. The protagonist offers Flamey some mealworms. Once you enter my house, you're going to eat some mealworms. Flamey gobbles them down eagerly. That's my mealworm. The protagonist decides to give Flamey a name. How about giving you a name? Since you have 3 flames in your name, I'll call you Flamey. Flamey, seemingly understanding, nuzzles against the protagonist's hand. A soft blue light emanates from Flamey. Whoosh! The protagonist observes Flamey's newfound clarity. Perhaps the clarity of a familiar's consciousness is a direct correlation to the familiar's intelligence. The protagonist's back is to the viewer as he walks away, leaving Flamey behind. Bright spots of light float around him, like memories. A spectral image flickers, a tragic echo of loss. The protagonist's grief is palpable, a silent scream in his eyes. A contract materializes, a bond forged in shared sorrow and a thirst for vengeance. Flamey, the fiery familiar, awaits his partner's decision. A burning question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for aid. Flamey's small form radiates a fierce determination. The protagonist, his resolve hardening, extends a hand towards his new companion, a silent promise of partnership. A moment of confusion, the protagonist is still connected to Flamey's consciousness, a strange link. A kaleidoscope of power unfolds, a vibrant display of elemental familiars, each one a potential ally. A surge of knowledge, a torrent of information, the secrets of the familiars are revealed. A new ability dawns, a life-saving shield of elemental energy, a desperate measure against overwhelming odds. The cost of protection is revealed, a drain on Flamey's own power, a sacrifice for survival. Ancient symbols flash before his eyes, a forgotten language, yet somehow understood. The words whisper of a new strategy, a paradigm shift in monster battles. The revelation hits him like a lightning bolt. Familiars are the true powerhouses, not the trainers themselves, a life-altering truth. He pieces together the puzzle, his grandfather and sister, their actions now illuminated by this newfound knowledge. Their methods, once baffling, now make terrifying sense. A chilling realization dawns, his family are far more formidable than he ever imagined. His current abilities? Barely enough to help. A young man, comfortably lounging on a patio chair, is engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow looms, and a chilling roar echoes through the air. He barely registers the disturbance, eyes glued to the pages. A small, fluffy creature scurries behind a tree, its movements frantic. A moment of tense silence hangs in the air. Then, a blur of red feathers and furious pecks. KAW, the creature unleashes a flurry of attacks. The young man's expression shifts from casual reading to one of deep concern. It has hatred rooted deeply in its heart. It's training so hard just so he can avenge his mother one day, he reads, his voice barely a whisper. He looks up, a question forming on his lips. Where's Silly? Wasn't it just spinning in circles because it was afraid Flamey would eat it? A small, jelly-like creature drifts peacefully, fast asleep in the grass. To think it can fall asleep like this, it really has no worries. Life's been a breeze lately, ever since Grandpa gifted me the Monster Breeder card. Director Feng's book is a real page-turner, as the old saying goes, the older, the wiser. But wait, aren't the exam results out today? A notification pops up on his watch, a strange login from the Southern Sky Group Temple Tower in Yuzhou. Grandfather? A gruff voice cuts through the air, achoo. Who's talking ill about me behind my back? He decides to check his results first. 700 points. Plus 10 extra. First place in Chang'an City. A phone rings, an unknown number. The vibrations intensify, a call from the Monster Trainer College. He's qualified for the second round. The venue is where the first round took place, on June 27 at 9 a.m. He's going to need to find a place for Flamey for a few days. A familiar face appears. Sister Tang Tang. What a coincidence. The young man's grandfather already knows his exam results. He's already planning ahead, making arrangements for Flamey's care. A thoughtful gesture, but also a subtle reminder of the family's influence and resources. The young man, however, is more concerned with a different matter. He needs to ask Sister Tang for a favor, a big one. A half-month's worth of care for his crane, Flamey. Sister Tang readily agrees. Her cheerful demeanor hides a hint of something more, perhaps a secret admiration? The young man's victory is short-lived. News of his second-place finish in the Monster Trainer College entrance exam arrives, shattering his expectations. A crushing blow. He saw with his own eyes, the other candidate had 3 familiars, one of them elite tier. How could he possibly compete? A fist slams down, the sound echoing the young man's frustration. He refuses to accept this outcome. The scene shifts. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, clenches his fist. His anger is palpable. He's arrived early, observing the other candidates. But his presence is far from unnoticed. A gathering storm of ambition and resentment. The stage is set for conflict. The exam proctor addresses the candidates, his voice echoing in the tense silence. "Nice to meet you, I'm in charge of this round of the exam." A murmur ripples through the group. There are only 8 candidates? How can there be a second round with only 8 people? The proctor continues, his words painting a picture of danger. The second round will take place in Sun Mountain National Forest Park, within the base city of Jiangnan. A wave of apprehension washes over the candidates. This exam won't be a one-on-one battle. It will take part in the forest, and you will be fighting against real wild monsters. The gravity of the situation sinks in. However, there are no fewer than 500 commander-tier monsters in the Sun Mountain Forest Park, and some of them are peak commander-tier monsters. A glimmer of hope. In principle, the government and the Monster Trainer League will provide you all with a flare gun to use in emergency situations. But the proctor's next words dash any remaining optimism. However, since this is a virgin forest asterisk that has at least 500 commander-tier monsters in it, the second round isn't mandatory. The proctor's gaze sweeps across the candidates, a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Okay, you guys can make your decisions now." One candidate speaks up, his voice laced with apprehension. "I'm sorry, instructor. We think it's still too dangerous. Can we withdraw?" The instructor's response is calm, yet firm. "It's fine. I understand. It's not embarrassing at all. Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw?" Wang Jinshan, a friendly face with a warm smile, extends a hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The young man's name is revealed. Jinshan exclaims, "Gao Peng? So you're Chang'an City's number 1. I've always wanted to meet you." Jinshan reveals a surprising fact: from political families, the rich, second-generation nouveau riche, their parents are powerful monster trainers. We're the only 2 muggles. The young man demurs, "Sorry to disappoint you, brother, but I'm not really a muggle either." Jinshan presses on, "Oh, have any companies scouted you?" "A few companies came looking for me right after the exam." The young man replies, "Not really. Maybe grandfather or sister Tang shooed them away for me." Jinshan laughs, "It's fine. You are number 1 in Chang'an City. Maybe they're still thinking of a suitable price to scout you. Don't worry." Jinshan introduces his powerful companion. "Let me introduce you to my good comrade God Ant. It mutated from a black ant to a god ant after it mistakenly consumed a sacred fruit. The name is a reference to the fact that the mutation was an act of God." A detailed profile of the Golden Devil Ant appears, revealing its impressive stats and weaknesses. The base city of Jiangnan, a flurry of activity as military planes transport a massive group of people. A test? An exam? The tension is palpable. And among the crowd, a sea of faces, a question hangs in the air: are these the other candidates? Hundreds of candidates, a diverse group, each with their own unique familiar. A rare sight indeed. A vine-covered rock monster, level 23, shy and sensitive. "Please don't take pictures," it seems to plead silently. The doors swing open, revealing a stark contrast to the chaotic scene outside. 2 guards stand at attention, ready to usher in the next participant. A chilling announcement: the location of this test will be far away from the city. Even with emergency transport, there will be a 10% mortality rate. A grim reminder of the stakes. Think carefully, young people. You guys need to be responsible for your own future. A stern warning, a heavy weight on every candidate's shoulders. 1,000 alliance credits? That's not a small amount, even for big companies. This exam is far more dangerous than it looks. The second round takes place in the Sun Mountain Forest. Target pillars are set up, and destroying them while killing monsters earns points. The competition is fierce. The top 12 candidates with the highest points advance to the third round. The winner will be the Alliance's strongest youth monster trainer. A universally recognized title. So cool. Psst, just an 8th grader. However, a shadow looms, a sinister presence. I should think about it more. A title with king would be nice. There are so many titles that suit me. Sun Mountain Forest entrance. The helicopter descends, a whirlwind of blades slicing through the air. Attention all candidates. The second round of the examination will now begin. You will officially start in 20 minutes. Head in the direction indicated by the helicopter's searchlights and reach the target destination within the time limit. Let's go. A leap of faith, a powerful surge of energy. A blur of motion, a clash of power. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. And the monstrous foe is sent sprawling. A blinding flash of light. The energy surges outwards. Stripey, the protagonist, faces a monstrous foe. Stripey, shouts a voice, as the creature lunges, claws extended. With impossible speed, a branch is sliced clean in two. The sound of the blade cutting through wood echoes, sharp and clean. The impact. The creature is sent flying through the air, a blur of motion against the green backdrop of the forest. The sound of a heavy body crashing through the undergrowth. A powerful kick sends the creature crashing to the ground. Dust and debris fly as the force of the blow reverberates. Luckily, I have the shifting constellations technique. He narrowly avoids a deadly barrage of branches, his breath catching in his throat. Hey, slow down, you, he shouts to his mount. The stellar white pig, monster level, 25, monster grade, perfect, monster condition, healthy, disgusted. You don't have to go so fast, hey. There's no prize for first place, so slow down, the pig complains. Usually, the trainer is the dominant one in the trainer-familiar relationship. However, there are exceptional cases when it's reversed, especially if the trainer has a weak personality. Even so, getting despised by a pig is a bit sad. All the best. Pig riding boy, someone calls out, a wave of encouragement washing over the scene. All the best? Why would he wish me that? This guy must be a nutjob. Stripey thinks to himself. Now we have a candidate from Yanjing district. A majestic crimson bird takes flight, its wings a blur of motion. His registered familiar is a fire-type bird. Relax, Xiao Pang will appear soon. And there he is. A candidate from Chang'an City, boasting 4 registered familiars and the title of top scorer. He's a popular contender for the top 12. Flamey, eat up. Eat more to become stronger, so you can follow in your master's footsteps. A heartwarming scene of master and familiar bonding. But the peace is shattered. As the next challenge begins. A gruff groink oink echoes through the air as a pig-like creature charges. What an irritable pig, the candidate is clearly overwhelmed. Time's up. Candidates who haven't reached the checkpoint are disqualified. A colossal stone golem appears, a symbol of the examination's end. And before they enter Sun Mountain, a final briefing. Field combat backpacks are provided, containing essential supplies for an extra hour of survival. Each person may only take one. There were 197 candidates for the second round, and 150 signed the agreement, a higher percentage than expected. It seems there aren't many cowards among you. Some of you have experience surviving in the wild, while others rarely leave the city. But no matter your background, remember this forest will be unlike anything you've imagined. Alright. Let's go. The team assembles, a diverse group ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Welcome to the special program. A man and a woman, both professionals, address the audience. Through advanced tracking devices, they can monitor the contestants' locations. And the discussion turns to Duan Wu, a legendary figure known as Dragon in the Clouds. His unexpected presence sparks intrigue. Is he famous? The answer is a resounding yes. He's one of the few young powerhouses in the highly competitive Daidu region, where the strongest monster trainers gather. The point pillars show that most contestants have converged at the forest's center. Jun Moi holds the top spot, a girl with a powerful black anaconda. The unexpected first-place contender surprises everyone. Duan Wu, ever the professional, provides his expert analysis. This anaconda is exceptionally strong, its shiny scales a testament to countless battles. And the commentators are impressed by his insightful observation. The discussion shifts to Duan Wu's legendary status as a hopeless romantic, a reputation that seems to amuse the female host. As the program shifts focus to the last-place contestant, the spotlight is about to fall on someone new. A competitor takes a cautious approach, choosing high ground. Is this strategy, or simple laziness? The camera zooms in, revealing a contestant sprawled on the ground, completely relaxed, alongside his summoned creatures. A black anaconda, a smaller, insectoid beast, and a gelatinous blob. The judges watch the monitor, unimpressed. This is just laziness, one of them declares. The other adds, if this is your strategy, we probably won't see you next episode. One judge muses, what is he preparing? Salted fish third form, flipping of the salted fish? The contestant, completely at ease, smiles contentedly. Ah, lying down like this is really comfy. He stretches, preparing to move. The outer areas of the forest are deemed too dangerous, it's time to venture deeper. With a confident grin, he steps forward, his mysterious companion, a skeletal figure cloaked in darkness, at his side. Into the woods, we go. He points towards the Sun Mountain Forest, a dense, shadowy expanse. Deep within its depths, a new challenge awaits. The contestant, however, is more concerned with the value of the plants he's collected. Silly, throw away those red-banded silver leaves we just picked. This blue-light golden rainflower is worth more than one alliance credit. We need to be prudent and thrifty. His companion, the skeletal figure, simply responds with a single word, master. Is that one of those fabled point pillars? The pillar will give me points, but what do I do about this? This ghostwood vine hasn't moved an inch. Is it pretending to be a normal vine? It sure looks like one. Interesting. Since you seem to like acting so much, I'll give you a chance to earn a Golden Horse Award. DZ, fire. The flames engulf the leaves, an experienced hunter must remain patient. Just a moment longer. An elite hunter must remain calm. The heat intensifies. I can't endure it any longer. It's too hot. The vine bursts forth, revealing its monstrous form. A terrifying roar echoes through the forest. The creature lunges, its claws extended. What will happen next? The ghostwood vine strikes. Its thorny tendrils lash out, aiming to ensnare its prey. But our contestant isn't fazed. A smirk plays on his lips as he assesses the threat. Unlucky to have encountered dumbly, he muses, underestimating the vine's power. Daz's command rings out, finish this quickly. The vine, seemingly weakened, writhes under the pressure. With a burst of speed, the vine unleashes a final desperate attack. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. But it's too late. The counterattack is swift and brutal. The vine is shattered into fragments. A shockwave erupts as the vine explodes, sending debris flying. The force of the impact is immense. Despite the easy victory, a hint of uncertainty crosses the contestant's face. You shocked me, he admits, realizing the true strength of his opponent. Dumbly, the seemingly defeated vine reveals a shocking truth. Fool, I was helping you. The vine was merely a test, a trial to gauge the contestant's strength. Daz's orders echo once more, alright, dumbly. Crush it. The final blow is delivered, decisive and swift. The final fragments of the ghostwood vine disintegrate into dust, leaving behind only the faintest trace of its presence. The ghostwood vine lashes out, its thorny tendrils a blur of motion, a terrifying display of power. But the contestant isn't backing down. A small device, embedded in the vine, beeps ominously. And with a mighty roar, the vine explodes. Points awarded. The contestant, panting but triumphant, searches the remains. There must be a monster core in there. The news of another contestant's elimination spreads like wildfire. Joe, he is down. Daz watches, her expression unreadable. Is this the true measure of the Sun Mountain's monsters, or something more sinister? Elsewhere, a grim discovery. We're late. He's already dead. The recovery team carefully collects the fallen contestant's body and his familiar, a somber task. A close-up on the deceased contestant's face, even his specialized protective glasses couldn't save him from the deadly attack. Smoke hangs heavy in the air, a battle's aftermath. Our protagonist surveys the scene, a giant monarch scorpion lies defeated. He wonders aloud, are the other candidates here for the remains? A cocky rival appears, boasting, damn, you're quick. Consider yourself lucky this time. But his words hold a threat, next time, the king scorpion will be on you. Observers discuss the lack of conflict between candidates, a peculiar calm before the storm. One expert explains, this examination doesn't prohibit fighting between candidates, but it's definitely not a good thing. The grim reality is revealed, it's actually realistic this way. This isn't a fighting match. The real wilderness is crueler. It's bloodthirsty. The brutality of the wilderness is emphasized. In the wilderness, killing and looting are common occurrences. After killing a person, one could simply dump the body anywhere in the wild. There wouldn't be a scrap of bone that would remain the next day. A flash of white in the emerald undergrowth, a unicorn rabbit? The team relaxes, a false alarm. But the idyllic scene shatters. A sudden, brutal attack. The creature is impaled. A chilling FWIP echoes through the forest. The rabbit collapses, staining the green grass crimson. Fall back, the leader shouts, his voice tight with urgency. The protagonist, his face grim, assesses the situation. He can only see a fragment of the monster, hidden in the shadows, but he knows it's there, a lurking menace. They lack long-range attacks, a critical disadvantage. He needs to get closer, but the risk is immense. Closing the distance, the team cautiously advances. Only 40 to 50 meters remain. Almost there. But a sudden, terrifying roar shatters the quiet. Not good. The protagonist's eyes widen in alarm. A monstrous claw erupts from the darkness, a blur of motion, wham, the impact sends a shockwave through the forest floor. The protagonist is sent flying, barely avoiding a fatal blow. Whoa, he gasps, the wind knocked out of him. The monster's attack is ferocious, even his elemental barrier is strained. Daz, he cries out, pushing himself to his limits. A monstrous shadow looms, its skeletal form barely visible amidst the trees. Claws swipe, a desperate struggle ensues. But from the darkness, a response. Stripey unleashes a torrent of spider silk. Ensnaring the beast's massive weapon, a grotesque axe, in a glistening white web. Escape. At Special Ops headquarters, grim news unfolds. The dreamstick insect, a corpse-type mutation, has already claimed a life. And the situation grows more critical by the second. The monster targets the trainers first, knowing their weaker defenses. A grim assessment, one person already died, more fatalities are a real possibility. The pressure mounts. But amidst the tension, a glimmer of hope. White Rose, a powerful ally, is en route, just 5 kilometers away. A seasoned strategist reminds them, knowing when to advance and retreat is key. Arrogance leads to defeat. A nervous chuckle, ha, Captain, But how would he know if he could beat it after such a brief encounter? Suddenly, alarm bells ring. Oh, no! The screen displays a chilling update. A colossal mantis-like creature emerges from the forest, its shadow engulfing the landscape. Stripey hisses in fear, eyes wide with terror. The protagonist, assessing the situation, realizes the grim truth: finding its weak point will be a suicide mission. Escape is the only option. With a desperate lunge, the protagonist attacks, aiming for the creature's abdomen, a fiery slash tearing through the air. The blow connects. A shockwave erupts, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The mantis roars in pain, its chitinous shell cracking under the force of the attack, but the battle is far from over. The protagonist, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, yells in defiance. He's not giving up yet. Stripey, despite its fear, acts swiftly, urging the protagonist to flee. "Run, master, run," it cries. A desperate realization dawns on the protagonist: the creature's abdomen has a small, white spot, its weak point. With renewed determination, he strikes again. A final, devastating blow. The mantis explodes in a shower of sparks and shadow, its reign of terror finally over. Silence. Only the wind whispers through the trees, carrying the faint scent of ozone and victory. The ground trembles. A crimson shockwave erupts from the impact. As the giant mantis reels from a devastating blow, its chitinous armor cracks under the force of the attack. Another blow. The mantis stumbles, its massive limbs flailing wildly. The protagonist's strategy is clear: exploit the creature's weakness. The dreamstick insect's main method of attack is to use its extendable spear-like limbs to impale enemies, but against a monster like Dummy, with no flesh and blood, it'll have a hard time. He thinks. The attack continues relentlessly. The mantis's movements become sluggish. This is bad. Although the dreamstick insect won't be able to deal any fatal injuries to Dummy, as of now, Dummy's stuck because of its limbs and can't pull back to launch any attacks. Stripey's assessment is grim. With a final, powerful strike, the giant mantis is finally defeated. Its body collapses, defeated. And oh, it screeches in agony. Dummy isn't stuck. It's afraid that the enemy would attack us if we retreat. Stripey shouts, urging caution. Dummy, dodge it. Don't force yourself, we're already at a safe distance. Counter it. You can beat it, try to find its weak spot first. Stripey's instructions are sharp and clear. The mantis lunges, its massive claws a blur of motion, a whirlwind of chitin and fury. High above the Sun Mountain forest, a colossal creature takes flight, its wings eclipsing the canopy below. A soldier clings precariously to its back, shouting orders. "Dz. Crawl up its abdomen." Dz, a monstrous insect, obeys, its segmented body writhing as it ascends, a chilling sight. With a blur of motion, a crimson blade arcs through the air, slicing through the creature's defenses. The impact is devastating. A sickening crunch echoes through the forest as the creature's body is cleaved in two. And Dz, victorious, lets out a triumphant roar. His eyes blazing with fierce determination, the young man commands his pet, Dz. The monstrous dream insect, its chitinous hide glistening with a malevolent purple sheen, lunges. Its skeletal form a terrifying silhouette against the darkening sky. But before its fangs can sink into their prey, a command rings out. Dz. A crimson shockwave erupts as Dz unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the impact sends tremors through the very ground. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of claws and teeth, the dream insect is caught completely off guard. The creature roars in pain, its massive form reeling from the unexpected assault. The air crackles with raw energy. Another strike. This time, a precise, calculated blow that sends the dream insect sprawling. The beast crashes to the earth, its many limbs twitching weakly. Victory is within reach. But the battle is far from over. The young man's brow furrows as he assesses the situation. We need to quickly get out of this stalemate. Despite its injuries, the dream insect still poses a significant threat. Its single remaining eye glows with malevolent intent. Stripey, Dazzy, and Dummy are all wounded. The young man's face is grim. What should he do? The dream insect recoils. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts as Dazzy unleashes a devastating counterattack. Crackle! The young man watches, his brow furrowed. Shit! We almost had it, he exclaims, assessing the situation. But the young man's strategic mind is already formulating a plan. But it was effective. Dummy will distract it. Dazzy! Hit it again. Meanwhile, a new player enters the scene. A woman in military uniform observes from a distance, a thoughtful expression on her face. I've arrived at the scene. Do I engage or stand by and observe? A majestic golden bird, wings ablaze, descends from the heavens. Whoosh! The young man's eyes widen in surprise. This is... The text box reveals the truth, a level 38 light albatross. It's the military. A level 38 light albatross? The albatross swoops down, its presence causing a shockwave that sends the dream insect reeling. Crash! A spray of green ichor explodes as the dream insect is struck. The battle is far from over, but the tide has turned. The albatross carries the defeated insect away. The young man watches, a mix of relief and surprise on his face. It flew away just like that? A relieved sigh escapes the young man's lips. Well, it's fine, if we had continued to fight, we would have been completely annihilated. The battle's aftermath hangs heavy in the air. But even in defeat, there's a glimmer of strategic insight. Luckily, White Rose was fast enough. The young man's gaze shifts to the military command center, a subtle nod of appreciation. Within the command center, seasoned eyes assess the situation. This kid isn't bad. If I'm not wrong, those two familiars are both commander tier. To own two commander tier familiars at this stage is quite rare. But even the most skilled strategists acknowledge limitations. But trying to defeat the dream stick insect with those two commander tier familiars is still too difficult. A critical analysis, delivered with a hint of regret. The scene shifts to the Sun Mountain Forest. Dazzy, wounded but alive, sits beside his familiars. The wounds have already started to heal. Familiars sure have great vitality. Stripey, the dream insect, lies defeated, its flesh surprisingly tender. Dazzy observes, a glint of hunger in his eyes. Not to mention how tender its flesh is. It looks just like the meat of a fish. Stripey stirs, a desperate plea escaping its mandibles. Want eat. Dazzy's response is swift and unexpected. I treat you as my big brother and you want to eat my leg? The tension breaks. A moment of uneasy peace settles over the scene. Even after suffering such a severe injury, Dazzy still doesn't forget to eat. To think it wants to eat Stripey's leg. Just who did it take after? The familiars gather around Dazzy, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Why are you guys looking at me? Another competitor bites the dust. Candidate Panfoam eliminated, the announcement echoes through the forest. The young man surveys the scene, a calculating glint in his eye. He assesses the remaining candidates, their positions, and the strategic advantages of the terrain, a chillingly efficient analysis. The young man's plan unfolds. He suggests a strategic retreat to the forest's edge, a calculated risk to conserve strength and avoid unnecessary conflict, a move born of both caution and ambition. Dazzy examines the defeated dream insect, its body pulsating with faint energy. The creature's leg, a potential source of nourishment and power, is the focus of his attention. A decision hangs in the balance. The dream insect's skin begins to harden, a sign of its regeneration. The process will be complete by tomorrow, promising a significant increase in its strength, a looming threat. As night falls, a sense of uneasy calm settles over the group. The young man's words, "Sleep well. You guys have worked hard today," offer a fragile reassurance, but the forest holds its secrets close. The earth trembles, a monstrous crack splits the ground. Stripey, the spider familiar, lands gently, its legs fully healed. Nice! Stripey has reached Commander tier. With enhanced defense and crowd control, the team's weaknesses are addressed. And the adventure continues. Let's find more point pillars. The team explores a lush forest, new familiars are spotted. A bone-headed monstrosity attacks with bone-shattering force. Bam! Ha! Why do these frogs look so familiar? Their names are similar too. Don't tell me it's a cousin of the green-skinned frog. Why did the data not show this disgusting hobby of theirs? Has this bad habit of spitting become part of the nature of the blue-skinned frogs as well? Does everyone still remember the person behind the spitting fish emotic in pack? This examinee has yet to be eliminated. Let us check his current ranking, shall we? That salted fish monster trainer actually managed to make it to rank 15? The requirement for getting to the third round of the exam is to be ranked in the top 12. He's very close right now, he certainly has a chance. Let's hope this examinee can successfully make it to rank 12 just like Mysterine said. Next, let us take a look at the other higher-ranking examinees. As we can see, Jun Moi is ranked second. Jun Moi acquired another 40 points. Seems like most examinees gained most of their points from killing monsters instead of destroying point pillars. The exam has ended. All scores will cease to accumulate and will be tallied. All examinees are asked to move to a safe zone and await transportation. Finally, some rest. The team celebrates their recent success, surrounded by their quirky monster companions. A well-deserved break after days of intense battles. Their hard work paid off. The promotion to Commander tier led to significant gains, points and rare materials. Gao Peng reflects on his journey. A quiet determination shines in his eyes, he gave it his all. Do one's best and leave the rest to destiny, he thinks, accepting the outcome. The results are in. Gao Peng secured 11th place with 4,396 points. So close to the top 12. A hotel room in Jiangnan Base City. The familiar setting offers little comfort as Gao Peng's father's voice echoes in his mind. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. His father's expectations are high, emphasizing the importance of the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly for future growth. Gao Peng's frustration boils over. He defends his efforts, suggesting his father check the broadcast to see his performance. The tension explodes. A sharp rebuke from his father underscores the immense pressure and high stakes. When will you start living up to my expectations? His father's words cut deep. The weight of expectation, the fear of failure, and the constant scrutiny are almost unbearable. He feels like prey, surrounded by hungry wolves. A shocking revelation. The monster trainer candidate's performance was deemed unsatisfactory, leading to an extension of the age limit for the assembly. Gao Peng! A hearty laugh echoes through the bustling city square, a familiar face appears, extending a welcoming hand. It's a reunion of old friends, a dinner invitation extended, even Jun Moi, the perpetually stoic, is joining the festivities. The group sets off, their laughter a vibrant melody against the city's backdrop. A seafood restaurant beckons. A hushed meeting unfolds, a clandestine exchange, a cryptic question hangs in the air, huh? A transaction of significant value takes place, 1 million alliance credits change hands, a payment for a mysterious conversation. The unexpected generosity surprises the recipient, a casual suggestion follows, there's a cafe over there. A moment of intrigue, a familiar, ghostly presence appears, seeking comfort and rest. Words of wisdom and caution are shared, a reminder that vigilance is key, no matter the task. The true purpose of the meeting is revealed, a deal is proposed, a proposition that demands attention. A proposition echoes in the air, laced with the promise of untold wealth, a deal that could change everything. The offer is laid bare, a massive sum in exchange for withdrawing from the competition, a gamble with potentially devastating consequences. A shadowy figure emerges from the depths, a monster trainer bound by a contract, the odds are stacked against our protagonist. The weight of the decision bears down on Gao Pang. He's an orphan, and this offer is a lifeline, but at what cost? But Gao Pang isn't just driven by money, he craves a higher stage, a chance to prove himself, his ambition burns bright. A business meeting unfolds, polite conversation masking hidden agendas. The offer is made, a subtle power play, but it's swiftly rejected. A phone call, a hushed tone, the messenger receives an update. He relays the news, a hint of disdain in his voice, the young man's resilience is noted. The messenger shrugs off his concern, he's just delivering a message. A sudden shift, a chilling realization dawns on the messenger. Panic sets in, where is everyone? The cafe is deserted. A monstrous, crimson beast materializes from thin air. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent. And a shadowy figure, cloaked and armed, appears beside it, seemingly in control. The scene is a city street, ordinary until now. A man in a suit, clearly startled, stumbles back. Ha! When did they appear? He gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Another monstrous creature, this time a colossal blue bird, descends from the sky, landing directly in front of him. "Shit," he shouts, his composure shattered. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. He's trapped, surrounded by the impossible. His internal monologue reveals his desperation. I didn't think I would need to use my trump card this soon. "Shit, just who set me up?" The cloaked figures advance, their movements precise and menacing. "I suggest you stop struggling, Mr. Zhang. You're already in our hands. We mean you no harm. Please cooperate." Despite the threat, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes. "I can't get in touch with my familiar. I didn't even get the chance to warn me. Looks like I'm in deep trouble today." He agrees to meet with the mysterious person who wants to see him. The scene shifts to a modern cafe, sleek and stylish, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. A woman approaches him, her expression serious. "You're Mr. Zhang, correct?" Suddenly, a man in a dark suit appears, grabbing the woman. A swift, brutal attack. Aha! A sly smile spreads across the man's face as he reveals his true intentions, to convince a young prodigy to withdraw from the Alliance's strongest youth monster trainer competition. But his seemingly innocent approach is met with immediate skepticism. Innocent? Naive? These people are here for a reason, and Gao Peng's connections are far from ordinary. The boy's response? A polite refusal. He declined the offer, prioritizing personal growth over a prestigious competition. Who is this boy? The question hangs heavy in the air. A sudden realization dawns on the man. Could it be? The implications are staggering. The tension ratchets up. He refuses to believe the rumors, desperate to avoid the implications for his sister and her brother. The man's face is etched with worry. His younger sister, Xiao Xian, appears, calling out to him. "Brother." The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken emotion. Xiao Xian explains that their grandfather orchestrated a meeting, hoping to bridge the gap between the siblings. She hasn't seen her brother in a long time, and even used a game as a ruse to prevent her from discovering the truth. 5 ice creams were the price of her silence. A desperate attempt at reconciliation. The older brother, understanding his sister's innocent intentions, assures her that he won't be angry. He gently guides her inside. A tender moment of familial connection amidst the storm of secrets and intrigue. A brief respite before the inevitable confrontation. A tense reunion unfolds. The man in the dark suit reassures his sister, Xiao Xian, with a gentle touch. "Yes, brother won't be angry, be a good girl, Xian Xian," he says, his voice a low rumble of concern. Xiao Xian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, insists on telling her brother everything. "My sister is innocent. She knows nothing. What do you want to know? I will tell you everything." The brother, visibly shaken, stammers a defense. His words hang in the air, a fragile shield against the storm of accusations. The man in the dark suit's expression hardens. That's why you're still standing here and talking to me. A moment of quiet contemplation. The man in the dark suit sits, a cup of tea offered, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The weight of his decisions hangs heavy in the air. Xiao Xian's fear is palpable. "You're not going to kill me?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The man in the dark suit's response is measured, calculated. No matter where they come from, as long as people have value, killing them is the simplest, but also the most wasteful method. The scene shifts. The conversation continues, revealing the intricate web of political intrigue surrounding the mayor of Jinling, Han Yuanming. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. A strategic discussion unfolds. The man in the dark suit considers eliminating Han Yuanming, but ultimately decides against it, opting for a more subtle approach. No, leave Han Yuanming for Xiaopeng to handle himself. This incident occurred because of him, so he'll be the one to end it. It'll give him a sense of accomplishment. A subtle disagreement emerges. The man in the dark suit acknowledges Xiaopeng's participation in the competition as a waste of time. However, there's one thing that I agree with. Xiaopeng taking part in this competition is really a waste of his time. The scene shifts again. A flashback reveals a conversation between the man in the dark suit and another man. "It's been 4 years since we last met, huh?" The mystery deepens. A young man lies on his bed, contemplating the events that have transpired. Just who is behind all of this? A sudden noise. Xiaopeng whirls around, startled. What was that? His eyes dart around the room, searching for the source. Who could it be? A rhythmic beep beep beep. The door. He rushes towards it and throws it open, revealing a familiar face. That voice, it can't be. A calm, almost amused voice cuts through the tension. "Long time no see, Xiaopeng." A tearful reunion. "Grandpa." The boy's voice cracks with emotion, years of absence bridging the gap in an instant. His grandfather's words are warm, yet laced with pride. "You were smart and courageous." But the grandson's response reveals a hidden vulnerability. "Actually, I wasn't strong enough." The grandfather's words carry the weight of experience. Preserving oneself is the greatest success, there is nothing to be ashamed of. A legacy of strength and resilience is passed down. And an offer of support is extended. Then, about the group, is there anything I can help you with? The grandson's concerns are brushed aside. Only a few minor characters are still struggling, and they can't do any harm to the group. But a new threat emerges from the shadows. Let's talk about something else. Someone tried to make you withdraw from the competition. The name is revealed, Han Mingyuan, the mayor of Jinling Base City. A sinister smile plays on his lips. A chilling revelation unfolds. The grandfather's voice is low, each word a carefully placed stone in a wall of dread, a trap meticulously laid to destroy the grandson's reputation. The grandson listens, his face a mask of grim determination, a quiet resolve hardening in his eyes. A moment of shared understanding between grandfather and grandson, a silent pact forged in the face of adversity. He will remember this. The scene shifts. The grandfather's expression hardens, his voice taking on a steely edge. The stakes are raised. He sits, a picture of controlled power, waiting, watching, planning. The grandson's response is immediate, a confident smile playing on his lips. He's ready to face whatever comes next. But a flicker of concern crosses the grandfather's face. Is his grandson truly prepared for this? The grandson's calm demeanor speaks volumes, a quiet strength belying the gravity of the situation. He will listen. A sharp word, a tender moment. The grandfather's affection for his grandson is palpable, even amidst the looming threat. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, 3 years since the cataclysm, a time that has shaped their lives and their destinies. The camera pulls back, revealing a young man standing in a bedroom, his silhouette stark against the soft light. A sense of unease hangs in the air. A city skyline flashes before our eyes, a blur of motion suggesting a rapid transition. The scene shifts, the pace quickening. A group of contestants, their faces obscured, stand shoulder to shoulder. The words, "age does not bring anyone any advantages," echo in the air, a stark reminder of the competition's intensity. Grandfather's voice cuts through the tension. "Xiao Ping, do you know why you must go and seek the title of the strongest youth monster trainer?" The grandson, Xiao Ping, responds with a question of his own, his eyes narrowed in thought. Isn't it better to remove the word youth? A sudden shift in perspective. We see a powerful figure, shrouded in energy, commanding immense power. The words, "Tell me, if a person could command familiars to destroy mountains and hills, to stir rivers and oceans," fill the panel. Would he still be satisfied with his current position? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to ambition. Xiao Peng's face is etched with concern. His inner turmoil is palpable, the weight of his grandfather's words pressing down on him. The grandfather's voice, firm and unwavering, cuts through the silence. "So, strive to make yourself stronger. Participating in this kind of competition will only waste your time. A man should be more ambitious." Xiao Peng's jaw tightens, a single word escaping his lips, a question. The grandfather's words hang heavy in the air. When such a day arrives, there'll be strong people who will be willing to maintain order, but there'll also exist a bunch of people who want to destroy the order. The grandson's question cuts through the silence. "Grandpa, then, do you wish to maintain the order or?" A warm smile spreads across the grandfather's face. "Silly child, of course I'll protect you." But his eyes hold a deeper concern. He knows his grandson's heart isn't fully at peace with his decision to withdraw from the competition. And so, he reveals a surprising proposition: "I'll recommend that you participate in the competition as a judge." The grandson's eyes widen in surprise. A judge? The scene shifts to Chang'an-based city airport lobby. A vast, modern space, bustling with activity. The grandson arrives, his thoughts turning inward. "I'm finally home, but is a place without family still considered home? After settling some matters here, I'll be heading straight over to Yuzhou." A decision driven by a desire to be closer to his grandfather, even if it means delaying his university application. A sudden call interrupts his plans. "Xiao Gao, you're back from Jiangnan? Are you free? There's something I need your help with. It's something good." The grandson, ever dutiful, readily agrees. "Sure, Director Phone. I have some business to attend to at the association anyway." Director Phone, a man with a weathered face and a single eye patch, reveals a shocking truth: he's left the Monster Breeder Association. The reason? The organization has changed, no longer the place he loved. It's now a subsidiary of the Monster Trainer League, a far cry from its former glory. Now working for the military, Director Feng seeks the grandson's help, offering rare materials as compensation. A proposition too tempting to refuse. The grandson, ever pragmatic, agrees to assist. He's ready to get straight to the point. The mission? A massive, man-eating earthworm in the Dali Desert is on the verge of evolving into a Lord-tier monster. A threat of unimaginable scale. The military's plan is not to engage in direct combat with the Lord-tier monsters, but to prevent other monsters from interfering while the earthworm evolves. A strategic maneuver. A subtle smirk plays on the grandson's lips. He knows this won't be easy. The Dali Desert already has a Lord-tier ruler, making this situation even more precarious. The stakes are higher than ever. But the grandson remains unfazed. He's not worried about the challenges ahead, he's focused on the task at hand. Why him? Why not one of the many stronger trainers within the military? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Director Fong lays out the plan, a risky operation even for seasoned professionals. His words carry the weight of responsibility, the gravity of the situation palpable. But a glint of determination shines in his eyes. He's confident, or at least, he's trying to appear so. The fate of many rests on his shoulders. The grandson, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase. He's not one for idle chatter, efficiency is key. When will the earthworm be evolving? He asks, his voice sharp and focused. The agreement is swift, a silent handshake across digital lines. A debt is acknowledged, a favor called in. The grandson's acceptance is absolute. A moment of quiet contemplation. The grandson knows this mission is far beyond his current capabilities, but the allure of growth, of pushing his limits, is too strong to resist. And so, he prepares for the challenge ahead. The title Strongest Monster Trainer echoes in his mind, a goal he's determined to achieve. A sudden, unexpected interruption. Flamey, the grandson's eccentric pet, makes a dramatic entrance, adding a touch of chaotic energy to the scene. Wait, what is this fat penguin? This cry? Flamey? Chang'an outskirts. Lush greenery frames the path ahead, a foreboding shadow looms nearby. Further into the Dark Ember Lord's territory, danger lurks. Sister Tang's familiar is powerful, but caution is key. Sister Tang's familiar is impressive, a stark contrast to our protagonist's own. The Shadow Japalura's stats are revealed, level 39, perfect grade. Hardened skin LV2. A silent killer. Li Qing's familiars are less impressive, a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake. And Shini boasts a level 27 flaming bird, a significant power difference is clear. Our hero's concern is palpable, a silent question hangs in the air. The air crackles with tension. A seasoned warrior, his eye patched, warns of the dangers ahead, it's here. We shouldn't head in any further. Right before a breakthrough in a level is when a monster is most cautious. We must not provoke it. A colossal mound of earthworms rides before them. This many? The sheer scale is breathtaking. A question hangs in the air, is this truly the territory of the Dark Ember Lord? The answer, delivered with a knowing smirk, clarifies the naming convention. No, we call it that because it's currently occupying the entire Dark Ember forest. After all, not all Lord-tier monsters have a territory. The example of a desert ruler occupying the Dali Desert for an extended period is given, illustrating how such names are earned over time. And a stark warning follows, everyone, be careful. There will definitely be monsters that'll use this opportunity to launch sneak attacks. Suddenly, a vibrant, colossal rooster bursts into view. Whoa! What a huge rooster! The explanation follows, revealing a strategic advantage, haha. Chickens eat earthworms. This 5-colored golden rooster eating this Lord-tier Shachuaman earthworm is just too tempting for it. With a blur of motion, the rooster attacks. Kaboom, the earthworms are no match for its power. The rooster's assault continues, a whirlwind of feathers and fury. Kaboom, another earthworm explodes under its relentless onslaught. The scene shifts, showing the protagonist's wide-eyed amazement. Where are the earthworms? Where are the fat, juicy earthworms? A classroom scene unfolds, laughter echoing as a teacher explains the challenges of finding high-tier earthworms. The commander-tier Shachuaman man-eating earthworm, he explains, is exceptionally elusive. Meanwhile, outside, a young man is being briefed. He's an elite in the monster breeder industry, but even he admits to being inexperienced. Suddenly, a burst of motion. A colossal chicken, feathers shimmering with an unnatural iridescence, explodes into action. The ground trembles with each powerful stride, cack. Cack, the chicken's furious assault begins. Wings beating like thunder, it launches itself into the air, a whirlwind of feathers and fury. But its attack is short-lived. The earthworms, working together, ensnare the chicken, rendering it helpless. The earth explodes as the chicken is pulled underground, crunch. The young man sighs, unimpressed. This chicken really sucks at combat. But his mentor reassures him, relax, this is just the beginning. A woman's voice whispers, a warning, shoo. The monstrous spider lunges, a blur of fangs and fury, its attack is devastating. A wave of fire engulfs the creature, but it's not enough to stop the horrifying beast. The ground trembles as the spider crashes down, the impact sends tremors through the forest. Dust and debris fill the air, the monstrous spider lies defeated, but at what cost? The protagonist's eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning. These stats are a bit familiar. His mentor explains, they managed to interrupt the female spider's promotion, so it's a deformed, half-promoted Lord tier. That's right. The military thought it'd be killed by the Lord of the Dark Ember. To think it's still alive, how thoughtless of me. A tense silence hangs in the air. Sister Tang's apprehension is palpable. Are you serious? Although it's a deformed, half-promoted Lord tier, it's still a Lord tier, nonetheless. The weight of their situation presses down. You want us to go against it? We just need to stop that female spider, a man states, his words laced with grim determination. But a shadow of doubt crosses his face, defeating it might prove too challenging for their current abilities. Sister Tang, her back to us, cautiously approaches a rocky cavern, a small familiar nestled in her arms, a faint, iridescent trail shimmers behind her, hinting at something extraordinary. A gasp escapes. Xiao Peng's sister possesses a familiar with unparalleled camouflage abilities. The implications are staggering. In the military, such a familiar grants immediate priority training. Sister Tang, ever pragmatic, issues a command, let dummy help you. Xiao Peng, ever the cautious one, is told to remain vigilant. He nods, a mixture of apprehension and resolve in his eyes. The man from before, his voice laced with skepticism, adds, then will also, his words hang heavy in the air, a warning unspoken yet palpable. Sister Tang's eyes flash with a fierce determination, her voice sharp, you'll only mess things up. The weight of her words underscores the gravity of the situation. Xiao Peng, ever the optimist, pushes back gently, you can't be this biased, Sister Tang. His words are a plea for understanding, a hope for a different path. Sister Tang, her expression hardening, commands, test that spider out. The scene shifts, revealing Dummy, ready for action. Dummy lunges. A blur of motion, a flash of blue energy, swish, the impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The monstrous creature lunges, its massive claws tearing through the earth, a terrifying display of raw power. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy blasting outwards. And from the dust and debris, a shadowy beast emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Its form shimmers, almost ethereal. Razor-sharp claws extend, a blur of motion. Its claws are very sharp, but it isn't enough. They're only flesh wounds, it didn't injure any of its organs, observes a man, his voice laced with grim determination. A powerful blow lands, sending the creature reeling, a desperate attempt to end this. The ground trembles as the beast's massive form crashes down, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. The monster lunges, claws extended. A blur of motion, a terrifying roar. But the man is ready. His counterattack is swift, precise. Clang, metal meets flesh, a shower of sparks erupts. A powerful blow sends the monster reeling. It slams into the ground, the impact shaking the very earth. But even wounded, its rage burns bright. A furious roar echoes as it rises, ready to fight again. The battle rages on. A desperate struggle for survival, each blow a testament to their unwavering determination. We can't go on like this, the man gasps, his breath ragged. The monster's power is overwhelming. Dummy, use the blood thread heart. A desperate gamble, a last resort. A surge of crimson energy. The creature unleashes a devastating attack, a torrent of power. The monster shrieks in agony as the attack connects. Its form begins to crumble. A monstrous shadow looms, its power unknown. A chilling question hangs in the air. The ground trembles. A monstrous blow shatters the earth. As the man unleashes a devastating attack, the impact sends a shockwave through the very ground itself. The monster's stats are revealed: Shachuoman man-eating earthworm lord. Level 41, excellent grade. A true lord tier threat. A blinding flash of light erupts from the man's weapon. A fiery star explodes, striking the monstrous worm with searing power. The military commander's voice cuts through the air, Why must you duke it out with the spider? This spider is a pseudo-lord that underwent a failed evolution. Its potential is practically zero. You should go and have a good talk with the desert ruler instead. Only that way can the military reap the spoils. The earthworm burrows, attempting a desperate escape. But the tunnel collapses behind it. The aftermath of the battle, a tense silence hangs in the air as three figures observe the scene. A monstrous spider, its 8 legs churning, spins wildly in the sand, its movements erratic and desperate. Her crimson eyes gleam with a predatory hunger, a silent testament to the energy expended in the recent conflict. With surprising precision, the spider begins to gather the earthworms, a chilling display of calculated efficiency. A sudden burst of energy. A jet of white silk erupts from the spider's spinnerets, a deadly net taking shape. The silk ensnares the earthworms, binding them tightly. A macabre feast is about to begin. With a sickening slurp, the spider devours its prey, the earthworms disappearing into its gaping maw. A young man, his eyes wide with a mixture of fascination and disgust, observes the grotesque meal. Ugh, why does it look like it's eating soybean paste noodles? The military commander and his associates turn their attention to the young man, their expressions unreadable. The young man, seemingly unfazed by their scrutiny, asks a simple question: "Why are you looking at me?" Sister Tang Tang scans the area, her crimson eyes sharp and alert. "Haven't seen anything yet," she mutters, a hint of impatience in her voice. Suddenly, a monstrous shadow erupts from the earth. The ground trembles as a colossal spider-like creature rises, its many eyes gleaming menacingly. Whirring sounds fill the air. And it unleashes a flurry of attacks. Razor-sharp legs slash through the air, leaving trails of green energy in their wake. The ground is torn apart by the sheer force. A blinding flash. A powerful counterattack explodes, sending shockwaves that ripple across the battlefield. The spider shrieks in pain. As a wave of vibrant energy washes over it, tearing through its defenses. The creature staggers, its form flickering. With a final, desperate lunge, the spider unleashes a torrent of fiery breath. The heat is intense, scorching the very air itself. But it's too late. The attack is deflected, and the spider is left vulnerable. Crack, a decisive blow lands, leaving the monstrous creature crippled. The spider collapses, its life force fading. A mild injury, but the battle is far from over. The man speaks, "Sister Tang Tang. The female spider is still very strong. Let's play the long game instead." Sister Tang Tang smiles, a glint of cunning in her eyes. She points a finger, signaling the next move in their strategic game. A monstrous shadow falls across the land, a chilling presence that sends shivers down the spine. The ground trembles, dust and debris fly as a colossal avian figure descends from the heavens. Its eyes, burning like embers, fix on its prey, a lord-tier blood-eyed bearded vulture, its power undeniable. The stats reveal its terrifying strength, a formidable opponent indeed. A tense warning hangs in the air. Everyone, be careful. This lord-tier was probably attracted by the man-eating earthworm. The speaker's voice is grave, his words carrying the weight of impending danger. A large bird-like creature stands before them, its posture strangely melancholic. This goes against the nature of birds. It's morning. The revelation hits hard, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. It's morning for these monsters. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, laced with a hint of disbelief. The scene shifts, revealing a heated exchange. "Don't tell me, is this lord-tier monster yours?" The question hangs heavy with suspicion and a touch of fear. A casual response, laced with a hint of dark humor. "Ha, we ladies need to have some self-defense methods when we're outside." The words are light, but the undercurrent of unease remains. A young man's eyes widen in disbelief. What kind of self-defense method is this? His voice is a mix of shock and dawning horror. The unexpected truth is revealed, a shocking twist. Right now, I wouldn't even be surprised if you told me that my familiar is a dragon. The words hang in the air, heavy with implications. This is no ordinary bird, this is a Lord-tier familiar. Its power is immense, and we need to understand its capabilities. Apparently, it's having a bit of an identity crisis. It's used to scavenging, not hunting live prey. A mental adjustment is in order. The familiar's unusual diet is causing quite a stir. Can it really adapt its hunting style? The bird struggles, its instincts clashing with its new reality, a desperate attempt to hunt. A blinding flash of light erupts. The familiar unleashes a devastating attack. A searing beam of energy cuts through the air, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The power is raw, untamed, the familiar's potential is terrifyingly vast. The impact throws the target off balance, a stunning display of newfound predatory prowess. The familiar continues its assault, a whirlwind of feathers and fury, it's learning, adapting, evolving. And with a final, decisive strike, the hunt is over. The familiar has proven its adaptability. Director Fong scoffs, his words dripping with disdain. This pseudolord was conquered just like that? This is too easy. The woman's voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding, rip off its leg tendons. With a blur of motion, the familiar obeys. A fiery burst erupts as the spider's leg is severed. Now it can't escape. Director Feng's eyes widen. Miss, your familiar is really strong. The mission accomplished, a sense of anticlimactic relief washes over the group. I guess? Night falls on Gao Peng's luxurious villa, a symbol of wealth and power. A chilling data screen appears, revealing the horrifying details of their defeated foe, the horrifying violent female spider, Pseudolord. Heavily injured and mobility impaired. Director Tang studies the screen, his brow furrowed in thought. There's only one option in its great promotion column, meaning it only has one option to promote. Its evolution path is lacking. Not to mention that those ingredients are unheard of. This female spider won't be of any use to me. Tang turns to his companion, a question hanging in the air. Do you want this female spider? The woman smiles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I wasn't talking about you. Our Stripey is the best, she says, her familiar purring contentedly beside her. It's late, and the protagonist offers Sister Tang dinner. The air is thick with unspoken camaraderie. Sister Tang politely declines, her mind already on the next task. She still needs to find someone to deal with the captured spider. Suddenly, a frantic cry. Master! The familiar's distress echoes through the quiet night. The protagonist rushes to the familiar's side, concern etched on his face. What? What's wrong? The familiar's desperate plea, eat pork ribs. Its tiny form vibrates with urgency. A beat of silence, then, a burst of inspiration. The familiar's unusual request sparks a solution. The protagonist's eyes widen in understanding. He turns to the television, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Dumbly? He calls out to his other familiar, Come, Dumbly, come here if you're done washing up. The skeletal familiar, Dumbly, approaches, a hint of anticipation in its glowing eyes. Is this something delicious, master? A hearty bowl of soup is offered, a simple gesture, but for the famished familiar, it's pure bliss. The little guy's heart glows with gratitude as he slurps it down. A new journey begins. The protagonist smiles, a glint of mischief in his eyes, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Yuzhou. The sprawling cityscape of Yuzhou unfolds before us, a vibrant tapestry of towering buildings and bustling streets. A new adventure awaits. The plane descends, a smooth landing imminent. The flight attendant announces their arrival. He's arrived, a slight smile plays on his lips. Yuzhou Airport. He acknowledges the message, a subtle nod, business as usual. A familiar sight, yet subtly different, the technology here surpasses what he's used to. His contact explains the situation, a slight urgency in her tone, something's happened. She assures him it's nothing serious, a reassuring smile, but the concern lingers. The boat cuts through the waves, a powerful engine roaring, whoosh, they're approaching a mysterious island. Aboard a sleek vessel, the chairman surveys the tranquil waters. His expression is one of steely resolve, a hint of impatience in his eyes. So this trivial monster is the one that interrupted my reunion with my grandson, huh? Suddenly, the ocean erupts. A colossal beast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, rises from the depths. Chairman, it's dangerous here. We should take cover. The chairman's face remains impassive. His voice, though calm, carries an undercurrent of icy determination. White, finish it fast. I still need to go meet my grandson. A blur of motion. A fierce clash of power as the chairman unleashes a devastating attack. The water explodes outward in a geyser of blue and crimson, sending the monstrous creature hurtling through the air in a spectacular, bloody arc. The beast plummets into the sea, a final, earth-shattering crash echoing across the waves, leaving only a churning vortex of blood and foam in its wake. The chairman's mission continues. Orders are barked, logistics are swiftly put into place. Tell them to be careful. The corpse of a monster of this level is very valuable. Logistic team, hurry up. The alloy cables are ready. Tell the Blue Monkey team to get ready. A monstrous wave crashes against the ship's railing, a hairy figure clings desperately, barely avoiding being swept away. The chairman's attack connects. A crimson slash tears through the beast's hide, the sea monster roars in agony. The Blue Monkey team hauls in the defeated creature. Blue Monkey team, task completed. Start dragging. A monitor displays a thick fog obscuring the battle's aftermath. There's a mysterious fog every time. We can't see the scene of the battle. Meanwhile, back at base, a man smirks while eating watermelon. That old man G sure is sneaky. The main character arrives at the Southern Sky Group headquarters. A woman greets him, "This way, please." There's a large lounge for familiars on the left. He's led inside. "Let's go, we'll wait inside. Just treat this as your home, alright?" A subtle chuckle escapes the main character's lips. A woman notices. "Put. Why are you laughing?" Sorry, country boy." The woman laughs, but her eyes hold a hint of suspicion. A man speaks urgently. "What are you talking to them for? Who knows where they came from? Hurry up, we need to see an important person today." A chance encounter. Sister Tang and the main character bump into Secretary Han outside the Southern Sky Group headquarters. And a curious detail is revealed: Secretary Han seems to know them both. The main character's arrival is already causing ripples. A moment of stunned silence, then, a mischievous grin spreads across the main character's face. He's up to something. Sister Tang's annoyance boils over. "What a rude little rascal," she exclaims, but the main character's response is swift and unexpected. "My greatest strength is that I don't hold grudges, because I take revenge on the spot." The imposing elevator doors of the Southern Sky Group headquarters stand before them, a gateway to power and intrigue. And inside, a warm greeting awaits. "Xiao Pang, you're here." The chairman's voice booms, echoing the weight of his authority. A tender moment between grandson and grandfather. "Grandpa," he replies, a hint of nervousness in his tone. "The chairman's instructions are clear, then I'll arrange Tang's accommodation first, chairman." Practicality before all else. A question hangs in the air. "Is there something you want to tell me, Grandpa?" The main character senses something is amiss. The chairman's revelation is unexpected. "Before your term starts, you'll temporarily work for the Southern Sky Group." A new chapter begins, but is it too soon? The chairman's words hang heavy in the air, a stark warning, yet laced with paternal concern. He's preparing his grandson for the weight of the Southern Sky Group, a legacy soon to be inherited. Xiao Pang, the grandson, processes the gravity of his grandfather's words, a nervous flutter in his chest. The chairman continues, his voice firm but his eyes showing affection. He outlines a plan, a temporary assignment to the Human Resources Department, a strategic first step. A subtle shift in strategy. The chairman suggests a disguise, a calculated move to lower the defenses of potential rivals, a game of deception. Xiao Peng's expression hardens. He rejects the idea of underhanded tactics, a clear display of his own moral compass. The chairman chuckles, amused by his grandson's integrity, a moment of shared understanding between them. The arrangements are finalized. A simple okay seals the deal, the grandson accepting his temporary role. The next chapter begins. Guided by a colleague, Xiao Peng steps into the Human Resources Department. His journey within the Southern Sky Group officially commences. A concerned question hangs in the air, what's wrong, as the chairman observes his grandson with a worried frown. But the grandson, a glint in his eye, simply replies, nothing. A subtle shift in his demeanor hints at a hidden agenda. His casual dismissal belies the truth. A tense encounter unfolds as he confronts Sister Tang and another figure, his words a thinly veiled understatement, I just met some familiar faces. Xiao Peng arrives at a modern, sleek office building. Chao Xiang, the head of the marketing department, greets him warmly. Xiao Peng, this is Chao Xiang. A slight awkwardness hangs in the air as Xiao Peng is introduced. He seems a bit overwhelmed by the formality. Chao Xiang extends his hand in a gesture of goodwill. It was just a small matter. But Xiao Peng's response is curt, for a department head to bow to a newcomer, that's so uncool. Chao Xiang smiles, a picture of composure. Healthy, calm, the text box reads. He's clearly unfazed by Xiao Peng's bluntness. I'm sure young Master Gao has a lot of things to attend to today, so I won't be bothering you any longer. Let's have a meal together next time. Back in the hallway, Uncle Han speaks to Xiao Peng and Chao Xiang. It was only a small matter. Department head Chao is just making a big deal about it. But Xiao Peng's thoughts linger on Chao Xiang's unusual calm. He's putting himself down in public to a brat like me without harboring any negative emotions. Is he that good at controlling his emotions, or is he actually this calm? Uncle Han's words offer a new direction. This is for you to find out, but with this stunt department head Chao pulled off, I'm looking for you to continue working here. How about you go to Bay District and handle the recruitment there? A lone figure, shrouded in shadow, sits within the back of a delivery truck. The vehicle rumbles through the city streets, heading towards an unknown destination. Inside a car, Xiao Peng listens intently as his companion describes Bay District, painting a grim picture of economic hardship and social decay. The words hang heavy in the air, images of a dilapidated urban landscape flash before Xiao Peng's eyes, littered with trash and despair. The reason behind the district's name, Bay 100 Industries, is revealed, a dark history of hardship and the exodus of those who could escape. Arriving at their destination, Xiao Peng steps out of the vehicle. The Bay District Human Resources branch looms before him, a stark symbol of the challenges that lie ahead. A wave of apprehension washes over him. The weight of his new assignment settles heavily on his shoulders. The scene shifts abruptly, a chaotic scene unfolds before him. A woman lies injured on the ground, surrounded by onlookers glued to their phones. A cynical comment about Bay's best hangs in the air. The harsh reality of the district's struggles is laid bare. The grim truth is revealed. Many residents have suffered immense losses, clinging to hope in the face of despair. Xiao Peng is formally introduced to Head Gao. A respectful exchange takes place, setting the stage for his interactions within the district. Xiao Peng arrives at his new post, a whirlwind of activity already swirling around him. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Section Chief Wang, a seasoned veteran, offers a brief tour, his words a subtle blend of instruction and veiled warning. A subtle shift in Wang's demeanor, a knowing smile plays on his lips as he guides Xiao Peng. The young man, however, remains oblivious, his focus entirely on the task ahead. The tour continues, revealing a state-of-the-art training facility, a stark contrast to what Xiao Peng expected. This is no ordinary branch office. Wang's playful jab about the name correction is a thinly veiled reminder of the power dynamics at play. Xiao Peng, though initially annoyed, quickly understands the message. A beat of silence hangs in the air as Xiao Peng takes in the advanced training equipment. His eyes widen, a question forming on his lips. The answer is revealed, a glimpse into the elite training methods of the Central Security Bureau, a world beyond Xiao Peng's previous experience. The scale is breathtaking, the implications, far-reaching. Wang's final words are reassuring, a subtle shift in tone signaling the end of the tour. The weight of responsibility settles upon Xiao Peng's shoulders. With a final bow, Section Chief Wang departs, leaving Xiao Peng to his new duties. The Bei district awaits. Alone, Xiao Peng reflects on his new assignment, a mixture of determination and a hint of trepidation in his eyes. A single tear rolls down Xiao Peng's cheek, a question hangs heavy in the air: where did that emotion come from? Flamey, his fiery avian familiar, is summoned. Xiao Peng's face brightens. This is the solution to a significant problem. A simple question, yet it holds the weight of expectation: can you still fly? The test begins. Xiao Peng sets up a series of rings for Flamey to navigate, a trial of skill and agility. Flamey takes flight. A blur of white and red feathers, a whirlwind of motion. With breathtaking speed, Flamey zips through the rings, an impressive display of aerial prowess. Xiao Peng's grin widens. A sudden impact. Crash, Flamey collides with a ring, the force sending him tumbling to the ground. The impact echoes. Flamey lies stunned, feathers askew. The test, it seems, is not yet over. A shadowy figure observes from the sidelines, a smirk playing on their lips. Put. Despite the setback, Xiao Peng offers words of encouragement, a gentle hand on Flamey's head, a reassuring smile. Flamey, the fiery avian companion, prepares for another flight test. Xiao Peng watches intently, a mix of hope and apprehension in his eyes. The air crackles with anticipation as Flamey takes to the skies. 2 rings of energy swirl around him, a testament to his growing power. You have more control now, Xiao Peng observes, a hint of encouragement in his voice. Once more. A blur of motion. Flamey's wings beat with renewed strength, leaving trails of fiery energy in their wake. Nice, Xiao Peng murmurs, a smile playing on his lips. But disaster strikes. A sudden, jarring impact. Flamey plummets from the sky, feathers scattering like crimson embers. You did it, Flamey. It's the best, cries Xiao Peng, his voice laced with concern. Xiao Peng's face falls. Ha! Just like that, he mutters, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's this? A result of harsh training and natural talent? A surge of power. Flamey's form is engulfed in a fiery aura, his level dramatically increasing. Leveled up, the system announces, confirming the incredible growth. The aftermath of the intense power surge. Flamey's fiery plumage is even more vibrant, his presence commanding. Monster level, 21, the display confirms. The impact of the crash sends a shockwave of fiery debris. Flamey's promotion, it's causing quite the spectacle. A vibrant crimson bird takes flight, feathers shimmering with fiery energy. A breathtaking display of power. Level 21, perfect grade. This flaming red crane is no ordinary pet. Pyrokinesis LV1. Resistance against fire greatly increased. But the active ability. Feathers detach, ignite mid-air, and explode on impact. A devastating attack, but at a cost. Flamey's feathers are consumed with each use. A powerful technique, but not one to be used lightly. The potential is immense, though. A worried frown creases his brow. The image of a plucked, featherless bird flashes in his mind, a vision of Flamey's future, perhaps? He addresses his pet, a question hanging in the air. Will this be Flamey's permanent form? A sudden jolt of energy. Flamey reacts with a startled squawk. The transformation is complete. Flamey's newly enhanced strength is on full display. A dumbbell, easily lifted moments before, is now flung aside with terrifying force, a testament to its power surge. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, a figure approaches. A faint glow emanates from Flamey, its presence almost ethereal against the darkening sky. The scene shifts to an outdoor gym, bathed in the cool blue light of night. Equipment stands silent, awaiting the morning's workout, or perhaps something more. A small, determined figure creeps through a crack in the wall, a shadowy companion close behind. Silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faintest of scrapes. And now, a clandestine meeting. A young boy, his face smudged with dirt, offers a small object to Flamey. "We'll practice this today," he whispers, a hint of excitement in his voice. But something's wrong. A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a palpable sense of unease. The boy's eyes widen in fear. As Flamey's demeanor darkens. "How long have you been coming here?" the boy asks, his voice trembling slightly. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, its presence chilling. "Half a year," the boy stammers, fear etched onto his face. The confrontation continues. "I'm sorry, I know it's wrong, but," the boy pleads, his voice barely a whisper. A young boy, head bowed low, whispers a heartfelt apology, a mixture of guilt and gratitude coloring his words. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alleyway, a different scene unfolds. The air is heavy with unspoken tension. A figure observes the boy from afar, a hint of understanding in their eyes. Suddenly, a sharp command cuts through the silence: "Stop!" The boy flinches, fear etched onto his face, a stern warning follows: "Come here tomorrow morning. If someone stops you, just say you were told to come." Back at the training grounds, a fiery spectacle erupts. Flamey, now more powerful than ever, unleashes a torrent of flames, a magnificent display of newfound strength. The boy, Li Juanzong, stands before head Gao, his expression a mix of apprehension and hope. A new identity card is presented, a symbol of a fresh start. A warm smile graces head Gao's face as he asks, "What's your name?" Juanzong's response is met with a nod of approval. The boy's journey is far from over. A data screen appears, revealing the details of a monster encounter, a blood scavenger rat, defeated by Juanzong. His skills are clearly exceptional. The conversation shifts to the grim reality of the city's underbelly, the sewers, a breeding ground for monsters. A sea of shadowy figures, countless monsters lurking in the city's underbelly. Head Gao explains the grim reality of Yuzhou City. Other base cities don't have to worry, but here. Chairman Ji has a familiar that lives in the sewers, and its food source is the monsters down there. Intrigued, MC analyzes the situation. Interesting. Humans control the light of the city while the monsters occupy the shadow, stealing the garbage and waste thrown away by the humans. It's completely different from the situation in Chang'an City. The boy nervously presents Flamey. It's very agile. It dodges the other monsters and finds food. MC pieces together the puzzle, so this scavenger rat is the one feeding you. A conversation about job opportunities ensues. Head Gao suggests a position for the boy, acknowledging the factory's recruitment struggles. Section Chief Wang, "Our factories have expanded recently, but the recruitment for workers isn't going too well." Head Gao offers a proposition: "How about you work for me? You're young, so your salary will be lower than others, but we'll provide food and shelter, and you'll be able to use the training center for free after work." The boy's gratitude is palpable. "Thank you, big brother." MC reflects on his actions, a hint of weariness in his expression. "Alas, I'm just too soft-hearted." Night falls over Gao Peng's room in the dormitory. A level 25 monster, Stripe, makes a surprise appearance. Even Silly, the perpetually underestimated, is finally showing its true potential. Its healing ability, previously restricted, is about to be unleashed. Half an hour later, the results are in. A tiny wound on a lab mouse is healed, but not completely. A significant portion remains, revealing a surprising limitation in Silly's power. Frustration mounts. The MC is clearly disappointed by Silly's underwhelming performance. Just how weak is its healing ability? But wait. A breakthrough. The MC realizes Silly's level is simply too low. More materials are needed to unlock its full potential. A sudden shift. The scene changes, revealing a skeletal figure with a glowing red heart. "What is this?" The skeletal figure speaks, its voice filled with longing. "Want to go back, miss my daughter." The MC is shocked. He didn't know this creature was a father. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. And then, a promise. Tomorrow, they will visit the creature's hometown. A new adventure awaits. The Red Sand River flows crimson through Chuanshu, a barge cuts through the ominous waters. A young man, inquisitive, approaches a dockworker. "Uncle, are there monsters below the river?" "Yes, of course," the man replies, a glint in his eye. "But don't worry, all our ships have scales from the king redcarp attached to the bottom. As long as we don't attack them, they won't attack us." The worker explains further, "The king redcarp is very nice. All we need to do is offer some monsters as tribute, and it'll reward us with some of its scales." "Its scales," he says, "protect them from monster attacks while sailing the river." A thoughtful expression crosses the young man's face. "I've never heard anything like this before, but I'm not surprised." The young man muses, a hint of cynicism in his tone. He continues, his thoughts drifting to the political implications. If news got out that the government couldn't protect its citizens and had to resort to worshipping monsters for protection, their reputation would be tarnished. A bizarre creature, a grotesque fusion of skulls and shadow, looms before our heroes. Its multiple eyes gleam with malevolent intent. A question hangs heavy in the air: are they familiar with this place? The uncertainty is palpable. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest clearing, a stark contrast to the previous panel's ominous presence. A family of red monkeys frolics peacefully. But their idyllic moment is shattered. A large net descends from above, trapping one of the monkeys. The sound of tearing fabric rips through the air. Panic. The trapped monkey struggles against the net, its desperate cries echoing through the trees. As other monkeys rush to help, their small forms dwarfed by the massive net. A desperate struggle ensues. The ground is disturbed, revealing a trail of dark, viscous substance. Is this the trace they left behind? A moment of contemplation. It's all right, perhaps they moved elsewhere. But that reassurance is short-lived. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the quiet. What's wrong? A command is given: "Stripey, follow him." With a burst of speed, a small creature darts forward. A surge of raw emotion, a heart ablaze. The skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, reveals a vulnerability unseen before. A plea for understanding, a desperate cry for connection. "Go on, go take a look, they're your family after all," urges the young man, his voice laced with concern. Doubt clouds the skeletal being's ethereal form. Is this connection even possible? The question hangs heavy in the air. But hope flickers. "It's okay, dummy, we can hide behind the trees," reassures the young man, offering a path forward. Through the trees, a glimpse of vibrant life. Red monkeys frolic, unaware of the silent observers. A poignant memory surfaces, a father's regret. "Daddy was useless, couldn't be there to protect you," the skeletal figure whispers, tears welling in its empty sockets. Even in death, the capacity for grief remains. So a skeleton can shed tears too, a quiet observation. A renewed determination takes hold. "Don't you want to bring your daughter back?" "I'll give her the best possible life," the young man vows, offering a lifeline. A silent nod, a shared understanding. The journey continues. A quiet happiness, a newfound purpose. But with master. "I am very happy," the skeletal figure murmurs, a sense of peace settling over it. His eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. It's a desperate plea, a raw scream of warning. It must be the hunters. The skeletal being's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a surge of power, almost palpable. And then, a violent eruption of dark energy. The very air crackles with power. 10 minutes earlier. A squad of hunters, their faces grim, discuss their mission. "Brotherly, why are we going through such trouble to catch these Red River apes? They aren't valuable monsters anyway." But the truth is far more lucrative. Miss Zhou of the Zhou family recently developed a taste for Red River ape hearts, and that's why they are offering a high price for the monsters. Their market price has already tripled. The hunters scan the landscape through their scopes, their prey in sight. Such smooth, glossy fur. I can tell that its heart would definitely fetch a good price from just one look. One hunter dismisses the threat. These are just a bunch of normal tier monsters, not to mention that these are the shores of the Red Sand River. There's practically no chance of running into any powerful monsters here. A swift attack. A red ape is struck, but escapes. Bam! The hunter curses his miss. TCH, I missed. His partner agrees, we'll need to upgrade our weapons after this. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Boss! We have a situation. A lone warrior, his face grim, barks a single command, go. He urges his companion to action, a desperate plea amidst the encroaching danger. Don't just stand there. Grab the things and hide in the trees. A blur of motion, a flash of power, the earth trembles. The impact is brutal. The iron-backed wolf, felled in an instant, lies still. Blood stains the ground. The warrior surveys the scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. Iron-backed wolf is dead? So fast? But the silence is shattered. A monstrous roar echoes through the forest, a chilling prelude to the horror that follows. From the shadows, a commander-tier ghoul emerges. Since when did Lizho have ghoul-type monsters? And a commander-tier monster at that. Panic grips the Red River apes. Their frantic movements betray their terror as the monstrous ghoul approaches. A terrifying presence looms over them, its gaze cold and merciless. A small ape whimpers, its fear palpable. The ghoul's shadow falls upon them. A monstrous ghoul, its form wreathed in ethereal blue flames, casually holds a Red River ape. Its chilling presence dominates the scene. Two hunters, perched high in a tree, watch in horrified silence. Their words betray their fear, we are doomed. This ghoul-type monster is on the same side as those Red River apes. They're trapped, outmatched. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, calmly seated atop a giant spider, observes the scene. The text reveals his identity, a monster trainer. Even his familiar is commander tier. The situation is dire. But hope flickers. The trainer's words confirm it, there are no monster trainers who'd look the other way at the sight of a wild ghoul-type monster. We're saved. Relief washes over the hunters. From their precarious perch, the hunters cry out, brother, save us. The monster trainer, astride his colossal spider mount, is their only hope. The rescue is imminent. A sigh escapes his lips, a weight settling on his shoulders. I'll need to give saving a scumbag like you some thought. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the casual slump of his posture. He sits atop a monstrous spider, surveying the scene. A small, red creature peeks out from behind a large, dark cloak. His gaze is sharp, determined. I'll watch over her, dummy. The command is soft, yet carries an unwavering resolve. A flurry of activity unfolds as the small red creature speaks, its words a plea for protection. Flamey, Dizzy, protect her. The scene crackles with urgency. Hidden observers watch from above, their whispers carrying a note of alarm. See, Captain. That monster trainer is on the same side as that ghoul-type monster. The tension ratchets up. Their hushed warning is cut short. Idiot. Could you not be so loud? A chilling presence descends from the trees. A bone-chilling howl echoes through the forest. Oh, it's coming for them. A crimson shockwave erupts. The ground trembles as a monstrous blow shatters the earth, leaving Xiao Wang and Xiao Li injured and vulnerable. Xiao Wang groans, I think my ribs are broken. The monster trainer arrives on the scene, his eyes wide with alarm. Xiao Wang. Xiao Li. Both of them are caught. Xiao Wang, desperate, cries out, no. I need to run. But escape is impossible. The monster trainer calls out, stripy, spider web. With a snap, a glistening web ensnares Xiao Wang. He's trapped. Xiao Li, terrified, pleads for mercy, spare me, please spare me, big brother. My mother is already 70 and my father is 72. My older and younger brothers both died during the cataclysm. Right now there's only me in the family. Without me, my parents and my 13-year-old child will all starve to death. We can give you all of the Red River apes we've killed. We're all humans. Don't kill us, we'll do anything for you. Please, mercy. The monster trainer's expression hardens. Killed? Aren't you catching these Red River apes to make them familiars? His voice drips with icy disdain. Familiars? If it wasn't for the Zhou family's second daughter having a familiar that likes to eat the hearts of these apes, who would come to hunt these worthless monkeys? Worthless monkeys? The monster trainer scoffs, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. The audacity of these killers! To slaughter innocent Red River apes just to appease the Zhou family's spoiled second daughter. A chilling revelation. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li tremble, their captors among the most powerful influencers in Yuzhou City. The weight of their power hangs heavy in the air. Big bro. This was all Captain Li's idea. The desperate plea echoes through the desolate landscape. These gentle creatures, these Red River apes, never attacked anyone. That's right. Captain Li was the one who orchestrated this massacre, inflating the price of the Red River apes to prevent other teams from getting their hands on them. The truth is laid bare, cold and cruel. Dummy, you take care of this as you see fit. We'll wait for you by the river. The monster trainer's command is firm, his resolve unwavering. But a warning rings out. I'm warning you, you rascal. Nothing good will come out of opposing the Zhou family. The threat is palpable, a chilling reminder of the power they wield. But the monster trainer stands defiant. You guys, come. A dark figure beckons, and from the forest, the Red River apes emerge, their eyes burning with a fierce determination. An eye for an eye. An eye for an eye. The Red River apes advance, a tide of crimson fur and righteous fury. The balance of justice is about to be restored. And no. Get away from me. Terror grips Xiao Li as the consequences of his actions catch up to him. The tide has turned. A ship cuts through the crimson waters, a symbol of escape and a promise of a new chapter. The journey continues. The monster trainer, a silhouette of determination against the vibrant sunset, cradles Dummy close. The little ape sleeps soundly, oblivious to the recent turmoil. A quiet moment of peace after a brutal battle. But the weight of his actions settles upon him. Grandpa! I don't think I did anything wrong, but why am I feeling so down, he wonders, staring at his device. His reflection stares back, a mirror to his inner conflict. I don't know, he admits, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. A gruff voice cuts through his introspection. Then let's change the question. If you were given another chance, would you stop your familiar? The challenge is laid bare. His jaw tightens. The answer is immediate, unwavering. No, the cost of his loyalty is clear, a burden he willingly bears. A sharp rebuke follows. Isn't that your answer right there, boy? You're such a faker. The elder's words sting, but the monster trainer stands firm. Wise counsel cuts through the tension. Stick true to your beliefs and do what you want to do. In the outside world, you won't lose by being a bit more ruthless. I'd rather see others lose than see you lose to them. The conversation shifts. As for the remaining Red River apes, I'll have someone bring them back to Yuzhou and provide land for them to live in. As long as there is demand from the poachers, there will be countless lives. Dismissing the conversation with a wave, the elder says, "All right, Grandpa's busy. Play by yourself, won't you?" A flash of blue energy. The monster trainer is ready for a new challenge. Okay. Let's go down and take a look at the red carp then. The water boils, a crimson whirlpool forming in the heart of the river. It's here. A monstrous form emerges from the depths, the dragon blood red sandcarp, a lord-tier monster of perfect grade. Its stats are revealed, showcasing impressive water mastery and hardened scales. Panic erupts. It's the king red carp. The command rings out, sacrifices must be offered, quickly. Offerings are prepared. Bread and what looks like a steamed bun are presented on pristine white plates. The offerings are tossed into the churning waters, splash. The king red carp, satisfied, surfaces briefly, its adorable form a stark contrast to its terrifying power. More sacrifices are needed. A man points towards a glowing red orb, urging the crowd to act. More offerings are made, this time in a more organized fashion. The narrator explains that the order of sacrifice is important to appease either the king red carp or other similar monsters. A man reflects on the king red carp's hydrokinesis, marveling at its mystical power, a sight he's never witnessed before from a veteran Lord Tier monster. His thoughts turn to his grandfather's Lord Tier familiar. A curious smile plays on his lips as he contemplates the possibility of getting close to a powerful monster. The sprawling city of Lusaka, South Africa, a vibrant tapestry of life painted across weathered walls. A monstrous shadow erupts from the ground. People scatter, panic seizing the streets, the air itself crackles with an otherworldly energy. The impact reverberates, a shockwave tearing through the city, a tremor that shakes the very foundations. Inside, a teen monitors the chaos, their faces grim. There's a high-energy spatial reaction nearby. The white-bellied spaceworm has become agitated and it's most likely a spatial rift. Hurry! Send the red-spotted falcon and a white-bellied spaceworm to check out the target location. A rider on a magnificent winged beast takes flight, soaring above the city's turmoil. Oh, damn! Higher and higher they climb, the monstrous rift growing larger below, a chilling sight that sends a shiver down the rider's spine. Fly higher. I have a bad feeling about this. A blur of motion. A crimson streak explodes across the panel as rider is thrown back by a powerful blow, revealing the monstrous form of his attacker, a towering centaur, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. A wicked scythe drips with blood. The centaur's hooves pound the earth, each step shaking the very ground beneath them. As it prepares to deliver the killing blow, the air crackles with anticipation. Ji Hanwoo's villa. Luxury and opulence surround a sprawling estate on the edge of Yuzhou. But a storm is brewing. As news of a spatial rift in Lusaka spreads, a young man, concerned, addresses an older man, "Grandpa, shouldn't the appearance of a spatial rift be treated as something very serious? Why do you feel as if it's something very good?" The elder explains, "Of course it's dangerous, but which place isn't dangerous these days? Up until now, only 3 spatial rifts have been discovered. Temporary spatial rifts only appeared during the early periods of the cataclysm and none of them have shown up within the last 2 years." He continues, "So those who think they're strong see the appearance of the spatial rift as an opportunity instead. Spatial rifts mean new familiars, and more importantly, new worlds from other worlds. A pragmatic observation, new things are always popular. You should understand this. This logic is the same no matter where you go." The elder hands the young man a card. "Oh, right. This is the card to the villa's laboratory. The materials you wanted me to help you look for have been mostly found. See if you can put them to use." A grateful smile spreads across the young man's face as he thanks his grandfather. He explains that the system his grandfather gave him is far superior to anything available to ordinary monster breeders. The elder, his grandfather, cuts him off, suggesting a 2-day rest after his recent ordeal. The elder's gaze is firm, his words carrying the weight of experience. He dismisses the young man's further questions with a simple instruction: find White himself. The scene shifts to the backyard lake. The water shimmers under the summer sun, a tranquil scene. But the young man's search for White proves fruitless. Frustrated by his unsuccessful search, he decides to take a refreshing dip instead. He floats on his back, enjoying the cool water, a moment of serene relaxation. Until a sudden, disorienting sensation jolts him. Confusion washes over him as he questions his surroundings. With a splash, the young man is launched into the air. A powerful surge of water propels him upwards. He's flying. Panic sets in as he cries out for Flamey, his familiar. Flamey, a magnificent white bird, dives from the water, its wings a blur of motion as it swoops to the rescue. Don't look down. It seems to say, its focus unwavering. On a tranquil balcony overlooking a picturesque town, the elder imparts wisdom. White, this is your little master, so play gently. The young man, carefree, lounges on a wave, his familiar, Flamey, nestled beside him. A moment of serene bliss. Shattered. Flamey cries out, Master! A sudden, powerful force yanks the young man skyward. Flamey's desperate grasp is almost broken as he plummets. A breathtaking fall. But wait! A colossal, majestic creature emerges from the depths, a magnificent white aquatic dragon. The young man's jaw drops. This is a real dragon? A detailed data screen appears, revealing the dragon's stats, a Lord-tier monster with incredible abilities. The young man's eyes widen with awe and wonder. His familiar chimes in, highlighting the dragon's superior stats compared to his own. The young man, now fully aware of the dragon's terrifying power, walks away, lost in thought. The elder's words echo in the young man's mind. White dragon is the highest leveled familiar, but maybe because I'm an ally, it has fully suppressed its aura. A knowing smile spreads across his face. Then, a sudden shift. A colossal eye, violet and piercing, opens before him. The sheer scale of the white aquatic dragon is breathtaking. He's at the beach, basking in the sun. But his joy is short-lived. For the playful swat of a gigantic claw nearly sends him flying. The dragon's casual indifference is almost insulting. He's lifted, playfully tossed about like a ragdoll, a giant, fluffy, aquatic ragdoll. And then gently set back down. The dragon's expression? A curious "what-ya gonna do about it" look. Back at his villa, a new problem arises. Dazzy and Stripey's grades have dropped. The young man sighs, a mixture of exasperation and concern etched on his face. The young man enters his laboratory, a sleek, modern space. A small, green jellyfish-like creature floats beside him, seemingly anticipating the task ahead. He examines a vial of red serum. Memories of the last time, when a green serum turned oddly jade green, flash through his mind. But this time, it's different. The red serum is bubbling, reacting, it's working. A sweet aroma fills the air, a familiar scent, like green apples. Suddenly, a shimmering, green jellyfish materializes before the young man. Its translucent form pulses with an ethereal glow. A dimensional jellyfish, level 20, its stats displayed in a digital overlay. Despite its unusual appearance, it seems docile enough. It's okay, the young man thinks, at least in poor light conditions, the color won't be obvious, it's fine. The jellyfish, now sporting a cheerful, cartoonish facehat, seems to agree. A mischievous glint in its eyes, a silent promise of potent ingredients for the serum. The morning sun shines on the training grounds, a young man, Juanzong, greets his boss with a cheerful morning, boss. Juanzong, always the first to arrive, but the last to leave, today is no different. He's already hard at work. Flamey, his fire-type familiar, is ready for another round of intense training, 2 at a time, as always. Flamey's flames erupt. The intensity is impressive, a testament to their rigorous training. But even Juanzong's determination falters. Training a fire familiar in the summer heat is pure torture. The sweat drips from his brow. He takes a much-needed break, a moment of respite before facing Head Gao. Head Gao delivers good news. The recruitment process has begun, focusing on orphans and children from single-parent families, just as Juanzong requested. Juzong, a picture of relaxed confidence, delegates tasks. When you have time, do come and monitor our work. He clarifies his priorities, training his familiars. No need. Although we're nominally in a superior-subordinate relationship, I'll be spending most of my time training my familiars. A reassuring smile spreads across Juzong's face as he leaves the daily work to Head Gao. I'll leave the daily work to you. He, understood. A sudden shift in atmosphere. Intrigued, Juzong asks, What's going on over there? A crowd gathers, whispers filling the air. A woman explains the situation. I heard a monster appeared in the factory and a lot of workers went missing. Their family members have come looking for them. The tension escalates. Supervisor Jiang and Manager Shui are locked in a tense discussion. So Manager Shui is probably discussing the search and rescue mission with Security Supervisor Jiang. The discussion isn't going well. Head Gao delivers grim news. The workers were found, injured but alive, but the monster remains at large. The workers were found, and we've sent them to the hospital. They've sustained grave injuries, but what about the monster? A slippery foe vanished into the city's underbelly. The monster is a slippery thing. It fled into the underground sewage system. The gravity of the situation dawns on Juzong. Dealing with this creature is proving exceptionally difficult. Just who is dealing with this? This grandiose toff like him is the most troublesome. Juzong's sharp eyes focus on the problem. The monster's infiltration route is a critical vulnerability. Sewage system? How did a monster manage to enter the factory through the sewage system? Were the underground defensive installations damaged? Head Gao, his face etched with worry, addresses Supervisor Jiang. Show me the way, Manager Shui wants to personally deal with the aftermath. Jiang nods curtly, a hint of unease in his eyes, and leads them to the factory yard, a scene of recent chaos. The ground is torn, and remnants of the monster's passage remain. Head Gao, this is where the monster disappeared. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. Juzong, ever vigilant, offers his assessment. There are definitely no Lord-tier monsters living in the sewage system, and I remember that Grandpa has a familiar living there. All potentially dangerous monsters have probably been exterminated by it already. But Head Gao isn't convinced. Wait, Head Gao. Best leave this sort of thing to us? You're going to send your four-winged devil mantises? They aren't suited for combat in damp, dark places. It's not cut out for the job. Annoyance flashes across Head Gao's face. Humph, do you think I don't know that? If it wasn't for this, I would have gone down there long ago. Sheltered brats like you, all like to act tough, then the others are the ones who have to clean up after you. He continues, his voice laced with frustration. I believe in my familiar's ability to adapt to all sorts of environments, right? Juzong remains calm, his expression thoughtful. I believe in your ability, Supervisor Jiang, but its limitations. Four-winged devil mantises are suitable for combat in wide, open spaces. Besides, something major has happened in the factory. I need you to maintain order. Head Gao, despite his reservations, acknowledges the danger. Be careful, Head Gao. It's not a high-level monster, but its movements are quick and agile, and it can also climb on walls. Watch out from above. Once you've seen the dark alleyway, you'll reach the alloy gate. Okay, DZ, Stripey, let's go. Deep within the factory's labyrinthine depths, Juzong and his familiars venture into the darkness. You guys, we're not here to play. Juzong, backpack slung over his shoulder, navigates the claustrophobic corridors. His breath hitches, the air hangs heavy with the stench of decay. A familiar chitters nervously beside him. What's wrong? Is there something up there? Juzong asks, his voice tight with apprehension. Suddenly, a monstrous cockroach scuttles into view. Holy shit, a cockroach, this big? Stripey, a familiar, leaps into action. A fiery blast erupts, targeting the colossal insect. But the creature retaliates with a vicious swipe. The impact echoes through the narrow passage. Another familiar, a spider-like creature, dives in, its fangs extended. A blur of motion, a desperate struggle for survival. A blinding flash of light. The monstrous cockroach is overwhelmed by a combined assault. The spider familiar, victorious but hungry, approaches Juzong. So fragrant. Master, can I eat? Can I eat? Juzong nods. Yes, yes. The spider devours its prize with gusto. Yummy food. Yummy food. The spider familiar lunges, its 8 eyes gleaming with predatory intent. A blur of motion. The giant cockroach is ensnared. Yummy food. Hisses the spider, already sinking its fangs into its prey. The cockroach, defeated, flies away in pieces. Stripey, the fiery bird familiar, cries out, "Flying disc!" Giant flying disc. With a roar, Stripey unleashes a fiery blast. Boom, the explosion rocks the chamber, leaving behind only scorched earth. Juzone watches, awestruck. "Wow, amazing! Amazing," he exclaims. He studies the mechanism. Looks like normally the alloy gate should only open when the factory discharges wastewater. A thoughtful pause. Could the two monsters have slipped through while the gate was opened against the current? More questions arise. Weird, they were actually able to go against the current and go through the gate. What made these two cockroaches so determined? A single figure stands bathed in the harsh light of a spotlight, surrounded by a sea of cockroaches. This many. He mutters, the sheer number overwhelming. A disturbing scratching sound echoes from within the mass. What could it be? Suddenly, the cockroaches erupt. Giant, menacing mandibles snap shut around him. Flamey, his fiery avian companion, bursts into action. "Flamey, burn them," he cries, his voice filled with urgency. A fiery inferno engulfs the horde, the heat intense, the flames consuming. But even as the flames rage, a chilling realization dawns. That fat one, that's ordering the others. The sound I heard was probably their leader giving orders to attack. Stripey. Get their leader first. The command is sharp, decisive. Yes. The cockroach horde charges. A terrifying wave of chitinous legs and snapping mandibles. But the protagonist's pets are ready. A blur of claws and fangs as they meet the onslaught head-on. A whirlwind of furious attacks. The air crackles with the energy of battle. And the monstrous cockroach leader falls. A decisive blow, ending the threat. They finally dispersed. Seems like these gigantic cockroaches were the cause of the factory's accident. The numbers are there. There'll always be one or two that coincidentally rush inside when the door opens. What's the matter, Stripey? Something's moving in my mouth. It's moving. Monster name, Dark Daughter, Parasite Subbody, Monster Level, 19, Monster Grade, Perfect, Monster Attribute, Dark, Monster Hobby, Eating Metal, Parasite Characteristic, Sucks up blood and fat beneath the host's skin as nutrition. Enables the host to recover their physical strength, repair their inner wounds, and upgrade their outer skin's defensive power. A type of parasitic plant? A subbody, huh? Its grade is pretty good and its strengthening attributes aren't bad either. Sorry, you're still very young, yet you have so much to bear. Yes, that's it. There's another one on the left. Asterisk splat, asterisk. A shadowy figure streaks across the night sky, leaving our protagonist, eyes wide behind his mask, to wonder what just flew by. His loyal companions, a quirky insect and a fiery bird, are on high alert. We'll find the main body if we follow the subbody, one of them declares, their words echoing the protagonist's own thoughts. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he leaps back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. His pets warn him, "Boss, there's a big fellow behind us." But the protagonist isn't worried. But I don't think it has ill intentions. The ground opens before him, revealing a dark, ominous passage. A chilling green eye glows from within. Monster Level, 39, flashes across the screen. He cautiously approaches the entrance, a sense of unease washing over him. The sheer scale of the threat is revealed, Level 39. Phew, it's Level 39. If we fought, we definitely couldn't win. A wave of confusion and concern washes over him. Why would such a scary monster be in the sewer? I thought Grandpa's familiar had cleaned this place up. His eyes widen in dawning horror. Don't tell me it's Grandpa's familiar. Shit, if Grandpa finds out about this, I'll be laughed at again. He retreats, his pets trailing behind him. He calls out to one of them, Dazee. A grotesque creature stirs in the darkness, its three eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows. Found you, he declares, a determined glint in his eyes. The monster lunges, a blur of motion, but our hero is ready. Flamey, his loyal companion, springs into action. Flamey, block it, the command rings out as a wall of fire erupts, engulfing the beast. The creature is thrown back, momentarily stunned, but it's far from defeated. Its form shifts, growing larger, more menacing. A level 39 monster reveals its true power. A fierce clash. The hero's blade meets the monster's claws in a shower of sparks, the battle intensifies. The monster roars, its attack relentless, but our hero is not backing down. Another strike. The hero's attack is met with a desperate counter. The fight is a brutal dance of skill and ferocity. Dazee, ever vigilant, observes the scene. Dazee, electrocute it. Dazee unleashes a swift attack. A surge of energy propels a trident-like weapon. The projectile hurtles towards the unsuspecting foe. The impact echoes *wham*, sending tremors through the ground. The monster recoils, a look of pained surprise etched across its face. Its body trembles. Seems like its parasitic relationship is more similar to symbiosis. The Dark Daughter can't give a forced command to the host, the protagonist observes, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Good business. All I need is its abilities, and not its thoughts. He smirks, a glint of triumph in his eyes. The monster struggles, but its efforts are futile. Struggling is futile, the protagonist chuckles, his voice laced with a chilling confidence. A crack splits the earth, the scene chaotic, a skeletal figure emerges from the depths, its eyes burning with an eerie blue flame. It's already taken care of. Get someone to fix the crack. The skeletal figure, a strange creature of immense power, holds a pulsating object, a strange energy crackles around it, zizzip, zizzip. With a sudden burst of energy, the object begins to glow intensely, a blinding light fills the panel. The hero's eyes widen in alarm, this daughter is surprisingly dumb, searching for blood and flesh on a skeleton. A shadowy claw lashes out, a sharp snap echoes, the creature is startled. Dumbfounded, the hero asks, "What are you doing?" The creature responds, "Squirm, tickle, no like." It's untamable. The hero sighs, defeated. Section Chief 1, find a bulletproof glass box to keep it in. Grandpa, what's up? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of youthful curiosity and a hint of impatience. Xiao Peng's clearly eager to get back to work. But the answer is a welcome surprise. His eyes widen, a grin spreading across his face as the news sinks in. A personal laboratory? Now that's what he calls an upgrade. The location is revealed, a hidden cave behind Ji Hanwu's villa, by the lake. The air crackles with anticipation, a sense of mystery hangs heavy in the air. A beam of light, a portal to the extraordinary. Xiao Peng reaches out, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes. He's about to step into something new. And the energy surges, a vibrant pink glow enveloping his hand. The door to his new laboratory opens with a soft whoosh. His jaw drops. The door opened, he exclaims, his voice a mixture of surprise and disbelief. The sheer scale of the place is breathtaking. A sleek, modern laboratory, far beyond anything he could have imagined. This is way too posh, he mutters, still awestruck by the sheer luxury of his new workspace. His grandfather's pride is evident. How is it? Are you satisfied with the laboratory? If you aren't, we can build another one. The offer is as extravagant as the lab itself. I'm very satisfied. Xiao Peng beams, his excitement palpable. This is more than just a lab, it's a testament to his achievements. A new chapter begins. The chairman introduces two other advanced monster breeders, Deng Yinyao and Su Heming. The future of monster breeding is here. Chairman G, a figure of undeniable authority, addresses his colleagues. A 20% increase in the experiment budget this month. His words hang in the air, a promise of progress. And then, the reveal. This is his grandson, Xiaopeng, an intermediate monster breeder. The chairman beams with pride, his words echoing the room's rising excitement. Xiaopeng, brimming with youthful ambition, announces his plans to create evolution agents. His grandfather's support is unwavering, a testament to the young breeder's potential. Xiaopeng's confidence is infectious. He's discovered evolutionary pathways, a shortcut to creating experimental drug agents. The potential profits and reputation boost for the Southern Sky Group are staggering. And his grandfather's reaction is pure, unadulterated joy. "My grandson is a genius," he exclaims, his laughter echoing through the lab. But the celebration is short-lived. Xiaopeng's sharp eyes notice the skepticism of Deng Yingyao and Su Heming. Their doubts are palpable, a challenge to his audacious plan. Undeterred, Xiaopeng's resolve hardens. He needs results, concrete evidence to silence his doubters. The challenge is accepted, the race is on. The scene shifts to Xiaopeng's new lab. A futuristic interface glows with potential, a symphony of data streams and complex algorithms. His fingers dance across the screen, initiating a process, a precise sequence of commands. The air crackles with anticipation as the experiment begins. A close-up on a vial of crimson liquid. The liquid glows faintly, pulsating with an inner light. The creation of a new evolution agent is underway. A scientist, his brow furrowed in concentration, holds a vial of crimson liquid. He carefully examines its contents, presenting it to a panel of esteemed colleagues, grandpa, teachers. "This is a new reagent that I developed myself," he announces. He dramatically reveals its name. "I call this reagent the Bloody Butcher." The main ingredients? Bloody fruit, golden thread fungi, and the organs of the black magic spider. A chilling combination. The scientist points to a grid, selecting a test subject. A common ape-type monster, the Black Raging Kong. Its image fills the screen, a hulking beast. A concerned voice questions, "The Black Raging Kong? Aren't the reagents for its two evolutionary paths already very matured?" Another scientist explains, "Well, the ingredients that young Master Gao suggested are easier to acquire. If this reagent can successfully evolve the Black Raging Kong, then it'll be a very successful improved version." The main scientist smirks, a glint in his eye. "An improved version? For the first experiment, I, naturally, need to leave you guys with an exceptionally deep impression. A large amount of anesthetic spray is required. The Black Raging Kong is unconscious. The machine is ready to inject the reagent." The injection. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts. This is a never-before-seen reaction. The scientists watch in stunned silence. Just having this kind of intense reaction is worth researching. Even if this fails, many useful things can still be discovered. The injection takes effect, a surge of crimson energy erupts from within the Black Raging Kong. Monster name, Blood Raging Kong. Monster level, 10. It's evolving, it's actually evolving. This is astounding, Chairman G. I've never seen this kind of evolution method before. So you're saying no one has discovered this monster before, right? That's right, there is no such ape type currently known. Xiao Su, test it with the Soul Crystal Obsidian. This Soul Crystal Obsidian is a type of natural stone. It's usually opaque, but after being treated, it can be used to test the grade of any monsters below Lord Tier. The results are excellent. Blue grade. The red one has already succeeded, then the other three. Xiaopeng really does keep surprising me, but if he's pushed beyond his talent, it could put him in a lot of danger. What happened today is a company secret. It's forbidden to share what happened with anyone. Understood. Chairman G, I understand. A name. Then let's call it Blood Raging Kong. The newly evolved Blood Raging Kong stands proudly, a testament to the scientist's success. 3 reagents are carefully examined. Earth reagent, petrochemical reagent, and royal reagent. Each vial holds the key to unlocking incredible power. A giant ant, already injected with the petrochemical reagent, awaits its fate. The results are about to be revealed. A lack of long-range attacks is a common characteristic among monsters in their early stages, but enhancing their defenses is easier than improving their agility. The data streams in, revealing the results. Stone heart ant, level 7, excellent grade. Sugar water and tree sap are its preferred foods. With a deafening crash, the stone heart ant emerges, a formidable creature born from scientific ingenuity. Its power is undeniable. Another success. The scientist's face is etched with a mixture of relief and excitement. This is excellent work. But there's more to see. The royal reagent's results are yet to be unveiled. The wolf mountain sparrow, small but fierce, undergoes a transformation. Its beak, covered with sharp teeth, is enhanced by the royal reagent, elevating it from normal to excellent grade. The continuous use of a royal reagent causes monsters to evolve rapidly, but it also makes it harder for them to reach the Lord tier. A reagent that can guarantee a monster's evolution to the next grade with continuous use, and the chance for it to be promoted to Lord tier. You call this a defect? As for the Earth reagent, it can evolve the Golden Light Dog into the Earth Golden Light Dog, and its grade will be increased by 1. Its strength and toughness will also experience varying degrees of increase. Haha, in the future, if you need any materials, just ask your grandpa. Also, you only need to tell me any results from your future experiments. You don't need to report it to anyone else in the company. Okay. Prepare to mass-produce the Bloody Butcher reagent, the Earth reagent Type 1, and the Petrochemical reagent Type 1 and sell them to the public. The royal reagent has more value, so we won't sell it yet. Youngsters nowadays are terrifying. I'm afraid that he isn't that far behind me. Yes, perhaps he will surpass us in less than 2 years. Our path is no longer lonesome. The grandson beams, eyes sparkling with manic energy. Just thinking about it makes me excited, he exclaims, practically vibrating with anticipation. His grandfather sighs, a hint of weary fondness in his expression. He knows this boundless enthusiasm all too well. You've always been wild ever since you were young. The grandfather's tone shifts to a more serious one. It's not that you can't go out into the wild, but you need to train your familiars more. The way your familiars fight is too crude. The grandfather's warning intensifies. The real wilderness isn't like a grove near the base. Danger lurks everywhere. So before you get my permission, you can't go into the wild, otherwise, I'll break your legs and have you stay in bed. The grandson's face falls, his excitement momentarily replaced by a look of sheepish concern. He mumbles something about his familiars, Dizzy, Stripey, and Silly, and which ones might be excluded from training. The grandfather's expression softens slightly. Wake up tomorrow at 6 o'clock and bring all of your familiars for special training. The grandson's eyes widen, a single word escapes his lips, yes. The clock on his wrist reads 5:57. He's already preparing for the day ahead. The scene shifts to a forest clearing. The grandfather stands with his back to the grandson, who has arrived precisely at 6 o'clock. I asked you to come at 6 o'clock, and you really came exactly at 6 o'clock. You're quite punctual. Since you're so punctual, I want to reward you with 30 push-ups. The grandson's jaw drops. What? The grandfather scoffs, his words sharp as shards of ice. You don't need to train, you just need to survive. The protection of your familiars? How naive. His grandson, Xiao Pang, looks troubled, his brow furrowed. Protecting our own lives is the most important thing. As long as we're still alive, we will have a chance to change the tide of a battle. The grandfather explains, his voice calm but firm. Although the strength that comes from the feedback from our high-level familiars are powerful enough, the amount of power that's given to us through the feedback will also gradually increase. That's why, with the increase of the number of familiars and their levels, a monster trainer's strength will slowly surpass that of a normal human's. By the way, I've only used 30% of my strength just now. 30%? Wow. Hee hee, Xiao Pang will surely worship me now. You just wanted to show off in front of your grandson. The grandfather's expression turns serious. Z is an electric type. What a coincidence. I have a familiar who may be able to give it a push. With a sudden burst of energy, a powerful presence emerges from the water. Crackle! Come out, Thunder God! The Thunder God snail, level 39, epic grade, electric/water type, emerges from the water, its power crackling with raw energy. Its stats and skills are revealed. The grandfather smiles knowingly. I found the Thunder God snail in the ocean. It isn't very strong, but it has a very gentle character. That should be enough to train Z. A powerful, serpentine form emerges from the shadows, its scales shimmering with an arcane energy. The Thunder God snail, a familiar with abilities similar to the grandson's own. Go on, the grandfather instructs, its attribute is similar to yours. You should know that it's your senior, and you need to listen to your seniors, understand? Gao Ping, the familiar, looks apprehensive. His expression speaks volumes, he's not eager for this training. The familiar recoils, a clear sign of fear. Gao Ping, you don't want me anymore. Gao Ping, you've changed, cries the skeletal familiar, its voice laced with disappointment. The familiar's words sting. You're the coward. You're the most cowardly. I learned it from you. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Undeterred, the grandson approaches the training apparatus, a surge of determination in his eyes. Thunder God snail, I will be handing this disobedient familiar to you to train, please don't hold back. The snail's eyes widen, a mischievous glint appearing. Crackle, the air crackles with anticipation. Thunder God said it's no problem. Leave it to it. The grandfather's voice is calm, yet filled with unwavering confidence. Grandpa, what about Stripey, Dummy, and Flamey? The grandfather explains Flamey's training and Stripey's development strategy, his words revealing a deep understanding of familiar combat styles. He ponders Stripey's potential, recognizing its unique tank-like capabilities and the need to develop its counterattack skills. A small, green familiar tumbles to the ground, a clear sign that the training is far from over. Then, the grandfather's eyes blaze with power, a crimson fire burning within them. His hand extends, a palpable energy crackling at his fingertips. Let's begin. A blinding flash of white. The monstrous dragon unleashes its fury, a devastating blow that sends its opponent reeling. The impact sends tremors through the earth, the creature crashes to the ground, its form shattered. Stripey's light illuminates a hidden trap, a cunning strategy, indeed. It's digging a hole, a clever tactic to ensnare its prey. A moment of stunned surprise? From the depths, a shadowy figure emerges, a swift, deadly strike. The creature launches itself from the hole, a blur of motion, bam, it slams into its target. A whirlwind of claws and fangs, the battle rages on. Stripey, in a berserk state, unleashes a terrifying aura. The very air crackles with chaotic energy. A wave of dread washes over the onlookers. Their eyes widen, reflecting the growing danger. A monstrous roar echoes as Stripey lunges. Claws extended, it's a blur of furious motion. A devastating blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the very ground. With a swift strike, Stripey's claws tear through the air, leaving its opponent reeling from the brutal attack. A dark, skeletal figure stumbles back, its form flickering. The skeletal figure rises, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. A surge of dark power erupts. A crimson wave of destruction crashes down. The force of the attack is immense. Stripey is thrown back, its form momentarily obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. But from the chaos, a single, piercing gaze emerges. The beast's eyes glow with an unsettling intensity. The dust settles, a crater marks the spot where Stripey's attack landed. A chuckle echoes through the training grounds. Ha ha ha. Stripey and Dummy still need more training, the instructor declares, shaking his head with amusement. Despite the instructor's jovial tone, a thoughtful expression crosses his face. Although they defeated their opponents quickly, the power difference was vast. Stripey peers intently at a new challenge. A giant crab-like creature emerges from the water, accompanied by a centipede and a small bird. The crab unleashes a surge of electric power. "You're powerful, I'm not as powerful as you," it admits, showcasing its true strength. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the crab. The sheer power is breathtaking. The smaller creatures watch in awe. "This is my true power," the crab boasts, its form crackling with energy. The bird, Dummy, speaks up, "Not as hard as you think for us. Not rolling electricity is a natural talent, just like how you can walk with the hundreds of legs you have." Dummy continues, "Because that is about talent, you'll practice, but for this bird next to you, walking with hundreds of legs at a time is something impossible." Dummy's words sting. "What does this have to do with me? I don't care how many legs you have, your legs are still short anyway." Stripey scoffs, unimpressed. "What's there to be smug about?" he challenges Dummy, the tiny creature radiating newfound power. Dummy grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "It's just channeling the power already inside your body." Stripey's eyes widen. "I can do it too," he exclaims, a surge of determination coursing through him. Dummy's body crackles with energy, a violet aura erupts, and a miniature fireball explodes from his tiny form. "Oh, yes, this is my power." Stripey, eyes wide with wonder and a touch of envy, watches Dummy's demonstration. The next step, he's told, is to slowly release the power within. Stripey focuses, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Come on, DZ," he urges his inner power, his voice a mix of determination and anxiety. With a burst of energy, Dummy is ejected from Stripey's body. The impact sends a shockwave through the field, leaving Stripey exhausted and vulnerable. A shadowy figure emerges, its eyes glowing menacingly. "I give up." A small, green creature whimpers, fear etched on its face. "Big fishy, don't eat me." Stripey unleashes a devastating blow. A crimson shockwave erupts from his fist, slamming into the skeletal monstrosity, sending it flying through the air. Dummy shouts, "Nice," as the creature tumbles end over end. The impact reverberates, leaving the foe stunned and vulnerable. Its dark cloak billows, revealing a glowing crimson heart. Dummy, watching from a distance, asks, Is the battle over?" A majestic dragon-like creature appears, its voice booming, "Not bad. Your reflexes and speed have reached the qualifying standards. The water-controlling ability I saw just now was on par with most commander-tier water-type monsters. If you can use such abilities under pressure, it means you've already won half the battle." Its gaze shifts to Dummy. "As for you, you're just a tank, so you just need to withstand attacks." Stripey smiles, relieved. "It's okay, at least you're not afraid of being hit." He pats Dummy reassuringly. A fiery bird soars into the air, unleashing a volley of flaming projectiles. A sharp, piercing sound cuts through the air. As the dragon explains, after all its training, it can control fire skillfully now. Impressive. But another creature, a small, segmented insect, struggles to control its own powers. Looks like he needs more training. Finally, two jellyfish-like creatures float serenely. One happily exclaims, "Its portable space has increased tremendously, to as big as a rear compartment of a large truck. My dream of having a portable warehouse has finally come true." The preparations are complete. A seasoned adventurer wouldn't leave home without supplies. Food, medicine, tents, all accounted for. But that's not all. What's this? A map, a tablet, and a compass, essential tools for any journey into the unknown. This isn't just any map. It details the treacherous terrain of Yuzhou, pinpointing areas of extreme danger. A solar-powered tablet provides electronic communication, a lifeline in the wilderness. He's ready for anything. Words of wisdom from a wise old mentor. Make the right decisions when facing danger. A reassuring promise, "I'll always be your shield." The young adventurer is sent forth, armed with knowledge and love. A moment of quiet reflection. A poignant memory surfaces. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. He's ready. With a determined glint in his eyes, he sets off. I'll be back. The journey begins. A sprawling jungle unfolds outside Yuzhou City, a dense emerald canopy concealing secrets within its depths. A young man, map in hand, navigates this treacherous terrain. His gaze is focused, determined. He's accompanied by spectral guardians, silent sentinels in this wild place. The map is covered in red circles, each marking a territory of immense danger. Lord-tier monsters, he mutters, a shiver running down his spine. For his stripey needs an earth spirit core to evolve into an earth shield spider. The words echo in his mind, a crucial step in its evolution. A surge of newfound power. He can sense the location of the earth spirit core, a beacon in this wild expanse. His focus sharpens. But a swarm of giant mosquitoes descends, their buzzing a menacing chorus. Master! Big mosquitoes, cries his companion, Flamey. Flamey unleashes a fiery blast, a desperate defense against the overwhelming horde. The air crackles with energy. Flamey, perched on a branch, chirps anxiously. Master, why aren't we attacking? We should catch them off guard. The protagonist shakes his head, his brow furrowed in concentration. The jungle is dark and full of thick trunks and dense shrubs. We don't know where the other mosquitoes are hiding. If we get surrounded, we'll be in trouble. He continues, his voice low and serious, we need to be smart when dealing with such monsters. A swirling vortex of purple energy appears in his palm. And from it, he pulls out a small, burlap sack. This is made with the mutated Talasma cordata plant after its transplant. It's mixed with purple gold lavender, Scorpio gold sunflower, giant citron, and orange jessamine to become a super mosquito repellent. The protagonist grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. With a flick of his wrist, he throws the repellent. Whoosh, the giant mosquitoes fall to the ground, incapacitated. One by one, their buzzing silenced by the potent concoction. Thud thud thud. The protagonist beams, giving a thumbs up. This is basic. He points towards a river. Let's see. First, we cross this river, then we turn right. Suddenly, a piercing gaze cuts through the air. A colossal storm panther, level 26, excellent grade, wind attribute, materializes before them. A blur of blue. A monstrous panther, wind magic swirling around it, launches a surprise attack. The protagonist barely manages to deflect the blow with his makeshift weapon. But the beast is relentless. Another strike, faster and more vicious than the first, forces the protagonist into a desperate defensive maneuver. A clash of power. The panther's claws meet the protagonist's defense, sending shockwaves through the forest. The fight is far from over. Flamey, the protagonist's familiar, dives into the river, pursuing a fleeing prey. Come back, Flamey, the protagonist shouts, his voice laced with worry. But he knows the risks. None of my familiars are great in close-range combat, letting Flamey chase it alone is too dangerous. The panther, wounded but defiant, unleashes a final, furious swipe. Don't let me catch you next time, Panther. I'll definitely skin you alive. Another foe appears. A golden palm tree spirit, level 29, rises from the riverbank, its presence radiating power and menace. Again? This is the second time now. You think I'm easy to bully? The protagonist's anger boils over. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'd think I'm weak. Z. Flamey. Attack. A fiery explosion. Flamey unleashes a devastating close-range burst of energy, striking the golden palm tree spirit with incredible force. And the spirit retaliates with a surge of electric power. The battle rages on. A furious clash of energy. Crimson and cyan forces collide in a breathtaking display of power, the very air crackles with the raw intensity of the battle. The protagonist, his face grim, stands amidst the chaos. He addresses an unseen foe with a chilling challenge. "You like playing games with me, huh? Why don't you crank it up a notch?" His gaze falls upon a prize, a shimmering green crystal, pulsating with inner light. A valuable reward, a core crystal from a powerful plant-type monster, worth thousands of alliance credits. A moment of respite. The protagonist, accompanied by Flamey, seeks shelter. "Let's find a place to rest." They discover a hidden mountain cave, a temporary haven from the dangers of the wilderness. A water source nearby ensures their survival, a strategic location to mark on the map. But their peace is shattered. A peculiar sound pierces the silence, a series of croaks from an unexpected source. A duck. A seemingly ordinary duck, yet its presence hints at something more. The protagonist, ever vigilant, senses a hidden power. "I'm just borrowing your place for a day," the protagonist explains, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "No need to make a fuss about it. You might want to leave before my familiars start feeling hungry." The duck responds with a series of croaks and quacks, its vocalizations oddly out of sync. The protagonist's amusement turns to intrigue. A low-level intelligence, yet somehow it has survived. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Forget the setbacks. The protagonist pushes onward, determined to reach their destination before nightfall. His companion, Flamey, offers a weary but insightful observation about the dangers of this land. A stark reminder of the harsh realities they face. Flamey's hunger pangs are a constant companion, and the sight of a plump duck is too tempting to ignore. But this isn't just any duck. The protagonist, ever observant, notices something unusual about the creature's demeanor. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a feeling of unease. A peculiar sound cuts through the air, croak, 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 drawing the protagonist's attention. Flamey, surprisingly, understands the duck's call. Revealing a hidden talent, Flamey is a level 8 master of avian languages. The duck's plea is clear: "Wait for me." The small, seemingly harmless duck is actually quite clever, and it seems to mistake the protagonist for one of its own. The protagonist's amusement is short-lived. As the urgency of their situation sets in. Time is running out, and they must press on. Flamey's attempts to quiet the insistent duck are met with resistance. A sudden outburst. "Stop!" The protagonist's sharp command silences the persistent quacking. But the duck's frustration is palpable. Splash! The duck, in a fit of pique, throws itself into the water. The protagonist's eyes, a mixture of exasperation and amusement on his face. As the little duck laments its loneliness, the protagonist realizes that this strange duck doesn't like him either. A small, fluffy creature is held gently, but firmly. A worried expression crosses the protagonist's face. Flamey, ever the helpful translator, looks on with concern. The adamantine duck, croak croak, it squawks, clearly distressed. The duck's pitiful cries tug at their hearts. It's vow. Big ducky vowed wouldn't leave. It seems to be abandoned. A decision is made, a solemn vow exchanged. Since it's an epic quest, we're not at a loss. The group will protect the little one. The desolate stone forest outside Yuzhou City, a harsh landscape of jagged rocks and cracked earth. A cave mouth beckons, promising untold riches, a high chance of finding an earth spirit core. He assesses the situation, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. His smaller companions are too big to fit inside. Desi, his spectral avian companion, perches on his shoulder, a silent guardian. He's given his orders, a determined glint in his eyes. Go in and check for any trace of earth elemental energy. A moment of quiet resolve, then, he enters the darkness. A sudden hiss pierces the silence. A rock scorpion, level 11, ambushes him, but his trusty duck, quack quack, is ready. A shadowy figure looms, its skeletal face partially obscured by a dark hood. "Master, shoo it away," a voice asks, tinged with apprehension. The master, calm and collected, dismisses the concern. No need. Although this scorpion's level is higher than that of a normal tier, it's nothing to worry about. His gaze sharpens. Come, show me your true combat power. 10 minutes later. A small, yellow creature, dumbly, squawks incessantly as it faces off against a larger, hissing scorpion. The battle is surprisingly intense. The master observes Dumbly's valiant, if somewhat chaotic, struggle. Forget it, Dumbly, chase it away. With a sudden burst of speed, Dumbly dashes away from the scorpion, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. The master watches, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The master's curiosity is piqued. Just, how on earth did you manage to survive for so long? Dumbly responds with a series of excited squawks. Master, I found it. A triumphant grin spreads across the master's face. Good job, DZ. Bring it out. The panel reveals a small Earth Spirit Core. Item name, Small Earth Spirit Core. Item effect, rich in Earth elemental energy. It has the ability to allow Earth-type monsters to evolve. The unnamed protagonist and a mysterious cloaked figure stand watch. We'll wait here until Stripey awakens, the figure states, their voice low and measured. The protagonist scans the surroundings, a hint of worry in his eyes. Perhaps the master of this place will return later. Be alert, everyone, he cautions, his voice barely a whisper. Night falls. Darkness blankets the forest. A giant centipede slithers through the undergrowth, its many legs making a soft shhhshhh sound as it moves. And approaches the protagonist's camp, unseen. Stripey, the duck, sleeps soundly, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The centipede attacks. Stripey's eyes flash with power. A surge of energy erupts from him. Enraged, Stripey confronts the centipede. Why did you bite me? He demands, his voice filled with righteous fury. The centipede recoils, clearly surprised by Stripey's sudden power. QUACKKK, Stripey unleashes a powerful attack. My eyes. My eyes, cries the centipede in pain. A monstrous centipede, its many legs a blur, emerges from the shadows. Its mandibles snap, a terrifying threat in the darkness. But Dumbly is ready. A surge of purple energy erupts from within, transforming him. With a mighty roar, Dumbly unleashes a devastating blow. The ground trembles as the centipede is sent flying. The unnamed protagonist watches from the shadows, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Dumbly, now significantly larger, stands victorious. His form radiates power. When did this duck get so big? He exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. The sheer scale of the transformation is astonishing. He reflects, I finally understand how this simple-minded duck has been able to survive for so long on its own. The mystery deepens. The defeated centipede, barely clinging to life, slithers away. Dumbly's power is revealed to be more than just size increase. It's a potent ability, previously underestimated. At first, I assumed its GUI power would only allow it to expand its body size to a certain extent, and that this effect couldn't attack directly as a passive ability, so I thought it was a useless ability. The protagonist's thoughts reveal a new understanding. A wave of blue fire erupts, a searing heat radiating from Dumbly's very being. Its mindscape is revealed, a vibrant, almost overwhelmingly colorful world. The unnamed protagonist observes, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He recalls Director Feng's book, its description of lighthearted and happy moods. Wait, a wing tree? His eyes widen in disbelief. And flowers and grass with eyes and mouths? This duck looks plump and silly on the outside, but its mindscape is surprisingly rich. A sudden shift. The vibrant colors darken, a chilling blue replacing the cheerful hues. Why is the mood changing? A palpable sense of unease washes over the protagonist as the cheerful landscape transforms into something far more sinister.